He likes to play this hero into the Marcy Dusa lane. Originally, we honestly weren't really considering it. We were going to pick a new 4, but then we just felt like Wind Ranger was the 4 we wanted, so we thought Troll was a carry that worked.
Okay, great. And do you have any concerns? Do you think there's any pitfalls in this game with the drafts you've seen?
Honestly, I think it's a pretty good Kunkka game, and it's like a hero that's pretty strong this tournament. We gave it to him on 24, and like I don't think it auto wins a game or something, but honestly, we didn't talk about it in a draft, which is usually a bad sign. But I think we'll be able to manage. Hopefully, you know. I don't know.
All right. Well, okay. And what about your team then? You know, who do you think's set up for a really good game here? Who could pop off?
I mean, I think our bot lane should be pretty good. I think like the trolls should be pretty free, and I think like for me, like when we have pressure on side lanes, like our team will feel very comfortable to play. So I think that will be good for us.
All right, Ali, thank you very much. And now we can get into the game with Trent and Lyrical.
So much Nomad, and yes indeed we are here as Snake King is going to maybe die, or is all of Beast Coast gonna die? It was looking so good, and then as soon as we entered into the game, it actually started to look bad. El Misho trying to stay alive there right at the end, and actually about enough time that Moose killed Snake King.
Oh.
Wow, so first blood going the way of Beast Coast. What a great interview there hearing it from Aoi. They didn't talk about the Kunkka trend.
No, they did not. Yeah, that's you know, it's early, right?
Okay.
Early in the morning. We saw some of those faces look a little sleepy there. Maybe some faces that need to be washed here, and apparently some drafts need to be discussed. I love the honesty there from Aoi. You know,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it is a nice looking Kunkka game. So it should be a good one. We talked a lot about the this whole setup, right? Like clearly coming into this, yeah, you're the underdogs as Beast Coast. So they come to this plan. Like, how are we gonna deal with this Wind Ranger? So they just go right into the Centaur, trying to like limit the options there from Falcons. But Crit says, just give it to me. I'll play support.
And you know what? It's something that I want to talk about a little bit, because there was a little bit of chat we saw on Crit's Twitter the other day. He's like, I just want everybody to know I didn't choose them. Considering the last couple of performances at both TI and the Road to TI, and some of his fates that were handed out there in that one. But it is interesting that you think about why they ended up making this swap. They took the Wind Ranger into the Centaur, but then we're like, you know what? We're going to give it to Crit because he feels like it's good in this lane, and obviously the focus fire against the Dusa later on if he can build into a Diffusal Blade. That seems awesome, but it does mean that it's, you know, Falcons kind of changing their draft a little bit. They're the ones that are making the adjustment to what Beast Coast is putting forward. We'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, sometimes we have these discussions and ideas of like, oh, play your own game, you know, don't twist your draft too much to counter the other team. But if you're so good, you know, you want to be able to make these big shifts to say, like, not only are we so good, we're going to play these heroes that are just like straight up better versus these matchups. So that's the idea. See if it pans out for them. They did wind up with the old Troll Warlord. You know, we talked about the carry pool expanding quite a bit lately. Many ranged heroes, technically ranged, right? He's half and half.
Well, technically, he's taken a lot of damage. Also, figuratively, what's the opposite of technically? Is it figuratively?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay, well, technically and figuratively, Skitter has to run away. It's a bit of a rough one up there, man. They are really putting in the paint.
Get a couple of annoying duos, I suppose, on the off lane, right? More so this one than the Wind Ranger. The Wind Ranger just kind of pokes and you can't really shut her down. But
literally, that's what I was thinking of. Sorry.
No, that would be.
It's fine.
No, that'd be the opposite of figuratively. That's not the opposite of technically. Just to be clear.
Keep him back. Malrine had to make the jump through as the wave is underneath Lumpy's tower there. Does already have his bottle built up. And of course, one of these young guns coming in, you know, everybody talking about the big teams hiding the strats. Maybe it was Beast Coast all along. They're hiding their power level. You know what? We're going to lose all of our games, and then we're going to come in and win 3 lanes against Falcons. Look at the CS here on board. They're having a great start.
Pretty good. You are not wrong. It's nice to see Kunkka in the mid lane too.
Oh yeah.
You know, a lot of these off lane Kunkkas with their auras and everything. We got ourselves back to the high tide.
Give us a Radiance. Actually, no, that's probably pretty bad. But he might end up doing some damage here to Malrine, making him hurt for it. And even doing a little bit of play around there with the Tidebringer to get him into some phase shifts. Still a tough lane for Malrine so far.
Yeah, you know he's going to be eyeing up those rotations. Lumpy just pump faking a little bit with the Torrent to see if he can catch him.
Get the CS with Torrents as he steps away. A whole level ahead right now. Now, it's not easy to make your combo work on the puck as Kunkka. There's phase shift, there's the orbs to jaunt away, and of course X is the lower duration now, so you can't even try and do some sort of pump fake plays to make it work. But maybe with some rotation, if you bring in like something like the Marcy or the Batrider, they could make some type of a play there. But honestly, just winning the lane is pretty nice too, because there's no pressure on these other lanes. They're having a good time.
Yeah,
as I say that.
Yeah, Pake, remember, that's a low HP pool once that mana's gone.
Jumps off to the side, gonna pull Crit back further. Now Crit, he's a little bit out of position. The Gorgon's Grasp. Now here's the thing.
New Dusa.
Crit said that he liked the lane against Dusa. Was it this new Dusa?
The Gorgon's Grasp. Nobody expects it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking this idea about like winning these lanes and stuff, and just like trying to pressure the puck and shut them down. But if you're just stable and you have this lead, like you have the Medusa, so yeah, you are just kind of chilling. There's certainly pressure here on Falcons to be the ones who are making the rotations. They don't really want to be chilling. There's nothing worse than playing a puck game where it feels like no one else in your team wants to fight. That's just depressing. That being said, as long as you have the right mindset of just like farm like crazy, it can still work on the hero, but it's not going to be as effective as some of those other scaling mids. Puck wants to fight as much as he can, especially when like you want people like diving the tower to rotate to.
Speaking of diving the tower, there might be a little bit of a move coming in, although the TP rotations with Batrider heading over that direction. They missed the rebound. Elmisho, not a ton of mana online. So with the Gorgon's Grasp, will that be enough to take down Amar? It is looking like the answer is yes. 3-1. Everything right now going Beast Coast way.
Painful there for Amar. There's more well-known heroes here on the Doom, losing one early.
It's true. And I mean, I think that's an interesting little dynamic here too, is Rain does have a shield rune, so that's going to keep him a little bit more tanky than he would otherwise. Trying to pull this guy all over the place. Elmisho still on the hunt. No more mana for the flame break, but you get another stack here.
I mean, I don't think this results in anything other than just being a nuisance.
I mean, it's very annoying. It is really annoying right there.
I mean, it's funny because there's like zero.
Gives him the smile.
There's no way he dies. It's like impossible. Yeah. And yet he just still keeps chasing and forcing Malrine to just have to go back and be like, this is so awkward.
That's pretty good.
And he snuck that ward down too.
And that time means that they can make the move over here for Skitter. Do they have enough damage to find a kill though? The Torrent follow-up connection is there, not quite level 6. And well, with another round of double edge, another stomp in a moment, does he manage to get out of here? I mean, Troll is living a long time. Well played by Skitter to get himself out of that. That was close.
That pressure on Malrine, though, meant that he couldn't rotate. That's the dream for a puck, right? Like, that is where a puck should be, TPing the tower and coiling two heroes. But he was so low on HP and mana that he couldn't actually make the play. Instead, he's running up here.
Dude, what is happening? This is a crazy day. They're going on in, now trying to find Snake King. Crit with the rotation, Lumpy low, tries to find the finish. They get down one, but now Malrine, after all of that, has made his move over. Vitali in trouble, silenced, has another stomp, but a double kill.
Oh, Crit's not done.
A little bit of retribution coming back the other way as they find moves will bring him down too. Good play from Falcon.
A little bit too far there. A bit too close to the sun from Beast Coast, losing 3, ties this up at 4-4. Oh, that lead falling to the wayside now as Elmisho's going to take the time to push in the mid, knowing that he can't be caught by Malrine at the moment. Man, and that was like a late puck coming to that fight too, right? Like, he didn't even get the orb damage to start. He was just able to limp his way in there to throw out the coil, but that's all he needed.
Well, but I think also to be clear where the current state of the game is, I feel like that was needed from Falcons to kind of pull back this tide that was building into the favor of Beast Coast. And I'm not sure where exactly we sit at this point, but you look at these cores, they're all getting farmed on Beast Coast.
Gabe, I have such good news for you, buddy.
What's that?
So what were we discussing during the draft when we saw that Wind Ranger come out?
Well, the focus fire, we were talking about that a little bit, and diffusal blade.
He's rushing diffusal.
Okay,
That is currently the plan.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that you can do at this point. I like it a lot.
We'll see if that comes to fruition here.
Needs to get level 6, that's for sure. Amar, nice little step back there. Able to get the Gorgon's grasp. The match is going to connect, and Crit can't quite finish it off.
Can't miss out on the coin flip there, pretty much, right? Is he going to dodge right, dodge left?
Who's low? Not going to get sniped.
These are just the warning shots.
Skitter?
Crit's dialing in.
Yo, what is happening? Everybody's here again. They pull him back in, trying to take down Skitter, decide to go for Snake King instead, and now they're not going for anybody. El Micho, he gets brought down by the troll. Big Snake goes out, connects onto Skeeter, but he's fine.
Crit's not done yet, though, with that wind run. He wants to keep on pressuring. Feels invincible.
Would love to get a kill here. The juke.
Nobody misses 3 shackles in a row. Come on, Crit.
They got him with the coil.
All right, that's cheating a little bit there, but that's fine.
I mean, he didn't hit him with the power shot, that's for sure. As Amar wants to run down this Centaur.
That's a big HP pool. Yeah, some heroes, you doom them and you can just walk away. Centaur, not so much.
Lumpy's still queuing up that blade mail and going straight into the Orchid afterwards.
Yeah.
Looks like the call.
I think our panel was talking about that build as well.
Yeah.
Super solid versus the puck. Puts a lot of pressure on the itemization that the puck is to go for, slows down the offensive possibilities because you probably want to get that Yules.
Right. X-Mark's there to secure the invis. And I think still holding on to this bottom tower here. Feeling rather comfortable with it. As they're going to cut the wave up top. Oh, it's the Venomous Volley. I was wondering which of the Facet Shoe is going to go. So every 5 attacks, it's the Poison that reduces movement speed, attack speed, and cast speed.
Good old cast speed slow.
Yeah, I don't know if I've actually got a chance to see that one on the core Medusas. But to be fair, I just haven't seen that much Medusa recently.
Yeah, when we do, it's support Medusa.
Yeah.
Including some of those high-level pubs and Boxy's game. But this is, as you said, certainly core. Currently top of the board right now. So
Oh, yeah.
feeling like old Pake's having a pretty good time.
And look at that, stacks being built too. So she's going to have a nice little piggy bank to go back to in the later stages. Of course, the big question mark is going to be, will Crit be free to just focus fire her down with the Diffusal Blade? Troll obviously will be able to do some pretty good damage, but he's going like more the Maelstrom route. It feels like this is really Wind Ranger's game to try and shut her down if possible.
Yeah, and that was something you brought up when we were talking about during the draft, is like, if they do that, if they go for this focus fire build with the Diffusal, like, that puts a huge target on Crit's back. And then how much can anyone else target the Medusa? If Troll has this Gleipnir, doesn't have the same itemization, if the Wind Ranger's dead, how much of a problem will Dusa become?
Lose. Onto Snake King, pop an ulti. Overgrowth is there. They make the move over from Malrine, and well, this is love to be a kill without the coil, but they end up dropping it. Okay. Not what I was fully anticipating.
Oh, and now, El Micho. He's not able to get Malrine. Stampede.
Chase, right onto him. Good damage. He went for the dive forward, and well, Malrine is going to get punished for that one as they chase down and kill the puck. On the other side, though, Dusa starting to fall low, but the boat comes in. The damage mitigation. Decides to walk forward, finds the kill onto Snake King, and now Skeeter, he's in trouble. Lumpy's right on top of him, looks for the Tidebringer connection. X marks the spot after the torrent. He misses on that torrent. X comes back off cooldown. Now with Vitaly nearby, they're going to be able to find the Stomp double edge and the kill.
Well, and they're going to get out with the Stone Gaze as well. Pig takes the exit route to the right. In your face, he says.
Jeez.
Backing away. I mean, what have we become? We have Arcane Boots, Maelstrom, Troll, Warlord. He deserved to die, frankly.
Wait. Wait, excuse me? That's gross.
Yeah.
Not a fan. It was like the Drow Null Talisman the other
Carry
day.
players just have one build now.
Yeah.
Like an Arcane Boots and Gleipnir. They don't even look at their hero.
Oh, it's really gross. But you know what? That's what Dota's about. Just trying new stuff. Living your life out there in the world. Blade Milk Uncle walks high ground, says, yeah, you want to battle? Want to do something, Skinner? Eat another boat, why don't you? Moves with the chase, finds him right there in the stomp. Ooh. This is not the start that Falcons thought they were going to get. My God.
No, they're coming in here, taking these stacks right away from him. I love how Moose has this, like, 2 points as well in the dispos. Like, even though it's not that much of a difference, but just that little bit extra damage rate doubles the dispos early. He's been super active and aggressive. His Medusa doesn't get the sidekicks or anything early on the laning stage. They didn't try and, like, boost that up. It's just, I'm going to be moving this game. That's been the plan, and it's working out really well for them. 3K lead.
I think it's really cool seeing...
Crit, though, in behind. So they will not get a double Wisdom Rune this time.
Right.
Good sneak away there.
Heads up play, that's needed. If you get double Wisdom at 14, it's pretty rough. So yeah, seeing that they have already come on in and stolen that one away, just gonna have to let it go. Does get a power shot on his way out. But yeah, Manta done on Dusa now. Spamming out the waves. We'll see how they do over this next couple of minutes. But this 4K gold lead being built by Discos, and the fact that Skitter keeps dying, he's bottom of the cores right now.
Yeah. That is not a great look for the Troll Warlord here. And of course, at least it is the Maelstrom into the Gleipnir, so this isn't your Battle Fury Troll who's like in total disaster mode.
Right.
Well, I guess you could look at it 2 ways. Because now when this Gleipnir comes out, are they actually going to be ready to fight, or would it have been better to just be Battle Furying away forever?
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, so far it's not looking good. I mean, if Medusa's getting into her next item, you're in some real trouble, and it will happen if you keep on finding these kills and find Skitter again! The Flame Break pushback, Lasso will beat... Oh wait, he doesn't have mana.
No,
All right, but they got the X, it doesn't matter. They find and kill again, this Troll going down. 2, 3, and 5, not where he wants to be. And the reality is, like, you've got this Wind Ranger that needs a Diffusal Blade to be relevant in this fight. Still a little ways away from that being done.
Yeah, it's coming up soon. I mean, soon is, I guess, 1,000 gold recipe is a little painful these days, but that will be the next plan here. I mean, you have Doom Midasing away on the side lane, so Falcons, of course, pretty stompy this year over a lot of teams. There's actually not that many games where you're going to find them having to make the comebacks. Team Spirit, they love losing early. Team Spirit are classic. You think of them as like a bit of a Titan of Dota right now, but many times I have seen them in such a similar situation, and I trust them to make that big comeback. Falcons you don't often see here.
Right. They haven't had to be put into that position. And the question is, how do you respond to that type of adversity in the midst of, the road to TI? It's this tournament that you sort of look forward to the entire year. It's a little bit scary at this stage of the game.
And Amar has done the buy Midas, utilize it, sell, just to get your XP bonus, and now he is using that for the pipe.
Okay. There you go. Tier 1 tower going to go down in the mid lane.
They are going to be really dependent. I feel like we said this just yesterday in our other matchup, but they're going to be super dependent on this one fight. When the Gleipnir comes out, they want to have that pipe there. They need everyone to be grouped up. They're going to have to hit all their spells because they have these skill shot abilities like on the Wind Ranger, which have been troublesome earlier on in this game. But they need one super solid fight here.
And they find Amar. This is not the way you want your fight to start. It's going to take one creep before he goes. They're even not saving the lasso, man.
Yeah, no point using it.
Doom? Oh.
Yeah, he's probably dead.
Okay.
Wait, what level's that Doom? 10? Nah, he's fine.
Do some math.
Yeah, he's fine.
Well, that's not good. Trent, that's not good at all.
No, I mean, they're playing a super split game because they kind of have to. They feel like they can't fight them 5v5 right now because the Troll's not ready. So they're just spread it all over the map, but they do have pick-off potential, right? You have this Blinking Centaur, you got Stampede, you got Marcy, who's been pretty aggressive this game, and then a Batrider, who now has Blink Dagger.
Right. When you look up top there was a nice little Observer Ward nestled between 2 sentries of Falcons that was not found, which scouted Skinner making the movement up to the other side. So that ward right there giving so much information about where Falcons are on the map.
Yeah, right from the beginning, when El Micho made that rotation through mid and planted the ward in between the tier 1 and the tier 2, they have kept these aggressive observer wards here throughout a lot of this. So not only spotting for these ganks, but they also, when they were trying to recover this game with the earlier rotations, they missed a bunch of them.
And look at this. Skinner, he just, that is the safest farming
I wonder where the
world.
dire carry will be.
And they scanned him out. Do they find him here on this side of it, though? They're going to take a look to the left. He'll show up in just a moment. And there he is. How you doing, sir? Lasso, although Crit now moves in, is he just going to end up being the death of both of them? As Skinner in trouble, Stomp connection gone. And you know what? I mean, they'll probably find that ward, but it's made its money's worth. The third death up there for Skitter.
Bisco's just, they got their number right now. And again, just super aggressive wards right now.
Man, what a performance here. Like we said, you talk about, oh my God, they got him. Yeah, they're all over him. Falcons nowhere to go. Can't even put up a fight right here.
And once again, it's another sentry that just misses the ward. Like consistently over and over again, these wards are just sneaking around here and giving you these free little pickoffs.
Yeah. Beast Coast, having not won a game in the entire group stage, are now on the verge of taking down one of the favorites in the tournament in this game 1 of a best of 3. And now finds Amar. Needs to try and make his escape slowed down from the poisonous volley.
I mean, you got the Gorgon's grasp these days. Where are you gonna go?
There's nowhere left to go. He's blocked in. Amar the blocked as he gets chased, exposed, and killed.
They did lose El Micho at the same time. Malrine picked up a kill.
Nice.
So they get something back on the side of Falcons. All it took was a amplified damage room versus the support, but you get there.
Well, and I guess this is the thing, is that, you know, on the one hand, Falcons don't have to play a ton from behind because they often have like really good laning stages, but they do have a lot of tools here to try and delay the game and wait maybe for that next timing once all of their heroes are online.
Yeah, Malrine has reached the annoying stage where he has Yules and maxed out spells, so he's very tricky to catch. And you're going to have to utilize that a lot now to push out these waves. But that's where the wards are going to come into play again, right? You get these kind of like side lane wards that you look for when people are kind of, they think that they're out of vision because they're like waiting for that next wave, but you've got your eyes on them.
Right.
Probably the next set of vision we'll be looking for here. But it's also 20 minutes, which means 21 minutes coming up very soon here for the Wisdom Rune. So you make this play. Like, this is the ultimate way to stop a game, right? The 20-minute Tormentor Steel plus Wisdom Rune at 21. That's the dream.
Likewise, Falcons trying to get set up on the top side of the map to see if they can maybe secure Beast Coast's Wisdom and try and pressure down this top tier 1 tower. But yeah, of course, if they do decide to make the full move for the Tormentor on Beast Coast, it's hard to replicate that for Falcons over on the other angle.
Yeah, and they're sending Lumpy back.
Okay.
So he's going to get their Wisdom, maybe? Oh, yeah.
Waiting.
He's got a Torrent play here.
Oh, and
Nice
he got some with
Torment.
the silence. Takes him back. This is going to be a hard kill.
Yeah, he doesn't care about the kill. Got the Wisdom.
Stampede. Oh, he doesn't go to his...
Is this really going to work?
I think it's going to work.
Nah, he's fine.
I mean, Coil dropped down, and Malrine. Oh, nice play. Although, Flame Break not pushed back yet. Still in trouble. There it is. They get the Orchid. Second salvo. Boat connects. And just like that, they use the lasso.
Wait.
Malrine.
Yeah, he doesn't have his blink yet.
Oh, nowhere to go. Oh, they're body blocking each other, though. Malrine, getting out of there. Barely. Yes, he does escape. I can't believe it. All right, well, they give him a little bit of a tip. Unfortunately,
wait for it, wait for
it. Does he take down Moose? Moose
No.
gonna live.
Perhaps this is the turning point. Malrine's great escape.
I mean, Skinner just died again. That is a bit of an issue still. He has Gleipnir Arcanes now on the Troll, so, you know, just needs a couple more items.
Just a couple more. I did not come into this game expecting to be looking for the many ways that Falcons could get back into a match.
Right.
Looking forward here.
The right click sort of followed. They were able to chase him for a moment, but it's just going to be a tier 2 tower taken. If you're Beast Coast now, how do you think about trying to sort of close this one out or solidify the advantage that's been built up?
Definitely a no panic and just protect your Dusa, right? Walk behind her. That's one of the best things about Dusa, that she simplifies the game in a lot of ways.
Right.
She's just a stupidly super tanky siege wagon.
That is pretty nice. Cruz catching some waves.
The hardest part is balancing your attempts to kill Puck, because you're going to see this Puck constantly pushing out the side lanes. And so the idea is, how do we balance wanting to punish and kill this Puck?
Oh,
Okay,
God, that was...
that's getting a little spicy. While also protecting our Medusa.
Yeah.
Oh, the Gale Force, okay. That could perhaps help pull the Medusa out of position.
And Crit does have the Diffusal Blade now. Gonna actually go in for a Dragon Lance.
He did have a double bracer queued up after, but decided that might not be necessary. Went for the 2 circlets instead.
One of the problems is that this butterfly is actually about to be done. It's completed. I mean, that's really scary.
So that was a good idea, I gotta say. Butterfly versus Troll Wind Ranger.
Yeah. Yeah, they're gonna be hard to kill. There's no two ways about it. This Aegis could be like the nail in the coffin if they decide to go for it even. I mean, how do you kill this hero if like everybody's around him? Even at high ground, I don't think it's easy because they don't have like displacement heroes on the side of Falcons. It's gonna be a tough game. We'll see how it goes. Centaur has not decided to go all the way in for the Crimson Guard yet, which is a little surprising. Eyeing up a Yules at the moment.
I mean, I don't think they need the damage reduction.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, I'd rather just have the catch potential of the Yules.
Killing couriers. Snaking. Little TP out. Realizing what's going on there. Misho groups with the rest of his squad. Gonna push out this mid lane in just a moment.
Yep. Captain Moose has the gem coming out here. This is like the closeout item. They just want to play behind this Aegis.
Wait a minute.
Secure the map.
Opportunity here. El Misho in a bit too far, and he gets punished. You saw it, by the way. It was like a 9k gold lead a little bit ago. Falcons getting some freedom on the map, and they're starting to close that gap a little bit.
Yeah, and you know they're going to be getting in behind, catching these waves.
Oh,
they
yeah.
will not make this easy for you.
No, it's not a free win from this point forward, even though they have a lot of the tools they need. Still, nothing comes easy. That range creep, I don't know if it's going to get in range. They're going to try and take this wave with them. And it looks like they are eyeing high ground. Okay, even without the Bat Rider, they feel confident in this. Which, fair enough.
It's going to take them a while to get here. But it is a Treant, so, I mean, you can already see the living armor going. You kind of have to commit.
Yeah. No, they if they're making this move, it needs to be a dead tower. Shackle. They're going to use a glyph now. Another wave coming in behind. They do not have the troll in here at all. He's out on the map farming at this point. As the illusions keep on beating it down, doing some mana burn.
Malreen's smoking in behind now with Crit.
They find Snaking. Oh no, you need everything for this fight. And they are not going to get it. Malreen tries to take down El Misho. Good damage out there, but he's still living.
Nice pipe.
And look, I mean, Deuce is still just standing there.
Yeah. People are fighting. Big one mind, one plan here.
So the buildings start to fall, and Beast Coast come in with the perfect answer in this Medusa. Now the lasso connects onto Amar. Gonna get stunned. Gorgon Grass goes out. It's more than enough damage. He is out of there. And now with creeps in the base, why do you have to leave? There's no reason. 2.5 minutes left on Aegis.
Yeah, they got to clear this wave.
This is not gonna happen quickly enough. The wave up top still stands.
I mean, that wagon's just beating away.
Yeah, they're hanging out. It's having a good time. It's the catapult onto the Wind Ranger effigy as a symbol of everything that's been done here today so far. A smoke up. Can they do anything? They still have Focus Fire Diffusal Blade, but it's an Aegis that they have to contend with, and a Butterfly. Lumpy, he's rapping to join with the rest of them. Snake King thinking about walking forward here. Moves Tally nearby. They find the Kunkka. Pops the pipe, turns, stomp, not going to connect. They have the latch of the Shackle. Boat still at the ready. They have everything if they need to use it. The Doom is down onto the Marcy. Not a terrible play there, but they do get the Gorgon's Grasp connection. It's going to be Marcy all the way dead. Do they have any more? Stomp, Stampede, all the way forward onto Amar.
Buyback from Moose.
Trying to get out of there. Got to be careful. Oh, good torrent connection. The boat is going to land. And now Skidder jumps forward, finds him. That's Lumpy dead. An opportunity here with the lasso down. Skidder's still out in no man's land. He is going to get whittled to death. And with 2 heroes dead, 1 on each team, it looks like finally Beast Coast might play a little bit safe here.
Yeah, 1 minute left here on the Aegis. They got some good picks there on the side of Falcons, of course, but it costs you a couple things. Death of the Troll, buyback on the Treant. You force a buyback out of the Marcy, but You're not getting these big kills. Like, you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to attack the surrounding cast of the Medusa, and Pick recognizes that. That's why he's gone for the Scythe. Because he knows he's already indestructible.
Right.
He has the Butterfly. Can't really kill him. He's got enough damage. Just wants to make sure that they don't just blow up his allies. So has this Scythe to essentially protect anyone around him who tries to get jumped by the puck.
Now, there is going to be another scary window here as the Aegis is coming closer. I mean, you can still die on this Medusa. It's possible without the Aegis. See if Falcons decide to make the move as Troll is respawning. Kunkka still a little ways
Here comes
away.
Crit, level 12.
Shackle, gonna latch.
He wants to save it for post
In.
Aegis.
10 seconds left on this Aegis, and with that, are they gonna chase? Oh, it's a little bit too scary. There's so many creeps in the base.
Yeah, they know their limits on Beast Coast. Well done.
Okay, they're smoking and gonna run back in. I mean, if they get a pick off, it's awesome. Snaking, an opportunity to catch one. Stampede jumps in, finds a more. There's the Gleipnir, now the stomp onto two, trying to do the damage. It's not quite enough. Managed to find a Shackle latch. Amar getting lower and lower. Is going to eventually die. Snaking gets the overgrowth. They push them under the tier 4 towers, but it doesn't look like it matters, although maybe with a buyback there's an opportunity. And she's going down, no Aegis. Medusa dead. That is what they needed. That's what they were waiting for. Moose is going to die too. They went in too far. Vitaly trying to get his buddy out of there, and it's just going to be enough damage to take down that Kunkka. 3 dead for 1. Falcons managed to hold off this high ground.
You could see the hesitation. Elmisha wasn't going to go.
Yeah.
He was not going to jump. He was like, okay, we can maybe get a cheeky pick top because you know someone's going to come and clear that wave. They're going to think we're gone. And Elmisha goes to the high ground and backs. But then Vitaly pops the Stampede, and he's like, well, we popped Stampede.
Right.
I guess I have to go in. And then he goes for the lasso, immediately gets Gleipnir. First time him's useful in the entire game. And that's what forces this fight.
Man, what a close one. And again, you know, you can see if the Medusa runs out of mana, if you don't have that Aegis, there's an opportunity here. This Focus Fire just ripped her to shreds too.
To be fair, the mana was already gone.
Oh, yeah.
Point is, Crit just kind of got forced off to the side.
Man. Well, a big win there, cutting this lead down, but the question is, has there been too much damage already done by Beast Coast? You're down with no more tier 3 towers, there's only one set of racks left. I mean, certainly, if Beast Coast managed to get another Aegis, it's going to be Megas.
Yeah.
There's almost no way that doesn't happen. So the question is, can they contest that?
Now, there is a chance that this, like, if it's a max Roche, it might not be bottom.
Okay.
But you can pretty much bet that it will be bottom. It's extremely likely it's going to be on the bottom Roche. So you could definitely just, like, set this up with the vision. Like,
right.
come you know, a minute from now, start prepping your vision. Because, yeah, I would say Aegis is the win condition here for Beast Coast.
Level 20 on Medusa, and very far ahead of everybody else, but is a hero that has these limitations. The mana, once it runs out, you die pretty freaking quickly. Vitaly does almost have the Crimson Guard completed, but the lead has been cut down to just 6,000 gold. You can see that swing that happens. Still a very strong lead built by Beast Coast. Can they close this game out? Oh my god, was that a Monkey King bar? What the heck? Crit is
he
huge.
needs it, yeah.
Okay. I mean, that changes a lot. Yeah, now, I don't know, like, can she, like, alone solo Dusa if there's nobody else nearby?
If he can get to her, he can't
I guess
solo
there's
her,
hacks,
but he
yeah.
can do a lot in terms of, like, if he hits the Shackle, he can definitely do a lot to her mana pool.
Yeah. Well, veteran Crit gonna need to make it done here on the big stage. See if he can find it in combination with the rest of the squad. But it's a smoke up now.
Oh, it's a pretty quick Roche as well here. If they get a pick and go back to check, they might find it, but it's a smoke from Falcons here to the east. Pake's gonna walk right into them.
Oh, jump, chase! Force Staff, getting him away. Focus Fire, everything available, but they can't quite get him. Medusa very, very low, already doomed. Crit wants to target. Can they bring him down quite in time? All the mana gone in the world, but they get the extra control. Skinner chased down, and Medusa is dead again! The rest of the team, they don't have anything to do damage in the rest of this fight. Falcons, they might have found the perfect opportunity here as they take down the Medusa away from her squad.
You're
and
never
that's
out,
3
man.
dead.
You're never out when Doom's in the game.
What?
The 4 protect 1 versus the Doom. They're so dependent on this Medusa having a good fight and just... I mean, he even had the sense to, like, Manta and send them up, but that almost made it worse.
Yeah.
Because they're like, oh, well, that's the real Medusa. Instantly, we know there's one Dispel down.
God.
She's not going to have that. The Roche was fast. Now it goes to Falcons. The win condition's out the window. And, I mean, it was just free. You know, he holds the scythe till Crit shows up, manages to get him within in a second here, but then it doesn't really end up mattering.
I know. It's just way too much. The rest of the team was not there in time to help him out, and
They just swarm her.
the overgrowth that came out there at the end, too. I mean, you gotta find a way to keep her alive. This game has been looking so good, but I mean, it kind of doesn't matter all these racks down and dead now if you can't win a fight. And in fact, I mean, Falcons, they now have the gold lead. I'm not seeing what's stopping them. How do you
a
win
fight
from
that's
here?
not that disastrous? There's still problems, right? Like, there's still some problems. Troll doesn't have MKB.
True.
You know, if this Medusa isn't doomed immediately and swarmed by the entire enemy team, the fight will probably go better for Beast Coast. But yes, now there's an Aegis on this Troll, so some other problems have now arisen.
Yeah,
And find some good solutions here if you're Beast Coast.
Skinner still does like no damage, it feels like. Like, look at this. It's really close to the end there. But nonetheless, time will tell. We're going to see an Aghanim Scepter coming out for Lumpy.
Oh, did he actually finish it?
He has 3 components of it.
Ah, I see. Hey, he's been thinking about that a lot.
Trying to race moves to the Wisdom. Okay. And just like that, it was a big couple of changes that have happened over the last couple of minutes. We can listen in now to what was going on in those pivotal moments.
Look at that here.
He's almost low mana. He's really low mana.
I ult him, guys. Get him.
They're going me. Dusha's almost dead. They're getting out, guys. They're getting out. Mark should TP out.
I'm helping
Or
this Mars.
Kanka TP out. Help Skeeter. Or stay after, guys. He's fine.
I'll get him.
Nice.
One person
Nice,
defend
nice.
base, rest of us
Yeah,
need to
that's
do
go
rush.
base. That's go base. Run base.
You can see right there, just all of the emphasis coming in was all about that Deuce in those fights. And then afterwards, it's like, all right, help Skinner.
Yeah, Crit. He's like, help, help.
One of those moments, though, that changes everything. All it takes, those couple of pickoffs. Daedalus now done.
Yeah, Daedalus is finished. The Eggs is finished and complete, delivered to the Kunkka. So they have some opportunities for the big Wombo combo. And, you know, recognizing how important the split push was, Malrine did pick up that Aeon Disc a while back. So being able to just catch all these waves, split it out, that means that they're pretty unlikely to catch him and get the punish. And Falcons can pretty much force the fact that it's going to be an Aegis fight, you know? Like, I don't think you're going to be able to pick off this puck and feel like you have a good numbers advantage. It feels like it's, if you want to go for a battle right now as Beast Coast, it's probably going to be 5v5.
Right. No, absolutely. And I realistically, they're calling like they want to go down that lane.
I mean, I think you can. I do think they're strong enough. Like, if they can actually just force that lane, right? Because, like, look where the creeps are top, right? They actually have sort of an opportunity here. And it's really hard to get the creeps in this position. They can try and push the creeps up and see if they can force somebody to come out that's not Puck to maybe get a pick with the bat. I think it's probably your best bet.
I mean, I guess that is the other dynamic here, too, right? Is that, I mean, it doesn't, I'm not sure if they're actually going to go for it now. It looks like they're just pushing out the lane. But I do kind of wonder, like, you want to take the safest route possible of, like, waiting out this Aegis and then making the go. But I do also wonder, like, if you wait long enough where Troll finishes this MKB, if you wait long enough where Amar gets one more item, are you fighting from a position that's, like, impossible to win a fight at that stage?
I actually think they're trying to force it before that. I think they want to fight, like, now.
Yeah.
I don't think that waiting's going to do you much good. I'd rather fight Aegis Troll than MKB Troll.
Yeah.
Because maybe there's a chance your Medusa. Maybe you could argue that if the Troll's on the Medusa anyway, it's going to be a bad time. I don't know, because, you know, she still has the miss opportunities, right? And she only has the Manta.
Right.
So maybe she just can't swing the whole fight anyway if Troll gets on top of her.
I mean, they're in position right now. Wonder how much that they can get done as the creeps are already towards the tier 4s. These illusions go out. All Falcons retreat back. It seems that they are just going to wait it out. We'll see if it comes back to bite them. I mean, already there's a couple of, moments in this game that as Beast Coast you're going to be regretting and looking back on, regardless of what the outcome is. That high ground dive that came out with the Stampede is definitely one that they're going to be thinking about. Just need to make sure they don't make any more.
Malrine slippery escape.
Oh, yeah.
A few key moments in this one.
I mean, that's the thing. You're playing against one of the best teams in the world. Any mistake that comes out, they're going to punish. Tier 4 neutrals, though. Ogre Seal Totem, taken by Moose, who, in his own right, Marcy can do some good damage, even though it's the lowest net worth hero in the game.
Yeah. No BKB, though, so
Right.
that does make it a little bit tough.
See that steady decline in terms of that green line.
Still a big Dusa believer, though, Dota Plus.
Yeah.
78%. Malrine's almost 25, though. Might be by the time this fight actually happens.
Smoke. They have a creep wave mid. Are they just going to walk high ground? I mean, Medusa Illusions are going to push it first. Maybe wait and see if anybody TPs back to defend against this. Or they just go for it. The TPs are going to take too long. I think they're going to go for it.
Yeah, they're just going to try and get the Megas. All right, I like this.
This is a bold play.
Anyone else? Team, help.
Going. Just step forward with the Medusa. That's one down.
I mean, they have the glyph, but they don't even force it, unfortunately.
Okay, so it's just the range racks they got.
But hey, no one died.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
I'm definitely counting that as a win, I think.
Oh, yeah.
If you're Beast Coast. You get up there, sure, you give a lot of farm away to the other side, Puck gets 25, Coil pierces immunity. Guess what? Medusa doesn't have a BKB. Real carries don't buy it.
Do you know what I'm more worried about than even the Troll MKB? It's this crit BKB that's almost done. That's real scary.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to force the lasso, it feels like.
Yeah.
He's only level 16, so he doesn't have the full attack speed.
Okay.
Of the 500 with the diffusal,
But he's farming. He's staying out there. On the map. Skeeter down to a 6-second BKB. Crit gets his delivered. It will be 9. Now, do they decide to go again? Pipe, Crimson, Medusa with Butterfly, a lot ready. They're going to send out the illusions first. Lasso finds one. Not a bad one to get. Snaking in trouble. Snaking dead. Does have buyback. Buyback status, it's on everybody except for Crit and Moose.
Can't quite get him there. A little status resistance.
Thinking, chasing. Amar looking for a wraparound now. Gotta be wary of this.
Yeah, they have that buyback on snaking, so.
He's smoked up. Moose, Glimmer Cape breaks the smoke. They see him. Now gotta be careful. Run away. Jump forward, wants to find him. Do they have it? The coil, it's already used, and now the focus fire, it's gonna come out soon. Already down to about only a quarter of mana, but the damage being done is so insane. Where is the creeps? But they get stunned. The bash was there right at the moment. Crit coming in, trying to take him down. Malrine pulls everybody in closer, but Medusa, that's the buyback. Now Yule Scepter lift up onto Crit, trying to chase him down. The stomp doesn't quite connect in time, but now they have enough for the finish. That's 2 dead, no buyback. And with Medusa coming back in, they look to end this right now. The Hex is there, in your face, Beast Coast. It was getting a little bit dicey, but eyes on the prize. They're going straight for the tier 4s. Buyback from the Puck. Are they going to be dissuaded from going any further? Tier 4 is ready. That's the glyph now. Now they back away to go get Megas, or they're just going to try and end it, I think.
Amar selling items. He's trying to get the refresher. He sells enough for it.
He gets the refresher.
Hurry, Courier.
The facet. Get back to base. They needed a time. Silence is there. Roche getting lower and lower. Yule Scepter lift up. He's still fine for the moment, trying to move in and find anybody, but the Hex was there. He doesn't get it off in time to do him. It's not quite coming out. The boat is used. The base is exposed. Everybody focuses it down, and GG is called. Beast Coast win an upset in game number 1.
Oh, they've got to feel so good about that right now. Yeah, okay. It got a little spicy, but you know why it got spicy? Because they had the courage to go for a little bit of a wild play. And in the end, they take the win, and Falcons.
Oof.
Ooh, not often you come back to the camera and you see this. Although, to be fair, they kind of look like this when they win anyway. But still, that is not the winning Falcons roster right there.
That is definitely not, as they take the L in this one. Game number 1. It's a 3-game series. We'll see if the coach can get them back on their feet. In the meantime, Beast Coast, they're feeling good as we head back to the panel.
That was a very intense end to game number 1 there. Everyone hoarding around the throne. It was really intense. Good comeback, though, for the small amount that it did matter, Jenkins, for Falcons after such a rough start to this game. All the lanes kind of going not their way.
Yeah, they almost did it, but I think what we saw was the call to doom the Medusa and then crit with the Diffusal Blade and MKB. They're like, okay, let's just pop everything on Pyke. He is the sole proprietor of Beast Coast. He's the reason that they're winning this game. They're all rallying around him, but I love the call at the end that Beast Coast did once they threw. Fear, I know you're going to have a lot to say about the throwing of SA Dota and your experience with Thunder Predator, but the call to go high ground with Medusa buyback, knowing that if the focus fire is used and Medusa buys back, that they can end the game because there's no focus fire. I mean, they did get a bunch of kills at the end there, and they probably would have won regardless of the focus fire being down, but I do genuinely think if Crit cannot kill Dusa, Pyke is not going to die. So that was a beautiful call. Whoever made that call, MVP for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I mean, it was this fight right here specifically. I was very confused because, yeah, they dove after getting the mid-racks there, died, Medusa died, and then this fight happened. I was like, oh no, not again, where a team that is having a great lead just throws it away, and this is not a great fight. I was not a fan of why are they fighting here? Roshan is bottom lane, right? They should be setting up their wards defensively, baiting Falcons into them, and then taking that fight and going for Rosh. But they lose this fight, then they lose Roshan, and then it's like, okay, Falcons, you got us. You were, playing dead for a little bit in this game, but now you're going to play serious and you're going to lose on Beast Coast. But luckily, Beast Coast, even with all that happening, finally rallied the troops, did a nice smoke through the mid lane. Took that tier 1, the range barracks with that smoke, and then just kind of camped down there until they had their buybacks up and took this last fight of the game, and they ultimately end up taking it. I think El Misho getting Snaking at the beginning of that fight was pretty critical for this because they killed Snaking immediately, and then Falcons decided to fight when Snaking was dead, and they just didn't have that route for that fight, and they have the buyback on Dusa, and then it's just game over.
Yeah, normally what I feel like we praise Falcons for, especially for their supports, is having this convincing, or they're sure that, okay, we buy back and we just go in. It didn't really happen, and so there was a little bit of a lag towards this team fight winter that ultimately did end in the loss for Falcons and the win for Beast Coast. But you all favored their draft too. You thought maybe it was a little bit even, a 50-50 on the draft, and it was down to how they execute it. But when I look at it now in hindsight, it felt like Beast Coast really had the one up in the draft.
I mean, not really 50-50 though. I felt like they had the easier draft to execute, especially like we saw how powerful again Kunkka is. I can't imagine this hero being last picked again, This hero should be in the early phases, either pick or ban right away. I think this hero just does way too much. And on top of it, I didn't really like how they switched the Wind Ranger to a support. I felt like if you committed to Wind Ranger, you have a Treant in the game, you just need to be confident. Because you pick those two heroes together to kind of deal with the Blade Mail and the Retaliate from Centaur. And then in the end, I don't know what's the thought process. They decided, okay, maybe that's not good, after they see the Medusa, and they decided to, pick another carry, which I also felt like it was weird, because Tro is not really that great against Medusa later in the game, He's okay early, and maybe if you do better in the lane, but he also didn't do well in his lane. He also lost his lane.
Yeah.
I'm going to say, does Troll beat Centaur in lane? Because I feel like this is also another run at you and slowly poke you.
I feel like with Treant you should though.
Type hero.
With Tro and Treant, you should.
Really, don't you just go 2 points of retaliate, triple bracer, or two bracer chainmail?
I mean, I feel like Centaur can always win any lane with the right support matchup, right? But I think melee heroes have the hardest against Centaur because you get double edge spam. So I think you should be able to win that lane just because, as you mentioned, you're laning with the Treant Protector, and it should be able to give you that sustain. But I do want to say, I want to highlight the Well, of course, Centaur here, he did really good in this particular game. I liked his itemization with the Yules. Whenever you play against Troll, he's anti-Troll, right? He has the Crimson Guard, he's got the Yules on top of that, and we also saw the Kunkka just building as well, like the Aghanims with the Rum debuff. He just made his team really hard to kill. And this Troll, you mentioned it before in the post-game, this is like a Dream Crimson game, and we saw this Troll have very little impact in these team fights.
He didn't get Ags until super late. It was like Gleipnir BKB. I'm not even sure if he finished the game with the Ags. So the Ags would dispel the Crimson Guard. My bad. Yeah. So it's, but he didn't feel like, so he didn't have Ags. So given the other heroes in the game and how the game was going, he felt like he needed the Gleipnir and the BKB. I mean, any game where you're behind, you need a BKB. You're not running into a fight.
Even against Bear Rider, I think it's quite common to get Ags because you don't want to be dragged around in the fight with the sticky napalm, the flame break.
I just don't think it's particularly good against Medusa. Like you're some spellcasting, spamming hero against Medusa who loves to get these wand charges. It's just not that great.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight the supports on Beast Coast a little bit as well, because bot lane we saw Moose end up getting a nice rebound and getting first blood onto Crit. When I think of Falcons in general, I generally think of like Crit and Amar always winning their lane, Amar always being top net worth, but they lose that lane, and Almisho also makes rotation down there to continue to keep them down in the laning stage. And I feel like if you shut down Amar, like that's already a great path to victory, because he's normally like almost every single game I watch, if they're winning, Amar's like #1 net worth in the game, out of control. Doom is no exception for that. So I think these guys like had not only a good strategy, but they played it incredibly well too. These supports really held it together in that early game.
Yeah, I can tell you, Amar is like after the game, I don't want Wind Ranger in my lane anymore. I mean, it's hard, that lane it's not like the strongest lane. And if they're going on Doom, like I feel like if I'm a melee offlaner, I want a support in the lane that either has some stun or something to protect me. Power shot, it's okay. You can kind of slow them, but it's not very reliable when they're diving in, they're TPing in, the Bat Rider in, like there's nothing much you can do to protect him, apart from just run away and just let him die.
It's no hoodwink, that's for sure.
I also think about, Jenkins, when you're talking about this Falcons draft, you said they're almost a lineup that wants to poke a little bit or try and like bait out some spell usage from the side of Beast Coast, disengage and then re-engage a little bit. But it was really hard to do that when Beast Coast had the lockdown of the Centaur and the displacement of the Marcy, and then you had the Gorgon's Grasp now, and like they just had so much. And it's like on the side of Falcons, you have the Overgrowth, which is a long cooldown, almost 2 minutes, and then Coil.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think Beast Coast team was better at doing that, because it's like, yeah, okay, you Coil, you Overgrowth, you Doom, all these things are placed down, all of a sudden you Kunkka Boat, there's the Rum buff for the duration of these spells, you Centaur ulti, you leave, both cooldowns are down, but then the team who has the item advantage is obviously going to win the team fight here. And the reason that Beast Coast had the item advantage, I completely agree with Fear and want to go off of that point. I love seeing Moose on Marcy. I think that he looks the best when he's on roaming heroes. I'm just going to lay all the cards on the table here. Moose is a 4-player. He's not a 5. He switched to 5 for this team. He's always been a 4-player, and he's an exceptional 4-player. So I really like to see him on heroes that can rotate and be active. They do really well when he's Enchantress. They do decent when he's like SD. I don't want to see him on a Treant. I'd love to see him on Marcy. This is traditionally it's a very 4-style hero. Clockwork, I think he'd look very good on. So I just feel like in this game, they have figured out something that works for them. And I'm interested to see if Beast Coast is just powered on now, and if we get a very competitive game
Speaking of Treant, do you like seeing snaking on?
I was going to say, it was the first time as well for Falcons playing Treant Protector in this tournament.
It's kind of funny too, because I played with snaking for a long time, and my read on him, even though he played odd roles, is he was always an offlaner, right? Who played many different roles.
One up from the 4.
Yeah, an offlaner, right?
It's how it works, honestly.
And then when he came into the scene as a POS 5, he often played heroes that got farmed very easily, Maranas, Enchantresses, these type of heroes. Treant doesn't do that for him either. No. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like Insania is like that type of 5, right? That doesn't mind having little net worth sitting behind.
He's a true 5.
Playing slow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
6 position.
Yeah. I was surprised that Enchantress went untouched in this draft, actually, for game number 1. No team wanted to pick it up. No one banned it either. It just kind of flew under the radar.
It might change next game. I feel like, especially for Falcons, they're definitely going to rethink their early game strat. The support duo,
so.
They need to put a lot more pressure. They need to have stronger lanes, like Fear mentioned. I feel like this hero is very likely going to return in the next game.
Are we wrong about Treant, guys?
Not true.
I've always
Are we
been right.
wrong?
No.
I'm right. I've always been
No.
right about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I
feel
mean,
like
okay,
the-
so here's my opinion on Treant Protector. It would be
Okay.
nice.
I think you have to be a
nice.
tree player to play it.
Yeah, I don't want to hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's
Pretty much,
my
like,
opinion.
Tree's a very hard hero to play, right?
Thank you.
Like it's an easy hero, but it's very difficult. It's very easy to grief your team as a Treant Protector. You have to know exactly how to play this hero without ruining the game for your team, because you can just be AFK very easily on this hero and not be in the right places. And if you're not in the right place on the right time on this hero, because you have that invisibility, oh, I can be so deep on the map playing by myself. Like that's just not the right way to play it most of the time. So this hero is not easy to play map-wise, especially at this level of
I
competition.
mean, one thing to note, right, when you're looking at a Treant player and whether you want to know that he knows to play the hero, it's like you look at the middle game, and when everybody is farming, is he actually always far away from his team? Because I feel like if the Treant player is good, he's always trying to look for information. If the Treant player is not really sure what he needs to do, he's always going to be near his team, like just maybe a little bit of ahead, and not really exactly trying to scout the enemy team. Like you're always trying to stand at the edge of a tree and you're trying to look for rotations. I think that is like a
But
sign
I like
of,
my position 5 to break smokes too. You know?
yeah, you're gonna do that naturally if you're trying to constantly look for information.
Yeah, as long as you're ahead, but not on the opposite side of the map of
Yeah.
like your team. 'Cause
Yeah.
that's where I see most tree players. They're just like,
No, I
Hey,
feel like
I'm
even if
far
you're
away.
behind,
I don't
you
think
should
that's-
also be across the map. You should try to look for something. Because if you're behind and you're also in the base with your team, you're not exactly doing much. as
You know, I think if you're going to have a greedy 4, you can't have
Yeah, that-
Treant
that's
as your
true.
only, like, quote-unquote support, the one that's building support items. Because he wants to go so much more, and it's like, okay, but is he still going to really be able to get maybe the greaves you wanted because none of your other cores or support wants to buy it? He's still going to get the 4 stuff so you can get in, or a blink dagger or something like that to be able to have anything impactful with your spells.
We've done it again. We've talked.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just-
Well, this was Fear's fault, actually.
That was your idea.
Three
Okay.
Treant players and a Treant hater. So
Let's go back to the game, to the series overall. The biggest question that I have in the forefront of my mind right now is it's a best of 3. Crit put out a tweet a couple days ago because they topped the group. They had pick, and he said he actively did not want to pick Beast Coast. He would never actively pick another South American team. And for people who don't know the backstory, back in TI11, the last iteration of EG and Dota, was they picked Thunder Awaken. They got 2-0'd by them, went down, got beaten again by another South American team, and eliminated from TI. So I wonder if he's got a little bit of PTSD. Maybe the vibes right now in Falcons aren't so great. He's like, South America is going to do it to me again for another year here on the road to the International.
I think just generally
Is that why he suggested to play Wind Ranger 4?
that was
That was exactly it.
That was a low blow.
Yeah.
I think
Can we
just
remove him from the panel?
generally in SA teams at TI,
Yeah.
they don't mess around. Like they're consistently much better on LAN at TI than other regions are. And Fear, we talked about it. You think part of it is because they do actually mess around. Like they don't care as much. They don't feel the pressure as much as some of these other regions.
Yeah, I mean, it's like very difficult to like know exactly, but I think the way they play just doesn't change no matter the situation, right? So it could be an unserious qualifier. They'll play the same there as if they're playing and, you know, a TI qualifier, it might be. And I feel like when the nerves get to a lot of these teams, it feels like these SA teams just kind of shrug it off and still play their own style, and they don't get affected as much by it.
Yeah, a lot of
course, case
teams
by case.
during TI, they actually play a lot safer and they draft a lot more stable. They don't really maybe try to pick heroes that they feel like it's good, but they rather choose the more stable and more team fight, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
East
team
Coast
fight.
woke up this morning and they're like, they got in this game. Are we in a pub or, you know, are we in a competitive game right now? Who knows? You know, they're gonna play the same.
The exact same heroes, the exact same play style for themselves, whether it's their warm-up pub or an official here. But game number 2, draft. For Beast Coast, their 2 bans are still the same. On the side of Falcons, though, Nature's Prophet was in that pool that they wanted to take out. And now I wonder if they want to leave that open for Skitter to potentially pick up, or if they are okay if Beast Coast want it. Just kidding. I'm going to stop talking.
I just want to see a Conca or first pick right away.
Okay.
That's the true test. Like, it first started where everyone was picking Wind Ranger, and then started getting banned. Lena was always banned. Now we don't see Lena banned or picked at all. Wind Ranger is getting banned or picked a lot more. This Conca is getting last picked somehow. I think in further series down the road, we're going to see Kunkka sneak his way into like the early bans for sure. But then we're going to see teams start experimenting with, what if we just first pick this hero? Is this hero that good? And if it works, it's just going to be perma ban.
I mean, Falcons has done it, and
Yeah,
it
alright.
worked out great for them. So they are.
We need more of a sample size, I think.
Yeah, sure, but you know, they are playing right now. Maybe they'll realize after giving it to Beast Coast in the last phase that that's
So what is
potentially
the
a mistake.
answer to Kunkka? Timber?
Well, I think they like to pick the Tusk because of the
Into the
Drinking
cup.
Buddies. Snowball is a save for if someone looks like they're going to get maybe perma-stunned or really locked down and so it gets taken out.
Oh no, it's not the Kunkka. It's the Doom.
Yeah, so that one's going to be a swap up. Both these teams like the Doom as their opener. Falcons had it for game 1, Beast Coast now for game number 2.
I mean, I wonder if they're going to ban the Medusa, because we all know Skeeter, he loves buying arcane boots as a carry. And Medusa's the best hero to buy arcane boots on as a carry. And also good versus a Doom, and they just lost to a Medusa with a Doom. So I don't think you pick it right now. You could, but
yeah,
they're
first
probably
pick would
going
be suspect.
Oh man.
This hero is also good versus Doom. Pretty much when you think of Doom, you want to play a hero that just pops some abilities that even if you get doomed are just going to still persist.
you don't
so
care.
you link, you press R, you know, these TBs, they press meta, stuff like that. Like, you don't really care if you get doomed, or if you get doomed, you're still going to do a lot of damage, and Razor does fulfill that. Most
There's a lot of
likely
places this Razor can go as well for the side of Falcons.
it can, but I feel like against a Doom, it makes the most sense to put it as a carry.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know if the mid Razor is really thriving.
Are you a
right now.
fan of like a position 4 Doom? Like when you pick Doom early and you see the enemy making some adjustments to counter your lane. Like, do you think that moving it to the 4 role is
I just
smarter?
don't. I feel like that type of strategy is almost dead, where you're just like overly flexing heroes. I feel like these players are just.
I thought you were making a joke about how they moved Wind Ranger from
No,
1
no,
to
it
4.
actually happened in the group
and they
stage.
lost, right?
Okay.
Like, that's
Yes.
my point. Like
That's
these,
what I thought Winter was leading to.
these players are just
But no.
so good right now at these meta heroes that they have a strategy to make it work no matter what they're playing against, instead of like the old days where we would just start shifting pieces around to confuse your opponent
Right.
and just win by strategy like that. That type of strategy, generally speaking, as we saw last game, isn't working as well as just like being the master of like this hero, knowing how to play in every situation. And that's exactly what Falcons does in general. Like,
Yeah, they
can play it in
invented
any
that meta.
situation. They did, yeah.
And it looks like Beast Coast also believes that. They ban out the Luna, so they think that it's going to be a Razor mid or a Razor off lane.
Is Razor mid good though right now? That, I don't really.
Depends on matchup, I think.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
only good
offlane I
in,
believe in, sure.
he's only good in specific lanes.
It is usually Malrine or Amar playing this hero for Falcons, and Beast Coast believes that as well. Kunkka ban. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Take
I
up-
agree with that, but like, have they been playing much Razor this tournament?
Amar. is
Played
the
it
only
once
one.
on
They
him.
always go back to it, it feels like, every tournament,
Yeah.
even when it's a bad hero.
Because
they'll-
it's a hero that overlaps with a couple of their players.
Yeah.
The hero pool, so it's always going to be on their
I
radar.
mean, I always made the running joke that,
They also didn't win with it, by the way.
yeah, they didn't. Skeeter in the past has loved playing Razor. Like, he loves this hero. But then he got on a team with Malrine and Amar, and he just never got to play the
No,
hero.
he doesn't play it.
Hey, he's played it twice this year in officials. It was at
Good for him.
PPL
Yeah.
Balahia.
I'm making a bold call here. Just needs
When
to
they
play.
had a substitute.
Clock Razor,
Razor.
that's pretty
Yeah.
strong. That's a pretty
good.
strong lane.
They're setting up for this Doom, I think, in the safe lane.
So do you need like some Rubik here to lift the clock away to protect the Doom if you want Doom to be off lane? Or some way to protect him. You need like some way to deal with this clock and
Jakiro.
Jakiro?
Double hit the cogs.
Oh my god.
Okay, sure.
What is it not?
That's pretty good.
You can actually get kind of farm just farming cogs. You legitimately can.
I don't know why you're laughing at it.
It's just such a goofy counter.
Yeah, it is.
It's a silly innate, but it is very good.
Yeah, I've always loved that.
Snapfire
innate.
too, I guess.
You kill wards faster, you do so many things faster.
Yeah. I think
10 seconds
I like
remaining.
Snap better because you can just low committal like cookie the person out of the
Yeah,
cog.
that's true. Oh no.
Oh god.
This is your hero, Andrew.
Oh god.
How many rapiers does this hero need to be viable?
5. You farm 2 and then lose them, and then farm 2 more, and then kill the guy with the rapiers, and then you get them back. That's usually what I do. But
What about that extra rapier? That was like
10
you
seconds
had 2,
remaining.
lost 2.
there's probably somebody else will buy one because they're like, well, there's already 4 rapiers in the game, and then you get
5
theirs.
seconds.
You know, I would
remaining.
like it if the sniper is going mid and I think Razor's going mid. That I would be okay. But if it's a sniper and Doom,
I'm not so sure about a sniper core against Clockwork. I feel like you've got one of the best backline jumping supports in the game. You ever catch this guy out, he's so dead.
I mean, you do buy Pike, and doesn't the grenade?
Falcons
like,
turn.
yeah,
help
it
you
helps
out?
you.
I
Definitely
don't-
helps. I don't think the matchup is that bad. Like, they're just sure it's annoying, but there are ways to go around it.
This is a really strong draft so far from Falcons.
Yeah.
They have a lot of damage.
Snap, clock.
Yeah, physical damage, magical damage, and it's super long range. Like, Clock hooks in on somebody, yeah, he's gonna die. It's
10
Clockwork, who
seconds
cares?
remaining.
But the Razor can nuke from far, and the Snap can drop the ult on whoever's in the
5
cogs, and they're like
seconds
guaranteed dead, no matter who it is.
Yeah, this pick is pretty exciting for me because it's going to show which 2 players are flexing the Razor. And it's going to be Malrine and Skeeter flexing it. So Amar is taking out the equation for the Razor here. And yeah, so Razor can go mid and carry now. Still think most likely it will be going as a carry, just because it makes a lot of sense to clock Razor lane, right?
Yep.
Snapfire,
10
Centaur
seconds
lane.
remaining.
Don't think you're going to find anything better, so most likely just need Malrine to pick his
5
hero up
seconds
next. But
remaining.
Beast Coast, they also need to pick. Well, we don't know where Sniper's going, but most likely 4 with the Doom, so I'd pick your carry here, I'd say.
I was gonna say, do you think Centaur is a bit of a block pick, like to cover the Lina Windrunner type ranged heroes? Because there's a Marcy
But
again.
can't he just morph? I feel like morph. Oh,
Morph
it's
is
banned.
They banned
Okay,
it.
that's very smart. That would have been the perfect hero.
Yeah. I almost feel like Amar probably would, in an ideal world, want to play something else, but whenever you have this 4th pick in the draft, and then there's the final pick out of this phase, I feel like you have to kind of cover your pick.
I feel like there has to be a gotcha pick here for Beast Coast. Can't really. I mean, Morph obviously is by far the best, but I feel like there's a lot of good options.
Okay, they pick it anyway.
Yeah.
Every time Jenkins is like, well, the Centaur really dissuades the Wind Ranger. The opposite team just picks up the Wind Ranger.
I feel like the Centaur does not dissuade them.
Yeah.
I think you might
At
have to
this
change
point.
the viewpoint of that.
Do you not think that's a conversation that they just had? Like,
10
I mean,
seconds
it's a
remaining.
decent hero against Wind Ranger, but if I'm on the side of the team that's considering
5
my
seconds
carries, I
remaining.
still feel like Wind Ranger as a whole is a very, very...
Turn
Yeah, they
to
both
bat.
had a conversation on both teams, and they both decided Wind Ranger's fine versus Centaur.
What if they moved the Wind Ranger to post 4
Oh no!
and the Sniper into a core role?
This is genius, honestly.
I'm just gonna shut my mouth here.
God.
Look towards the bans
10
here.
seconds remaining.
Falcons are gonna have their last 2 bans, but Beast Coast
5
taking out
seconds
Dragon Knight,
remaining.
right? They're looking. Dragon Knight can also be that flex where at the very last moment you can either go into the mid, you can go into the safe lane, and
Yeah.
they have that between the Razor too. So it's a nice overall cover ban, I feel.
Yeah, the hero has not been winning very much this tournament. It's been picked. I think it's the most picked hero of Road to International here, but I think it has about 40% win rate. But it does fit what they need. I mean, you just turn into a dragon if you get doomed. The Inferno Blade does hurt because you're such high HP, but you do have lots of HP to kind of.
I mean, does it also tell you that they might be going for puck because they don't want a DK in the puck matchup?
Falcons turn to ban.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, Puck doesn't look. Yeah, Puck could work.
I mean, you don't really mind laning into
Yeah,
Razor.
I mean, I'm sure Falcons are thinking about it for sure. They just played Puck themselves, DK banned.
and if you're Clock and Snapfire, you can't really do too
10
much
seconds
against puck.
remaining.
It's hard to gank.
Yeah, so Falcons are just thinking right now, like, what
5
hero do you want to play
seconds
Malrine? Or
remaining.
maybe Skeeter, most likely for Malrine here. And just like, we'll ban something for whatever you pick next. Can you counter it? Because Beast Coast, they have to pick first here, which means you do have the counter pick. So if he says, I have like 3 options against Puck, and, you know, you can't ban them all out, then they'll probably leave the Puck, right? So they're probably banning the heroes
There
where he
is
feels
Monkey
What
like...
was
King.
the Monkey King
Monkey
Puck
King, yeah,
matchup
Monkey
you
King's
talked about,
available.
right? So they'll leave the Monkey King in, and
I mean, then again, they should ban the Monkey King. Like, Beast Coast should ban the Monkey King before they're
Beast
picking puck
Coast.
because they have
They
one.
banned the
Turn
Puck. They
to
decided
ban.
they didn't have enough options. Good call there to ban it out. Now Beast Coast get 1 ban into pick.
Yeah, Puck would have been good for both sides, but Falcons, there's no way that they would get it.
Yeah.
no, but that's what we're saying. You leave the Monkey King in, then so that if they Beast Coast pick up Puck, then you're willing to pick up Monkey King.
But they
10
could ban
seconds
Monkey King
remaining.
here, right?
It's just so good for the Beast Coast draft that even if the lane is bad, I think it's
5
still worth it.
seconds remaining.
It's like we're talking about with the Windrunner Centaur. Like it is a counter in a way, but the hero is just so good for the game, and there are ways to deal with it that
Yep.
even though it's a good counter, it's still worth picking.
Yeah, I want to see a hero for Beast Coast that, yet again, can play with these supports. That'll be pretty good because Doom, he takes a while to get online. Eventually, he will be an initiator, but it takes time.
They need like a frontline, like primal, tiny type of hero. If you're talking about like just in terms of how they work when they're going to the rune and fighting, because Marcy and Sniper, they're kind of gonna wait for someone else to initiate and then they follow up.
Well, Mishu does love his primal.
I think those are the type of heroes that will work with Sniper and Marcy support duo. I mean, I don't know about Ember because Ember kind of got nerfed a lot, but he's in the category of those kind of heroes.
Yep, he does play a lot of Ember. It's not particularly great of a hero, though.
Turn Falcons, turn
Oh, they do go for the Tiny, yeah.
Yeah, it's his type of hero. He's been playing at this tournament. It's kind of what they needed. It's
How's the lane against Razor? Do you consider putting Razor into Tiny or the lanes whatever for Tiny?
I mean, you just have to find a replacement for that, for Doom, right?
10
And
seconds
I don't know if there's
remaining.
anything that great.
Wait, is Timber still in the game?
Yeah, Timber's still in the game.
Seconds remaining.
Okay. Yeah, Timber looks amazing here. Well,
Does Malrine play a lot of Timber? I
yeah,
forgot.
he's
does?
Grandmaster.
Okay. Oh, it is one of his.
Yeah, he
okay,
definitely
yeah.
plays Timber.
But it's
I always see a Mar on it.
it's trash versus Doom, but you have a Centaur to get you out of the fight, so maybe you're fine picking the Timber here.
He prefers
Choose
Monkey.
your hero.
I think this lane is actually not that bad for Tiny, right? I feel like it's not like a Monkey King Puck lane, you know, where the Puck can't really do much.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure anymore. I know the old crash landing was like really good because every time he went on you, you would just throw him into the creep wave, throw your tree, and it would just like one-shot the wave. But it's been nerfed a lot, so I don't know if it's gonna one-shot the wave anymore. And if it doesn't, then it's gonna be very difficult. I mean, the thing about mid laners is these guys play a lot of Dota. They play a lot in the mid lane, and they know their matchups. So I do believe that this last Monkey King, that pick is for Malrine, has to be good versus Tiny. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have went for it.
It's a good backline jump as well versus the Sniper. Doom is kind of
10
committal. If
seconds
you can
remaining.
just drop the ring and protect the Doom target that way, that's
5 seconds
pretty
remaining.
decent.
Yeah,
This
and Monkey King is
Snapfire
also like
cosmetic is so.
he's like the go-to mid right now. Like he's really useful in all stages of the game. Good in the lane, very useful at securing your side lanes.
Good setup as well. Like a hero that kind of run around with the clock snap. You can, like Monkey King. Honestly, like, I consider this like a global hero with the
Yeah, most
Yeah,
people do.
he is.
Yeah.
Strider facet. Like he's so fast at running around the map, getting kills.
Yeah.
Look, we just had a little preview right there. When we're getting into game number 2 here in our best of 3 to see who goes into the upper and lower bracket, we're going to swing by Nomad, who has another coach interview for us.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Mariano as we're going to chat about these drafts. But firstly, I mean, first win of the tournament against the strongest team of the year. I mean, how do you manage that?
Well, you just gotta choose your wins, you know.
Fair enough. It's a good win to choose. What were your thoughts after the last draft? You know, what was the communication? Did you think it was going to go that well?
The difficult thing against tier 1 teams is not beating them once, it's beating them twice. We had good preparation, and I think that it worked out for us.
All right, so then, you know, looking at this next draft, you know, do you think you're going to have the same success? Do you have the same confidence coming into game number 2?
Yeah, I have confidence in our team, in our guys to beat any team in this tournament. It's all about, you know, tier 1 teams. They know how to adjust, they know what heroes to pick, so it's always going to be like a really tough fight.
All right, a lot of trust. Thank you very much, Mariano, which means we're getting into game number 2 with Lyrical and Trent.
You so much, of course, Nomad there with the Mariano, the legend himself. I loved his like mentality there. Difficulty's not beating him once; it's beating him twice. It's like an anime line.
That's pretty good. I gotta say, it's the right mindset. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
Because we've seen upsets in the past, and oftentimes that's unfortunately how it goes. You get kind of an awesome game 1, and then the upset doesn't continue, and then the upset is upset, and then the fans of the team who was supposed to upset are then upset.
Okay.
And it's very upsetting.
Great.
So what I'm saying is, they need to win 2 games, like he said.
That's really good, Trent. That's
Thank you.
Really, really good. No, I can dig it. And of course, like I think that we talk about kind of the young upstarts on this team. People think about it as a young team, but the reality is there are a couple of these like storied players, and of course their coach too, that's been around for freaking ever. I mean, this guy was back in 2014. We were watching Mariano under Papita. It was a way back in the day. But now getting to see how they're going to handle this game number 2, and of course how Falcons are going to back up being in a position that they're not super used to, losing games on LAN, or just in general, to be honest. As Mar already dropped down somewhat low. Look out, the sniper's coming. He's going to take you down, and bam. I tries the first one.
Now, Sniper's been getting a lot of hate around the old TI talent room. Every time I come into the room, I keep hearing people bemoaning the little creature because he's not doing too well. I think his win rate's not very high at this tournament. I think at one point it was like 20% or something.
Right.
Despite him being in pretty much every game, it felt like when you turned on a screen. But this is the thing that Support Sniper's probably best at in the entire game, is First Blood.
Yes.
If you don't get First Blood with this hero, it's GG. Like, you better be getting it by spending all your shrapnels.
You can see Skitter there on one side of the lane, but if you look a little bit further up that lane, you're going to see El Misho getting absolutely bullied by Snake King, since he is completely out of mana at this point in time. And Moo's also getting pushed back a little bit there by Crit. Got to be careful. It's not an easy time playing that one out. But yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, Sniper, once you've used all your shrapnel charges early on, you have no mana left, and you're just kind of running around as a little guy with some boots in the tangos. It's not great.
This was over.
No, he needs to be really careful versus Snake King too, because level 1 Clockwork is a beast, right? You just run at people with battery assault and you're trying to get as much as you possibly can. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite get that continued damage there into Vitally, so. El Misho also almost back up to 2 shrapnel charges here.
Okay.
Gonna be hard to get really aggressive with a Doom as his ally though.
Well, and we were talking, you know, the panel as I was looking at them, they kind of
Admiring them
me,
even?
Exactly. They kind of looked like a group of people that were trying to convince themselves that this was a good draft from Falcons. Because I don't know, I wasn't a full believer. There was a lot of like kind of weird things that felt like it went on with it. How are you feeling about the 2 drafts?
By the end of it, you know, it kind of feels similar to Game 1, where I feel like Beast Coast have the better draft. I liked Falcons as a little bit better in Game 1. Again, I'm favoring Beast Coast draft here. Just once more looks a little bit easier to play. They have the actual like core Wind Ranger. Feels pretty good. You get those items, and you know things are going to be all right for you. They have the Doom this time, which didn't work out very well for Falcons, but there's a lot of pressure on Lumpy to be the one who makes the moves. I think that was the thing that I was looking for the most, was this last pick that we're going to go for Beast Coast. Like, because you had the Puck ban, you have the Storm ban, and so you have a couple other heroes that can sort of fulfill that tempo role. And I will say a lot of them have a harder time doing it. That does include Tiny. So I think if there's anyone who has this pressure to make sure it is a good game for Beast Coast, it probably is Lumpy.
Well, we'll see if he's able to make good use of it indeed and have himself an okay time out of that mid as the lane goes on and on. But at least at this early going, you can see Monkey King having a great time of it. 15-5 versus the 9-1 on the Tiny. And of course, that was that last pick like we're talking about. So
yeah.
You're anticipating this.
Yeah, and Malrine doing very, very well here. Like, he's probably the hero I like the most in their draft. Like, throughout most of the draft, I was kind of hurting. Like, it is a strong duo, like Clockwork Razor, but it's Razor, you know?
Right.
He's not the most confidence-inspiring hero here.
Prairie Fire living. Show getting in there. Yeah, and I think that there's also something to be said for like maybe like a little bit of overlap in terms of what the heroes are doing, and are they going to have the damage that they need coming out of these supports to really you know, come away with the mid-game team fights that we're anticipating. As they were able to proc the Jingu there, could be a bit of a concern for them as the game goes on. So Misho, some trees right by Snake King there. Do they manage to find him? He's hiding out in his grove. Now they see him.
Misho's doing a really good job of not like panic shrapneling. Because one of the best feelings versus support snipers when you get him to waste a shrapnel.
Oh yeah. Look at this though, man. Skinner taking a ton of damage and completely forced out from under their tower. In spite of that, still having a very good lane. 17-5 on that Razor. They're coming out a little bit ahead in all of their lanes.
Kind of scary here, but it is constant pressure from the sniper. But yeah, as you can see, it's just hard to get that final kill because Doom doesn't really offer anything in that regard, especially before you have any of your creep abilities, because we often don't see the Devour very early anymore.
Nice glyph there. That is going to be annoying for Lumpy.
Lumpy's having a bad time.
This is
15 denies.
Oh God, run! He's coming for you. Look at that courier. It's terrifying. God, that is really annoying to deal with.
And he can't even like grab the wave or anything either.
But this is pretty nice as they chase down the Razor all the way under. Is he gonna live? No. Tally manages to find that kill. Misho is going to die, but now the movement comes in from Crit. Seeing if they can get a little bit of counterplay, and indeed they will be able to. So 2-for-1 trade. So they manage to take down that Doom.
Yeah, but it does cost them their Razor, so already a hero who you're kind of hoping to win this lane, right? Like that was the whole idea of this draft. You saw Doom, you took the Razor, and also a hero that doesn't do that well when behind. You know, you hate seeing the Razor as like the lowest core on net worth.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough series so far for Skeeter, not having the type of start that he's wanted. See if he can pull it back together here. Now they are going to make the move up, and this is a key kill. So good rotations coming in from Falcons to get the punish. That is what you get for getting a bottle refill there. Although he does manage to get a return kill on the Snake King.
And part of this and why this is able to occur is because you have this matchup of the Centaur Warrunner versus the Wind Ranger, which every team has been exploring and just building upon because you know that you don't need help. Amar can just be up here and he will not die. There's just no way, right? Like Crit should be completely free to roam, to go recover these other lanes, and Snapfire is one of the best heroes at making those rotations because of the cookie. And the ridiculous facet, of course, of full bore.
Right, this is where the value came in their draft and things looked very, very nice. And part of what, you know, the Centaur pick, like you said, is just so valuable.
Okay, does he die here? 1600 HP.
Well, it's not looking like it yet, although the rotation's coming in. I mean, if you pick this hero to survive and he ends up dying, that's very bad. Avalanche done. They got the kill.
Couldn't close the distance and get far enough away for that not to occur. Very well done.
Maureen, level 6. Ready with a Wukong. 7-minute mark coming in. And it
looking to dance his way there in the trees.
Like, yeah. Snake King's coming. Moving forward. The tally's there. Oh, and he's just going to get pushed and pummeled around a little bit. Does not want to die, but will. In the meantime, though, they weren't quite able to take the other one away either. Crit with the quicker fingers onto Moose and a cookie in hand. So double Wisdom Rune going their way.
2 kills and 2 Wisdom Runes?
Yeah, that's rough.
That's a 7-minute disaster right there. That is not 7 minutes in heaven. That's 7 minutes of hell.
It's just nothing good. Man, and Tiny is so far behind right now. Doom comes in, not again. Bro, not again. Maureen is just all over him right now. What a sick play as they are just abusing this Doom. That is nuts.
Yeah, that's a bad time.
El Misho.
Oh, they're not done.
Yeah, he can't really do much to help here. He is mega dead. They're like, yeah, there's a ward up there. Surely, it's no ward. It's just a Monkey King.
Razor is no longer behind. He is catching up to this Wind Ranger. He was like 600 gold behind before. Now they're almost neck and neck.
Yeah,
so many rotations to help out.
And Amar comes, steals the regen rune away from Lumpy. He just wants to be able to play the game. And it's going to be a while. I mean, this is lane bleed all over the place. It's a 2,000 gold lead for Falcons, and this is much more what we're anticipating out of this squad coming into the games today. It's level 4 Doom, man.
Yeah.
What the hell are you supposed to do?
Maureen is just, like Jenkins said, global.
Yes.
On this hero. It is certainly true. It is such a ridiculous hero right now. He's fun, though. I like watching him.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
All right, so this is really awkward. You have a level 3 Marcy and a level 4 Sniper. What do?
I mean, yeah, and
like honestly,
your Tiny can't do anything either. If you build stacks, they're gonna steal them. Like it's all up to the Wind Ranger. I feel like in this one right now.
You pretty much need to get a power rune for your Tiny and pray.
Yeah.
You know, at least the last one was regen, so it could be maybe get a haste. That would be nice.
Well, and notably, in the last game that we saw, Falcons kind of ended up in a situation not as dire as this. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't this bad. And they were able to find that clutch kill at the important moment. Now, can Beast Coast do the same thing? It's not looking like it. With just level 3, it's really tough to make that go. If they could get a kill, it would sort of stop the bleeding a little bit, but it just looked like Falcons are playing too far forward and really shutting off any opportunities for them.
The good news for Beast Coast is that Pike's still really farmed, right?
Yeah.
Almost has the Maelstrom done here on the Wind Ranger. It is a whirlwind game here. So, going to be looking for multiple items, trying to catch you in a big team fight. Maybe they can force that to happen for themselves, but you got to imagine that Falcons, I mean, Crit's sitting here with ultis, so
yeah.
A single boundless for Malrine could turn into something.
Amplify damage, jumps away.
Unfortunately, that's not the hero you wanted it on, and I mean, Amplify damage isn't even going to do anything for a Tiny anyway. He quite literally just needs a haste or an invis to maybe make a play, but he's level 7. Like, he doesn't even have the levels to make a play.
No, it's really bad. It's quite bad. The game is in a dire spot. And really, it just, I mean, El Misho, he's gone. Although if they make mass TP rotations, maybe they could find a turnaround toss. He didn't get the toss back. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, the one thing here that I think Falcons do need to be careful about is if they put themselves in a position where they, like, basically give an initiation to Beast Coast, they do have some damage that they can throw out there and try and blow people up. Doom now gets level 6. Lumpy, little toss. Creep over to Malrine. Tries to pull the aggro off of the tower, but it will be tier 1 tower going down.
Oh, they're desperately trying to force something here. This is good. They use the Doom to make sure there's no Stampede.
All right, all right.
They can at least get a guaranteed core kill. Guaranteed. Yeah, no, we're good.
Yeah, they'll find it.
Blade Mail finished up here with his 4 bracers.
So much needed, and yeah, you can see Vitaly already queuing up that Midas and wanting to go towards it. Falcons looking for some retribution themselves. They get Pike, there'll be a huge kill.
I don't think so.
He says no. Doesn't think it's going to happen.
Does he get found, though? Ooh, barely get through the gate. I mean, that's huge. If they can get away with these heroes, this is really big. The gank made the move that they needed. They're cutting into the lead. They're still getting farm.
Snaking TP mid. No, Amar! Please, help this guy out, man. He's level 5. They got double Wisdom Runes, and he's still level 5.
That is pretty annoying.
Snaking, you got to be greedy, dude. Give me some hook shots. I mean, he needs 7. I need a flare here, too. Got to find some people. Got to keep the pressure up on this map.
That's,
Oh, this Marcy would be so dead right now.
I mean, they're still in a really, really good state, but you're right. Like, that is probably one of the avenues is to try and sort of shut down this game a little bit more.
I mean, they're the point where it's like hookshot plus kisses, and kills are going to be flowing with the mobility of a Monkey King.
And I think if you get hookshot kisses thrown out, that doesn't stop you from playing aggressive with Falcon's draft. They're still incredibly strong. But like all these little things, even, you know, getting a free wave here, that's level 6 now for Snake King.
And he's just backing up Skeeter too.
Yeah. I mean, this is the one thing, right? You look at the kill score, 8-5. It's a 3,000 gold lead. It's very good for them. But if you're not getting kills with this lineup, are you really going to be able to keep accelerating the lead? Oh, nice play there. Using the illusions to body block.
Yeah, that could have been bad. Good escape from Lumpy. Up top.
Stampede. And the cookie goes right over the top, but it will not matter. Kiss is used, Stampede used, got the kills.
There isn't an ops ward here spawning for Lumpy. He knows that Snake King's lurking nearby.
So, Malrine back to farming, trying to get into a Maelstrom for himself. Tiny needs to get to that Blink Dagger. Would solve a lot of the problems. But I like the decision to just like use the Stampede to ensure that they get that kill. Like anything that you can do to sort of put the screws a little bit more to Beast Coast is going to be really nice.
Yeah, the good news for them is that they're not going to lose their Wisdom Rune at 14 minutes.
There you go.
Nobody's here. Moose grabs it. He's still level 5.
That's really bad.
Wait, after the 14-minute Wisdom?
It's been a rough game, Trent.
I mean, he also has 2 points in the sidekick this game, too, so he also recognizes, like, he can't go for this 2-3 build he did last time.
Right.
Like, my Wind Ranger needs me. I gotta buff up this Whirlwind if we're gonna have a chance in the team fight. That's also why Pyke, he's going for this build where he's going for the Maelstrom into BKB as opposed to the like Gleipnir Rush that we've seen some other Wind Rangers do. Because he actually wants to use Whirlwind early, which you need the BKB for.
I mean, he still could make the swap if he wanted to, depending. But I have a feeling that, yeah, the BKB will be what he goes for. And how close are we? That's just about 800 gold away for Lumpy to finish off his Blink Dagger. Throws it out, backs away. Mar, 4 bracers and a blade mail. Gotta love those builds.
Yeah, he's chilling.
But yeah, it's very much a wait for this window and try not to lose anything along the way. Snake King, they're going to actually ensure and pop ulti to kill that ward and keep their other ones alive. Moose farming up some cogs for this trouble too. Rest of the team moving in. Moose in a world of hurt.
Okay if he dies. This is fine. This smoke is over. Wind Ranger gets away. This is okay. Like this is pretty ideal, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way your support's surviving, so just take it.
Falcons keeping that pressure on and waiting for their items before we start to see any type of, big push for objectives yet. Obviously, the big thing that you could be waiting for would be that 20-minute mark. Like not realizing that there's a ward nearby. In trouble, there's the hook shot connection and is gonna be brought down.
They wouldn't stick around, right? Well, unfortunately they would.
All right, this is Blink's done. Skitter. Are they gonna run into triangle? This move from Beast Coast has to work here.
Okay, he has BKB though. Do they? I mean, he has the Doom too.
They saw him on this ward. He's gonna come and farm this. It's right by a tier 2 tower.
Right.
It's a bold move, but they're gonna go for it. Avalanche toss, but there it is. Stampede and BKB to run away. Snaking already taking a lot of damage out from Tally. Now the cookie comes out as well. That's Wukong's command down. That fight did not work the way that they wanted it to and can't even quite get the kill on the clock. So they lose El Misho. They're going to lose another here. Snake King, does he manage to get out of there? It's looking pretty close. And, ooh, power shot. Moves.
Oh,
Now
nice.
Rain, they get him.
Lumpy?
Oh, Lumpy making some plays here.
I think Pyke's out though. He's not coming back to help.
No, that's going to be the end of the road.
Tries to snipe Snake King. Can't
Please
find it.
come help me. Matches.
Don't die for
Lumpy, Lumpy.
Snake King?
Blink. Oh, gets one more hit. Jukes to the side, wants to blink away, and Lumpy gets a little bit out of there.
Why?
Now
Why,
Pyke came in to help. He's going to be punished. Does have another shackle. Not going to matter.
Well, he saved Lumpy,
True.
but not worth, man. You are the carry they need. Can't sacrifice yourself with Tiny.
And this is now Falcons starting to put the hurt to him.
Nice play by Snake King though. To lurk around, then go over the hook shot at like 10% HP.
Oh, yeah. He's
King
the same
be
level
gaming.
as the Doom right now.
Okay, well that's impressive. I'll give him that.
Is under attack.
We were talking about his level 6
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah, he was struggling to get there, not so much anymore. Lumpy never ended up leaving.
No.
Doesn't have a TP.
And let's see where he decides to go to. Looks like he's just going to try and grab another wave. Does not have all that much mana, which is a little bit concerning, but nonetheless, we'll keep cutting those waves. El Misho tries to run away from the Razor, and it looks like he will get out of there for the moment.
Is he gonna die?
I mean, his courier is dead.
I think he's dead.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Alright, Lumpy.
Oh, they let him go.
Amara doesn't want to play this game. Oh, well, now his monkey's here, so yeah, he's just dead.
Dun, 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 dun. Just buying some time. I mean, Courier Dad didn't have a TP. What else can you do?
Space! Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, Booze gets out of there. Nice jump to the right to juke away from it.
Though.
Stampede. Ooh. His friends did not stick around, so yeah, he's dead. 8,000 gold lead now as Beast Coast.
Look at LBG. Okay, we got a plan. We have a game plan.
Just cut the waves.
Cut the waves. Do not play Dota. Play Lane Simulator.
It's fair.
Well, PoE action here. PvE, that's the one.
Yeah. So they're gonna grab another wave there towards mid, back away. And for Falcons, you gotta imagine at some point they're gonna start looking towards those objectives, whether it be Roshan or thinking about shutting down the rest of these tier 2 towers. But they will have a Doom with Midas.
Man, mid tiny in a behind game is a tough time.
Oh, it feels bad. Well, particularly like when you're playing against like Centaur, Razor, you know, these heroes, you're not finding kills that consistently on them. And even, you know, Clock and Snapfire, big strength guys.
I mean, he's level 13 though, and he's definitely got quite a bit of damage.
True.
Snake King though, 1900 HP.
Oh no. Wait a minute. Toss back. Oh, the damage reduction from the Invis rune, I think kept him alive against that.
That's unreal.
Oh my god, so unlucky. That is nuts. And now Lumpy unlucky, gets tossed in. Wait a minute, the initiation that was promised, and then Stampede and run away. That is why that hero is an answer.
That's only a level 11 Doom still, so he's gonna live.
You're doing very well.
Otherwise he'd be dead for sure.
Isn't even afraid. Goes back to farming. What's the equal? What does that mean? This is an all chat. Maybe you just misclicked. Must have been what it was. 21 minutes, Wisdom Rune.
Maybe he means it's gonna be 1-1.
Oh, I
know
see.
They're equal now.
Oh, I like that. That's nice. And assassinate. Nothing afterwards. Full Gleipnir done for the Monkey King. And Beast Coast could be thinking about taking down that old Tormentor, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, 3-point sidekick. I don't think they can actually just do it with 2, though.
No.
Definitely not without Whirlwind.
Well, it's,
right?
They're whirlwinding.
Oh, definitely not when the enemy team's here.
Oh, no. They got him again. They got him again. All right, BKB, run away. Wise decision.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is very much a, you know, Falcons are going to take whatever they want across the map and not giving any objectives up for free. Although, oh yeah, crit, he comes over and takes the wisdom too.
Doing their best here to just nuke these waves.
Dire's bottom tower
Try and push it out. Delay, delay, delay.
And I mean, we have seen some crazy late game scenarios where these tinies start to do some pretty insane amounts of damage. Eyes on that phylactery, maybe eventually an Aghanim Scepter, what have you. It does feel like in this game it's going to need to come off the back of an overextension from Falcons. And, well, this one, not so much an overextension as Moose is dead immediately. Amar also bought a gem, I think I just saw.
Oh, that means it's probably Roche time.
Yeah.
I mean, this Razor's going to have BKB Manta Aegis.
It's very strong.
Yeah. That's going to be super hard to deal with. And then if they have the gem, they're going to close out the map, get rid of all this vision, make the sieging nice and easy. They're probably going to play super clumped. They have this pipe on the Centaur Warrunner, which just negates the ability for the Tiny to do his thing. And that means we're going to need a push-out play here where he just like jumps and chucks someone into danger. Preferably into a Doom. Maybe he gets bailed out after by Elmisho's Force Staff, and they can sort of start the fight in a good position for themselves, but I mean, that's the whole point of the Aegis.
Right.
And they're going to give it to Malrine, actually, because, well, he's definitely going to be an easier target than this Razor, that's for sure, so I like that idea. He can use this Aegis now to just farm into his BKB.
God, they're so farmed. I mean, Crit's thinking about, like, Blink Aghanims, which is really scary.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
They're just going to be chucking at Amar.
Nice reaction there from Lumpy. Shield Rune in hand and manages to just get out of there. But yeah, that is really going to be the problem. Up top, Hunting and Elmisho, in spite of the early first blood, is feeling very similar to a creep right now. Just dying. Oh no, he even came with him. Poor guy.
Noble effort there.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
15,000 gold lead as that tower goes down. Yeah, this moment right now, they've got Phylactery done on Lumpy, so a little bit of extra damage. But it's gonna need to be a pretty isolated target for it to be meaningful. Looks like they're gonna smoke out now. Aureen shows for a moment here. It's hard to find anybody. He does go for a Primal Spring down.
Maybe they get a tree cut. Maybe that's how they get back into this.
It's a possibility.
By then, I guess there'll be a tree grab because there's no quelling.
True. Or power shot.
Yeah, that's true.
Dire's top tower is under
All right, the
attack.
big wraparound. El Misho is not there, but they know where all of Falcons is.
All right,
and they do this. They find one right at the start. Onto him, toss back, stomp, done. Is it going to be enough to... Oh, what? That was the longest four-step in the world. Crit gets away like it's nothing. And meanwhile, Bike just has to TP out.
They didn't want to doom him.
Oh my god, he's tipping Lumpy.
Yeah, okay, dude, you crushed him mid.
I mean, it was like last game. I think it's the carryover from that. The half a smiley face.
They need the spray.
You know, they say act like you've been here before, but he hasn't, so it's all good to go. He's ready for it. 21,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I think they're good to go wherever they'd like on this map.
That's a Crimson Guard done too.
I mean, Crit's half HP and just farming right next to their base, you know? It's one of those games.
Oh yeah.
Just not concerned. His Agnums is just about finished, so we can get some cheeky little plays coming out here soon.
Well, and I'm curious with this one too. Like, if we're seeing, you know, them play this defensively, which granted, I think it's a good decision too, because you've got Tiny that can toss back under tier 4 towers. It's very viable that, you know, if you toss, whether it be the Razor or the Monkey King or something, back behind there with the Doom on them, they're going to get brought down. Because there hasn't been that investment in the Link.
I don't know, maybe.
I mean,
the single target damage, that's one problem with Whirlwind, is the single target damage is not great.
Yeah. Hook shot, they find one. Can bring him down. Dead. And the Beast Coast body blocking each other. But do get away in the end as Lumpy in some trouble. Tiny, nowhere to go, does have a toss at the ready, but going for a walk with Skitter. That shard, dangerous stuff. Another 2 hit in the dust.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They've got a little trio up top here heading towards the Wisdom Rune.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's
30
seconds away here. And now they found Pike.
Stampede trying to bring him down. BKB.
Oh, wait, angle.
No, they got him. Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts. Although, wait for it, Wisdom.
20 seconds.
They're going to get it.
Moose, you gotta be quiet.
Can Moose make the move? He's got to dispose. They're pinging right where he is.
The scans.
They're
no.
right on top of him.
All right, Moose, rest in peace.
Oh no, Snake King, he decides to come on over. Dun, 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 dun. Moose, run, run, the jetpack, he's coming. He's trying to take down the cogs, but they're so hard to bring down.
Arm the cogs.
Oh, jeez. And they get the kill. They also took down Vitaly on the other side. This is going to be, well, a lot of objective damage done as they'll take both Wisdom Runes. Holy smokes. What a dominant performance here from Falcons in this game, too.
Yeah, they're busting out some of their bread and butter there, that Razor, and other teams not able to be very successful with it, but this was one of the ones that Falcons used a lot throughout the year, of course. One of their big flex heroes they like to use alongside that Timbersaw, where you never quite know where it's going. And even though you think it's probably going to be safe playing the entire draft, you can never quite be sure. As Disarm Sneaking actually misses here.
Tip him. Come on, help me show.
Yeah, the turn.
Oh, no. All right. Well, maybe he's keeping out of range. They didn't quite find him. Just got a little bit fogged there. So Sniper lives to fight another day.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Abba, toss. Big jump. No, the Boundless. He didn't get it off in time. And now just has to watch as the Tiny's going to be brought down. Run away, El Misho.
I'm still not sure if he's going to live. Oh, wait.
Skitter, they find Moose though.
Oh, they got El Micho too. Oh, no.
Oh.
He got found after all that.
Jeez.
Nowhere is safe.
Yeah, I mean, anybody on the map, they just kill all of them.
All right, let me see a gobble up here, Crit. Make use of this thing.
Throw Skitter into Fountain. Let's see it.
He'll be fine.
Honestly. I think, like, Mantas, and he's just going to live.
Just chuck an illusion up there. Do some scouting.
To see what's happening. Top side being also pressured by Amar on the Centaur. It's such a good answer to, like, Malrine being there if Tiny goes for an Avatos combo. He can just interrupt it with the Boundless. Now we just... What even are we watching? It's 4 Razor illusions. Just pushing a Rax.
Standard stuff.
They can't do anything. All right, they got him. So they keep their Rax alive. And Falcons playing the safest game of Dota that I've seen in a while.
Close to the 1,000 gold per minute lead here.
I mean, to be fair, you know, at the panel they were talking about this. Crit's been here before against SA teams. Don't want to make the same mistake again. Jump. Oh, no. Oh. They got him! The double! Wait a minute. Trying to get him out of there. And now the Gleipnir no longer playing it safe. They're playing to go crazy. And guess what? Crazy can still be safe because right now they are way too far ahead. They're going for the tier 4 towers, just immediately trying to take them down, planting their flags. The Blink Dagger is done, but that is going to be the throne exposed. And are they going back now?
That's a flashy Snapfire Egg reveal, I gotta say. Not reveal, but you know, first real use we've seen.
Amar says, guys, I don't want to leave. We're taking the throne. I'm going to take it one axe swipe at a time. So they set their sights onto it. They did reset the glyph by taking that melee Rax. Moose observing. Observing what's going on.
Of all time.
How much can they get done? The Ancient exposed. Beast Coast pulls him back in. Amar is there. They have the jump in from Snaking, trying to dodge for the moment. Skitter gonna get the link up, take down that Doom. Lumpy tossing back into Fountain. Snaking, he's still gonna live though. And now, eyes on the prize. They take down the Ancient. We're going to a game 3.
Yeah, they made him work for it. You take our Aegis. We're not calling it quite yet. See if they can exhaust them heading into game 3. As, looking pretty much the same, like I said, after a win here for Falcons.
That's right, starting to wake up. You can see Snaking there. Get your stretch in there as well. And for Beast Coast, obviously, not the way they wanted that game to go, but do still have the memory of, you know, what happened in that game number 1. I feel like this was one of those matchups where, you know, I think Jenkins and Fear were talking about like Moose and his performance wanting to be in the sort of position 4 type heroes. See if they can get it again in the next game. But for now, let's head back to the panel.
Thank you, Lyrical and Trent. You guys talking about it there, exactly what Beast Coast liked to do. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them this time around. A complete change-up from game number 1. Falcons having significantly better lanes for themselves and able to transition it into what eventuated to be a win. But Fear, what side were you sitting on for this draft? Because you weren't really
I was
absolute
pretty heavily favored. I mean, I was too busy distracted by the Snapfire's model to give my opinion. But
you did actually. That was his concluding thoughts. He was like, "Wow, that Snapfire skin is."
It was very big, but anyway, like I feel like Falcons got everything they needed in that game. They had a lot of heroes that did a lot of damage, and I feel like you had way too much single target on Beast Coast in that particular game, and that is not the situation you particularly want to be in. And I really just believed in Malrine and his knowledge of this mid lane matchup, and he destroyed mid. Like it wasn't even close. He had like more denies than the Tiny had CS, and I wasn't even really that impressed with the Tiny pick itself and what it gave Beast Coast as a hero. And he wasn't able to really do much with that either. So yeah, overall good draft by Falcons here. This is something I expected to see in game number 1 from them. Yep. Drafting just their comfort heroes, playing fast, playing aggressive, and not doing too many of these cheeky counter picks. I really like Crit on Snapfire and as a hero like that, and just making sure that Amar has a good laning stage.
And Malrine transitioned a good laning stage into like blowing the game wide open for his team. We saw there he went for the Wisdom Rune, kills the Doom, waits for him to TP back in, and then with the Jingu that he got from killing the Doom the first time, kills the Doom again, this game is over. Like, the moment that happens, Doom is never going to have a game. He needs like 20 minutes of farm. That's like one of the most irrecoverable things that can happen in Dota. And we saw at the same time Falcons also were able to pick up their own Wisdom Rune and then kill Moose, who was trying to steal it. So this is just a flawless like first 15 minutes from Falcons. I would say the MVP to this game is not actually anybody in the game. It's Owie. The draft
might be the first time you've ever publicly said something nice about it.
I was paid to say this. It's a lot of money. But essentially, like, the gameplay looks entirely different from all of them across the board.
Yep.
Just flawless gameplay. They won all the lanes. They made all of the rotations to get every single resource on the map. Skeeter went mid on Razor. Normally, you'd see Skeeter do the Skeeter rotation through the portal. But guess what? They had such a good off lane that they had already taken that tower, and they had taken the safe lane tower. So Skeeter's like, okay, well, I want to make this rotation. Where am I going to go? He goes mid on the 10-minute catapult and then takes the mid tower. And they completely closed out the map with the first 15 minutes of the game.
I think the other thing being El Misho on the sniper here going 0 and 10 is a completely different game winter compared to when he was on the Bat Rider in game number 1. Didn't have that initiator. Thought maybe being a sniper, extra damage could have been enough to get a better laning phase, but it also felt like it kind of crumbled around having a position 4 like that.
Yeah, I mean, this game is a very good example of why Sniper is just not a very reliable position 4. He might be like good in certain games, but when the games don't go well for you, you want a support that can still offer you something, you know, as a position 4. And you saw how like the Monkey King kept coming over to bully the Doom. He literally couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
So if the lane is not going well, this hero doesn't really offer anything else. And after the laning phase, he's basically another carry, you know, like you're trying to farm.
Yeah.
And you're not really gonna go mid, gank, or you're gonna push a tower. You're just not gonna offer anything. So if you don't get your value out of the sniper in the lane, this hero is gonna be very, very hard to pull.
You're kind of hoping that like your first 2 minutes of the game goes so well because Shrapnel is OP that he can just have some aura items like a drum and a solar by the time your team needs you to do stuff. But Falcons was playing so active that he did not have a cooldown on the shrapnel. He had like one shrapnel every time Mallory went bot, and then he's like, well, shit, what do I do next?
Or earlier than that, he just didn't really have the mana. He was always just that little bit short as well. And then you see both Snaking and Skittler surviving on what felt like the same amount of health that the shrapnel would have done damage. So it was just very small things there. I also want to back up what Winter was saying about the sniper not really being that pos 4 that's giving results, because it's tied up there with the most pick hero of the road to the international so far, and it has a 29% win rate. So it has been picked 24, 25 games and roughly a 29% win rate. So it's doing pretty poorly when it comes to those stats. It's really rough for them, but it doesn't mean that we have a tied series now. Falcons getting game number 2, Beast Coast having game number 1, and there's going to be this change up for what could be a whole different internal meta created for game number 3 for you.
Yeah, there's been 2 Doom picks now and lost both games there.
Sure.
And both games, the lane that the Doom was in, we kind of criticized the POS 4 with it, but is it the POS 4's fault? Is it the Doom not?
Doom also does not have a good win rate. He has like a 40% win rate. There's a few heroes that have been very highly prioritized. I kind of had that feeling about Sniper coming into it, just because there's always a trendy hero in a certain position that people like to pick, and sometimes there's like one person that's very successful with it, and people are trying to emulate. And I think like Soxa is a very good sniper player, for example, and he could probably make it work. But the win rate in pubs didn't look good. The win rate in competitive doesn't look good. I've looked at the individual Dota 2 Pro trackers of a lot of these 4 players, and it's like, oh, wow, this guy has an 80% win rate with Shadow Demon. What a great player. Oh, 20% with Sniper. And it's still the same amount of games, like really, really trying to make it work. I don't understand the obsession with some of these heroes, and I would guess it's probably because there's some stuff going on in scrims that
of course, we're not always privy to.
Yeah, or like flex potential, but we've very rarely seen the Sniper flex. Doom can't be flexed. Some new meta heroes like Kunkka are looking a lot better and a lot more flexible.
Well, look, let's keep this conversation going, but I'm not going to limit it to just us. So we're going to bring in a 5th person here. Purge, you're going to give us some more information about what's happening here between Falcons and Beast Coast.
That's right. I want to talk about how good Sniper is as support, guys. Watch this. I've got 2 good clips before everything goes bad. And that's going to be the glory zone that the players are always remembering before
This is
they
what
ultimately
drives
lose.
them to pick the sniper.
Exactly. Look at that. Snake King walking into the creep wave. He's going to get shrapnelled twice. He almost dies. He has to pop the healing Lotus. And he's got a salve ready to go. He's like, all right, here we go. Popping the salve now. And then boom, it gets interrupted. This lane is actually kind of ruined here for Falcons as a result. Watch what happens afterwards. Skeeter's now half HP. He's going to get dived under the tower. He's going to almost die here. It's really, really scary. Or does he die this? Okay, he dies this. I can't remember. Okay, he does die this one. That was the second time he got dived there. Crit with a great TP rotation is going to help ensure that they kill the Doombringer. But if not for that TP, maybe a little bit hairy killing the Doom. And then they stick around when Doom comes back. This is when they kill Doom the second time. Snake King's going to trade his life out for this. So if the supports don't do a really good job here in the response of them both getting really low and being pressured for a while, it gets way harder. And here's that clip you guys saw when we came back from break. The Monkey King rotates over. He won his lane so hard that he gets to use his hero resources to further offset that lane disadvantage that they got from those sniper trades. And, in this clip, Sniper's doing absolutely nothing. But
he has no shrapnels.
But the laning stage part, when he did have shrapnels, it was pretty sick. So they did give themselves a little advantage in the lane there. They did bully the Razor, but mid was won so hard that Malorine was able to also win the off lane. And then Tiny spent this first, the next 10 minutes collecting his Blink Dagger. It took forever for him to get online. They were just too far behind.
Every time the camera clicked on Sniper there, shrapnel's on cooldown for 20 seconds.
Do you think that's the most broken spell, Purge? The shrapnel?
When you have charges, yes.
Okay.
But then they go away and they don't come back for 2 minutes.
Yeah, it does take a minute and a half for all of them to respawn, which is a big issue.
All right. Well, Purge, thank you so much. I like that you brought a different opinion around Sniper as a support compared to my panelists who are all not in favor of Sniper, unless apparently...
I haven't said anything about the Sniper.
What would you like to talk about?
Really.
I just know that you don't really like to fixate on one hero,
Oh, no, I mean, I feel like the Sniper itself is it doesn't feel that great, personally. I really think in the laning stage aspect, it can win you the lane, and that can sometimes be invaluable. But I think in this particular game, Malorine just 1v9 in this game. He won mid, and then he also just destroyed bottom.
Yeah.
And it just broke the game so open that it was unplayable. And there's nothing. If that was a Lion, if it was a Snapfire, the result would not have changed in this game just because Malorine would have made that same rotation. Same with Crit, his rotation was also very good to that
I was going to
bot
say,
lane.
Amar could be left alone as well. He went 4 bracers, blade mail, and he won the
He
lane.
thought about the 5th one, but decided 4 is enough.
He did, yeah. Took the
I mean,
towers.
this comes back to the last ban, right? They banned out Primal. I felt like that's probably a
This
drafting
was Beast Coast.
mistake.
Beast Coast banned out Primal for
Should
that
have banned
last
MK,
ban.
yeah.
Yeah, because they already knew they wanted Tiny.
Yeah.
So they needed to ban Monkey King. Monkey King is not like a hero where nobody's picking. It's been picked so many times already.
course, yeah.
So it definitely should have crossed their mind banning the Monkey King. Because Primal is I'm not sure if the lane is gonna be difficult for
It's not going to
Tiny.
be like it was in that game.
Yeah, but there's no way it's the
Right.
same like Monkey King.
Maybe there's also that part because isn't Malorine Grandmaster and Primal, so they could
Yeah,
be
but
thinking that
still,
this was more Malorine.
from a strategic point of view, based on matchups, that's definitely a mistake.
Yeah, whatever they were thinking, unfortunately, it was just
Don't
wrong.
think it again. Is what you're saying.
I think so.
That's one way of saying it.
Yeah, I think so.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another one of these situations where we had Owie had to come in and carry his team on game 2. Now Mariano has got to come in and give the speech. What the hell are you guys doing? You're a bunch
Why
of
did you-
Is that
clowns.
how you would talk to your team?
No, that's how Mariano talks to his team.
Oh, okay.
He
why did
rules
you-
with an iron fist.
Why did you not ban Monkey King, guys?
Yeah. I think
told
so.
you. Will Monkey King be brought up earlier in being picked? Will it sit there in the bans as
No,
well?
Konka
We're seeing
should be.
the common heroes.
Konka should be brought in earlier.
Brought in earlier. Where was it banned? It was banned in the second phase,
phase.
so it could have been picked up earlier, whether for either team, or it also could have been banned earlier too. So the Monkey King, the Conquer, the Doom, the Snapfire, which got picked
Sniper.
up there, but Tusk, Dragon Knight are common heroes, but they've been banned out in both games right now, in game 1 and game number 2. So I wonder if that one's also going to go. Trend is going to continue, or if they look at this and go, we really need to start widening what's taken out of the pool here.
Isn't this series just all about what you're going to do with Doom?
I think you should ignore it. I think you win if you ignore it.
Well, that's the thing. Are you going to? Because in their minds, Doom is the best hero in Dota, right? And do you want to ignore it? Sure, you have a game sample of 2 now where it lost, but Doom is still Doom. It's still a really good hero. Are you going to give it away? Are you going to ban it? that's what you really need to talk about, I think, for both these teams right now, because that has been the center of the series, this Doom losing the games right now. And it's not conclusive to be like Doom's a bad hero, because I'm sure it's not.
I think the hero is definitely still good. It's all about the position for.
It's actually the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, what 4 are you gonna pick to lane with the Doom to allow the the Doom, to have a game? That's the most important part of this pick. You can't just, like Fia mentioned just now, like flex around a couple of heroes and you move certain pieces around and then you forget about the overall first pick Doom that you had. Because you're so fixated with other heroes being flexed.
Yeah, that's a lot of food for thought because I'm thinking about the overlaps of a sniper and a Wind Ranger as opposed for, and how they both on different teams were laned with that Doom. You're not really enabling any lockdown to maybe help your Doom out of a sticky situation, to enable him to actually go in. He has to be the one to initiate.
Yeah.
So maybe that's more of the pos 4 that needs to be picked up to make Doom shine again because he's not that bad of a hero.
I mean, looking at the graphic, I think Lion and Snap, they're both like probably the best partner.
Can we stop talking about the supports? I want to point out that Kunkka is in 2 of these top 3 offlane combos.
I mean, this hero's like it's 80% win.
This is a ridiculous hero. Dota is a game of feel, especially when it's TI season. It's all about instinct. And I think that they should... It feels good when it's second phase, and I think you want to keep testing that.
Is that even true?
What?
Sorry, Dota's a game about feel. I think that depends.
Oh.
Yeah, like
I thought you meant the Kunkka being second phase.
You like feel out if a hero is good, right? It's really hard to like theory craft everything. Sometimes you just have to put it into practice, and then it's like, damn, that felt really good. Let's see how it feels to pick it earlier, and then it keeps feeling good.
Sure, yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
And so I really do believe that we are hitting the point where
Kunkka's first phase.
Yeah, one team is going to first phase Kunkka today. They're going to win because they first phase Kunkka today.
Lose.
And then every team is going to first phase Kunkka. Or lose, and then the stock.
Yeah, I've seen this scenario many times before where people were picking Kunkka just in the right spot, and it was winning a lot. And then teams will start picking it earlier, and then it'll start losing, right? So it really comes down to, do you want to be that first team to escalate this pick, and you actually think no matter
does he
what
have
against is good?
like any really bad lane matchups right now?
That's what I was thinking.
If you
Monkey
pick him,
King.
Oh, Monkey King?
Monkey King is.
But can you offset it by picking like the right position for?
Yeah, maybe. That's hard. Like, you have to go back to these hoodwinks and stuff.
7 first phase picks already, by the way. So there have been other teams that have escalated it, have put Kunkka in that first phase for themselves. So it's worked in the past for other teams. Will it work here? Not too sure. Is that where they think the priority has to go for these 2 teams? Or, is Doom going to be put to the wayside? Kunkka lifted up a lot more? We'll have to see. Draft will be coming up on our screens very soon. While we're still on the topic of Kunkka, though, his facets. Let's talk about it. Which moments do you want to be picking which facet for him? And do you guys know how close it is between the 2 choices? The High Tide and the, what's the second one?
Grog something.
The one that gives you
Grog Blossom.
buff on
I'm just
X.
throwing words out again. Last time I was correct. So.
Yeah, you were right.
Keep going.
Just picking random words. 100% success rate. I think they're both bad.
What?
I think they're both bad.
10 seconds remaining.
I think they're both like not good facets as well with Jenkins. I don't think
Well,
like
he said bad.
they're not like Bristleback bad where they negatively impact.
Okay, those are
right?
terrible facets.
That's bad.
Those are awful.
Right? Or the Lone Druid like unbearable facet. Those are just bad.
I went for that the other day. I was very confused when my bear turned into a guy. It was really confusing. It's not good.
But basically, I think what he means by bad is like they don't really change the hero very much, right?
No.
So like whatever facet you do go for, I'm gonna say like the Tidebringer one is probably better because it gives you a little bit of edge in the laning stage.
Yep.
I think having that edge in the laning stage is really important just to like snowball the game.
A bad facet would be Primeval Power.
Okay. That's a bad one. That's a bad one. This one's like,
What's that? Oh, that's the Treant one I went when I said Carry Tree.
Oh my
I went Mask
God.
and Mask.
Let's not talk about Tree again on this panel.
I was waiting to see how long it would take for you to
It
get.
really unravels quickly here.
Hey, well, look, either way, the Doom was the biggest question coming into game number 3, and what matter has been formed between Beast Coast and Falcons, and it's being picked up by Beast Coast. The bans aren't really any different. Centaur is the one that gets taken out here. Otherwise, Naga is taken out. Tusk is left in the pool. Omni is left in the pool as well. Very unsurprising.
So we did talk about you know, Doom losing both of these games and maybe the stock in the hero going down a bit. But it was Doom versus Centaur both times. And Centaur is exceptionally good against the Doom. You know, Doom the guy, and then Centaur presses ult, you run away hasted, and...
Andrew, Tuss is a mini Centaur now. Drinking buddies.
Is it good enough?
25% movement
10
speed.
seconds remaining.
Okay. I'm with it.
Make sure you turn off your alt cast so you drag your teammate away from the Doom.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a believer in the drinking buddies now. Just seeing it in action, people... every time I see it, it's like, is it really that long of range? Like, how is this balanced?
Yeah, when you turn on alt, it's longer because you don't move the other guy. But when you're trying to escape from Doom and you're trying to save your teammate, you should turn it off. So you drag your teammate over.
Drag your teammate and snowball to
and
creep
snowball.
or something.
Or you just let, like, based on the situation, you could just let him run with the move speed bonus, the 25% move speed, and then snowball later.
Or you can snowball the guy or the Doom and then he can't chase.
To be fair, everything in Dota is balanced. It's a perfectly balanced game because every hero has a counter, and that's why Dota is a perfectly balanced game.
So true, Fear. Couldn't put it better myself. But let's look at the bans here because there's a big change up in the second phase. So far, I know there's still another ban left there for Falcons, but Dragon Knight left in the pool, Luna left in the pool, there's Razor, a reactionary ban from Beast Coast, but Falcons banning Leshrac. I think there's a lot of different questions around what is happening in the second phase of bans right now for the two teams.
Leshrac is like Sniper Pos 4, right? It gives me the same vibe.
Yeah.
Going to the lane, you're trying to win the lane, but after that, you're kind of going to be just farming and scaling as a core. I mean, I don't know how strong the hero is overall, but all I can say right now is the lane is very obnoxious, you know, if you go for the Diabolic Edict facet.
Yeah, I think it's like a comfort thing for Beast Coast because Lumpy also plays a lot of Leshrac mid, and so there's flex potential in it.
Okay.
And they will play it on the 4 position like you guys were mentioning, and I feel like it's one of those things where if you have a player on your team, like a 4 player who really likes the hero and has spammed it a lot in pubs, it's pretty damn good, and it can be kind of cheesy and annoying to deal with. And so Falcons, they're just kind of like, okay, we're game 3 of a best of 3 that's kind of close at this point. Let's not give them some like weird comfort thing that they can flex between multiple roles. It makes sense to me.
All makes sense.
I think what Beast Coast is trying to do now is they're very carefully and strategically trying to lure Skeeter into picking Wraith King. They pick the Doom, they ban the Razor.
That's it. That's
gotta make it a little more enticing. Don't pick any mana burn heroes here.
I mean, there's still the Medusa. You mentioned Medusa against Doom.
It unironically
10 seconds
might work.
remaining.
It actually would work. Skeeter's going to ask for it.
5 seconds remaining.
They're going to be stuck with a bad carry. And Beast Coast is going to win because there's a Wraith King.
You know what's the
against
funny
them.
thing about Wraith King? Like, he hasn't been in the meta so long, and in the most recent patch, they nerfed him.
Yeah, because he has a very
perfect
high
time to
win
bring
rate
him
in
up.
pubs.
Yeah, yes, in the low-level pubs, this hero was very good.
He respawns if you kill him, Winter. That's just OP.
There's just no counter. There's just no counter.
No. It's immortal.
Look, there's still a lot of other carries left in the pool right now that either team could go for. That Wind Ranger is still there, probably looking enticing for both teams. The Lina, I know, has been ignored so far within this series, but it doesn't take it out of the question. What else? The Weaver, potentially, the Gyro.
For, like, the range carries?
Yeah.
You got a lot of them there.
Surely you go Wind, right? I feel like Pango is not happy to play against the Wind. They're not going to go for it. So Falcons could pick it themselves.
Yep, interesting. The Sven here. Guess they want armor against Pango and Tusk.
Makes sense against Tusk a lot, actually. Gives you a lot of extra armor,
10
and the
seconds
barrier
remaining.
helps a lot in the laning stage. Probably going to be their
5 seconds
position
remaining.
5, most likely.
Yeah, it's mostly paired with Lina, I feel. It's really good with Lina.
That is a good lane. Yeah, Lina, Mirana, most all the range carries. You mentioned Weaver could be good too. Really good Weaver game.
Turn to play.
Seems like a great Pango game so far to me. I mean, you're never going to die to any snap spells. They're all magical damage. Dooming a Pango feels miserable because he just keeps rolling. He's a universal hero, so he can eventually build a Lincoln Sphere, and Pango's very good at kiting
10
a
seconds
Sven.
remaining.
Luna is like my dark horse carry.
Look how
right now.
evenly split these facets are, by the way. I've been looking to see which facets are highly contested.
On Luna?
Yeah, and
Wait,
even,
what was it? I didn't see it actually.
so 4 games on each facet, both with the exact same win rate, 75% each. There we go.
I mean, basically, the Moonstorm talent is the greedy talent. Pretty much, you go for that one if you feel like you don't have a threat and they can't all in you because you do higher DPS. The other one is like, okay, they can all in me. I need to get the damage reduction rolling, and I want to be more tanky. It's a luxury if you can go for the Moonstorm one. I must say, because it does increase your damage output by quite a lot, not only in the team fight but even in the laning stage.
Yeah, it's crazy strong for laning. It makes up for the fact that Lunar Blessing doesn't give you as much damage anymore.
So it's based on your opponent's lane. So which facet you would be more inclined to go for?
I mean, I always go for Moonstorm if I care about my lane, but sometimes like at some point in the game, because Moonstorm just gives you damage based on how many beams are hitting heroes, right? Every time you hit a hero with a beam, you get damage. The Glaive one, it gives you flat damage reduction when you press W. So that'll help you be more survival to 25% damage.
So if you go for that, then you would probably take 1 point for the lane itself.
No. 1 point of what?
The barrier.
Oh, no one gets that till later. It's like...
I seen like a game yesterday, he went 3-1-1 when he had that facet.
3-1. I mean, you can get an early point in your W, but it's like not ideal because it's slowing down your farm later on with the glaives, or it's just
making your ult
capability, of your ult worse. So, but anyway, I'm a big fan of Luna right now. This hero feels really strong. It fits the meta. Like a lot of people haven't recalibrated their minds that Luna's actually a fast hero right now. It's not that slow Luna, and a lot of teams are starting to realize that and pick it up more. And it's looked really good. Storm Spirit picked up. This hero's been a counter to Pango mid for years now, I want to say.
What if you just shove the penguin off lane?
Yeah, you could.
Could.
Yeah, you definitely could.
It's not something that I feel like Amar wants to play unless he absolutely has to.
Right, he doesn't want to, but he can.
Yeah, and it's not like...
He's a good Pango.
It's not like the mid matchup's unplayable for Pango either. It's just like nice to have in the game. Because it's kind of like a free Storm lane, and that's generally when you want to pick Storm, when you just have a good lane and you can try and snowball the game. But Pango can still play into this matchup.
I mean, would you rather just like maybe swap the lane? So that, because Storm is a hero, I feel like you don't really want to give this hero like a very good lane. I would try my best in the draft to try to swap the heroes around if I could.
I mean, Beast Coast is thinking the same. They banned the puck. If there's that right hero, it doesn't get banned out, I'm sure Falcons will think about it. But if they can't find that hero that's really going to crush it, then they'll probably just stick with the Pango mid and pick something else for Amar here.
I kind of like Invoker for that. I like Invoker against the Sven, can dispel the armor.
Malrine Invoker though?
That'd be a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it's good with their heroes, I feel like. You have Lasso and Tusk to set up Sunstrikes.
I'm just sitting here trying to think of Malrine heroes like
We saw Watson play Invoker earlier, so anything's possible.
That is true.
Carry Invoker.
That is true, but that he's carry. People always love playing the off-roll heroes.
Yep. But for Beast Coast, they're looking for a carry that can kind of match up against the Luna here. Any range carry.
Does that exist?
Yeah, it's called Morphling.
You just become the Luna.
Morphling hard counters them. And what's one of the... I mean, these range heroes are pretty good too, like Lena's and stuff like that.
Still Wind Ranger.
Still good Beaver
yeah.
game too, if you want to go that route. But yeah, this is Luna's worst matchup.
Okay, they really need Disable on Falcons.
I would 100% now go for the Moonstorm talent now over the Glaive one. Because Morphling turns into, presses W, he gets that damage reduction too. And that matchup becomes even more unplayable. So I would suggest not going for that.
Yeah, he keeps it when he goes back into the morph form.
So he's not only hitting you, but he has 25% damage reduction too.
I think that's when Morphling hard counters heroes the most. When he can turn into them, get something, then go back to Morphling form. Like Gyro Flat Cannon, same thing.
The Dark Willow, stuff like that, yeah.
I feel like Invoker is the only like really good pick here. Yeah, they go Monkey. I feel like Storm doesn't really care that much.
Do you guys think he'll get an Orchid on Monkey King this game?
I don't know, maybe.
Against the Morph and the Storm. I do feel like they've kind of lacked Disable.
This is an interesting matchup mid. Like, a lot of people pick Storm into Monkey King. So basically, Monkey wins the laning stage. But I'm not even sure. It probably still should win, but now that you have the facet of, what is it, the...
Static Slide?
Yeah, Static Slide. You don't have to get as close as you used to in the past, so that kind of helps there. But Storm is really good at finding Monkey in the trees, because when you ball lightning over a tree, you destroy it. And then so if you kind of like either scan or see him jump to a tree, you have that reach. So they're really picking this mainly just for the laning stage. Malring yet again thinks that he's going to crush the laning stage, snowball it to another lane as well. But I feel like this is not as free of a lane as the Tiny.
It's not the same with like Monkey Puck or Monkey Tiny. I feel like I'm going to root for Beast Coast lineup, overall lineup. I feel like they have the stability. Their draft looks very, very easy to execute. And on Falcon's side, there's a lot of risk involved with their lineup. Like if certain small little detail didn't go right in the early game, everything could just fall apart for them.
Yeah, and I want to talk about what Jenkins said earlier about Pyke, the heroes that he likes playing and stuff, not really these semi-carries. He gets to be a 1v9 carry in a game where he absolutely can 1v9, so that's good for Beast Coast.
Yeah, I'm also leaning towards Beast Coast. I see a lot of really good one-to-one counters. Like I do really believe in the Luna late game. I agree with you that this hero just looks like a monster late game compared to before. But you have the Doom. You can Doom always like picks one guy, they're out of the fight. And then the other one-to-one counter is like you mentioned, this Storm versus Monkey King. This is a very good matchup.
He's taking the Moon Shield facet too for Morph.
He's taking the Moon Shield facet. Man, I really do think Beast Coast took advantage on this draft. The only thing that I'm a little worried about is Moose is playing Sven, which is more of a traditional, boring, do-nothing pos 5, and I really like to see him on heroes that can rotate. You kind of can with the Sven's done, but it's not as much as a Marcy does, right? So that's my only concern for Beast Coast, but otherwise I really like their draft.
Well, look, he could show that he has a different way that he could play as opposed 5, be able to succeed that way. But either way, we're heading into a game number 3. Let's jump on over to our casters, Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat. Man, I gotta say, every like solo shot of just Jenkins next to Winter, it's amazing.
That's what we're
really
here
good.
for. Yeah.
But we do have an amazing game set up. Personal growth is what we need out of Moose. Can he play the boring position 5 that nobody likes to play?
No. Can he transform the boring Sven into the moves Sven, right? Get all around, get these stuns, offsets, and plays off on the side lanes. That's what we need.
I would be down to see that. I think that I really like the Beast Coast draft a lot here as well. To be honest with you, I've liked all of their drafts. I feel like Mariano's put together a really solid performance. We'll see if in this game they're going to be able to sort of, deal with the issues that came up in that last one. Anything to you stand out you saw in the draft that was really surprising?
I think the final pick there, the Monkey King, is the big thing to look for. It's just like, can he do it again, right? Is Lumpy going to have a bad time? A few more lumps coming his way, perhaps. Is that why he's Lumpy? Can he take the lumps and recover?
He's static sliding, that's for sure. Yeah. Static slide.
There is a pause. Don't worry. We're not missing anything here. That's why you get to see our lovely mugs here.
I feel like I kind of look like Storm Spirit a little bit too, so if I'm doing the static slide, that's
good.
It's like I cosplay it.
Yeah, I don't have the facial hair for a Monkey King. No. He's got a nice beard, so you can just have to do both. I'm sorry.
What can I do?
Yeah, I don't have the matchup to cover this.
We could fight like...
No, that's good.
All right, fair enough. Well, we are going to be into this pause here now as we get ready to go. 1v9 is what they need out of Pyke this game. We'll see if this Morphling can do it. And as we talked about, or rather what Fear was mentioning, was the Moon Shield facet for Luna will be a problem. Because if Pyke just runs right in, turns into the Luna, all of a sudden you're going to get exploded. Or rather, he's going to be able to have all that extra bit of damage reduction. But maybe they could see something. The big answer that used to be there for Morphling was the Lincoln Sphere. People used to play that or use that against him. Could be an idea.
Yeah, I think it's not so much 1v9 as 2v8. I feel like Skitter's really helped him out there by taking that facet.
You're not wrong. It's pretty nice. The stronger you get, the stronger I get, but not really, but kinda.
Brilliant.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, and of course, we're doing all this theory crafting about what mid-game team fights might look like, when in actuality, if they have a similar laning stage to what we saw last game from Falcons, Beast Coast aren't even going to get an opportunity to do anything in this one. But they've got the first win under their belt in that game number 1, and now coming into this game number 3, we'll see if Beast Coast can replicate that type of success another time.
Can they make their way to the upper bracket?
That would be crazy.
Can they send down the potential favorite here at TI to the lower bracket?
I mean, we haven't seen that many, upsets yet in this tournament, and I feel like Road to TI, it's not an easy path. There's a lot of great teams that are here. Are they going to get punished? Skitter, already.
Taunting in the river here.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, Kamisha thought about going for it. but won't make that move. So that is going to be one of the matchups to watch there. But of course, the other big thing is watching to see how mid does. Is 3 bounty runes going the way of Falcons?
Good start. Massive lead being taken right now. So Crit comes down with the boots and the blood grenade. What an item. I didn't think that item was going to last. I'm going to be real. I still barely buy that item because I just assume one day it's going to be gone.
Right.
It's too good.
It's okay, so just won't take advantage of it.
Yeah, like, no, it's just like, it doesn't feel right.
Right. Shout out to the Obs right there as well, pointing out the other thing that we noticed during the hero pick stage. It's actually a ricochet for El Misho. We have seen way more often the full bore get taken, but this time around, at the very least, deciding to go for the ricochet facet instead.
Yeah, I'm very confused by that one. It feels like a raw laning phase choice.
Yeah.
Or just saying, like, I want normal scatter blast, but man, full board is just, it feels so incredible to use. Like, maybe he's saying, like, I'm going to go, like, Reeves if I can and try and stay really tight in this game. I'm going to be playing in with my team anyway. We need more frontline.
I think it's what you're talking about right here, actually.
Yeah.
It's easier in the laning stage to deal with the Tusk if the up-close damage is greater, as opposed to the full bore, which you can stay a little bit more outside the fight.
And it's not just that, of course. It's the close damage, but it's most importantly, it's like when you're missing your attacks, right? Like now you're gonna get this bonus damage back onto him instead. So we'll see. See if they can spread the damage across multiple targets.
Crit, you can't blood grenade couriers, but with those boots, still able to run them down. It's a slaughter out there. That was also a salve that was taken away from them too. Snaking, go for the Drinking Buddies play. Amar gonna try and do the best that he can in this lane. Pango off lane, not something that's often seen as the nicest situation to play.
Yeah, one of his more recent pickups too. Amar had to put a lot of work into this hero to try and create something else, because like a year ago he didn't play Pango, I'm pretty sure. Like, I think he had like 0 pro games or something.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those ones where he has really worked on it to create more of these abilities for them to flex during the draft, because that's what took Falcons to greatness in the first place, was the flexing of the Razor and the Timbersaw and the Dragonite, and making it impossible to draft versus this team.
Right. Well, and so far, at least, it's turned out to great success throughout this year. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it work again here on this big stage. As Flame Break, little push back there onto both of these two heroes, trying to mess with them and mess up that last hitting on the Pango as well. But yeah, 12-4 so far versus the 12-3. Not having a bad time at all. Tally needs to back away there. Have the Scatter Blast connection onto both, and a couple more hits. Infernal Blade, but Snaking will walk away from that one. Yeah, drop it down very low, and there's the swap over. Strength form after the fact. Shards block off. Now turning, goes with the little shredder, the hit. Tally is low, and Snaking, he's gonna die. So Misho gets the kill. Is gonna come at a cost though, as Skitter tries to run him down, juke through the trees. No Cookie to get away, but might be able to make it for the Mud Golems. Come give me a hug. I wanna say hi. And no, not gonna happen.
Maybe he'll think I took Cookie and turn around. Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, right? Like, using the facet for the Ricochet to then use the little shredder early, since most snaps just ignore it now. You get some benefits based off it in that situation. It does help get the return kill.
Trent, we do have a bit of an issue here that I'm noticing. Oh, is he just going to lose that ward? I think he might. But I'm noticing something similar happening out of mid while this is a fight that's going on. I'm looking there, and 20-13 versus 14-2. It's not a good time.
No, once again, the denies are outpacing the last of his opponent, and statistically, that's bad.
True.
Yeah. I mean, Lumpy's been getting a couple stacks going for himself off to the side in the jungle. That'll be his recovery piggy bank. But yeah, it is not looking good right now.
No, this is quite a rough time. And the other thing is, like, as much as we're talking about, okay, having a good time on the Morph lane, having an okay time on the Doom, if Monkey King starts running around out here, this is going to be a huge issue. He might not only be able to obviously shut down Lumpy here to the side, but probably even make these other lanes fall apart too. And there it is. All the way in on him. Static slide in his way, trying to get out of trouble. But Maureen gets the proc off, and
Moose gets his career.
That's something at least.
Success for the support spend. He's just sticking on crit like glue, turning the 1v1 in the bottom lane. Giving Morph an okay time. Likewise, though, same thing for Amar. He's not under any sort of a threat here. So one of the problems with the offlane Pango is often they get a little under farmed here. Is Moose and Crit both take down some observer wards.
Okay. Fine. That was a really weird battle going on between the two of them. I wasn't exactly sure what was going on there, but you know, sometimes you just gotta make moves like that. Now Reen getting hot in this tournament.
And he's doing great there on the Monkey. And then, of course, you know, Crit very much known for his Hoodwink throughout a lot of this year. But with the other hero he's been crushing on has been this Bat Rider. Back when it was like first pick, first ban for a lot of teams, Falcons were playing it a ton, and Crit would just stack and take over the game on this hero, getting these super early Blink Daggers at like, you know, 10, 11 minutes or something on these support bats and just roaming across the entire map. So again here, he's trying to go over these stacks, but Moose knows, right? He loves Crit. You know, he's been from the region, NASA, the brothers.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna make sure that he understands the game plan of his opponent here and wants to try and shut that down.
Very prepared for that playment and blocking it off with the Sentry right at the start. So won't have that giant piggy bake to return back to after the fact. And the other big thing to watch for is Falcons already have a 2K gold lead is going to be, will they manage to secure the Wisdom Runes this time? Losing those at 7 was so rough.
Or steal some stacks as well, because they know that Beast Coast have a few up here in the triangle, and Malorine's moving in.
Now Moose makes the move, needs to get out of here. The stun to try and walk away. I mean, he's very tanky. Moose taking them far away from the bounty runes, which it looks like the battle might be happening.
This is the funniest heat map of a 5-spen I've ever seen in my life. He has not been bottom.
No.
He's been anywhere else.
Bro, and look at this. They might lose it again.
Oh, yeah.
It's going down.
Wait.
Oh, Snake King steals it, and they can't get the other one. This can't afford to happen to Beast Coast here. I mean, the Monkey King just provides too much.
It's a 3K lead right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's all well and good if you have a Morphling with a great game, but if he doesn't have the tools to get online, this is not going to work. Yeah, there's the movement of the Sven.
Making his way. And chill down for a little bit, then into the jungle, then into the mid lane, and now he's the top rune. Sure. All right, Morphling, you got it, buddy.
Meanwhile, Falcons wanting to put the screws to Beast Coast. After a game number 1, they banned out the Medusa in this one and have just come out swinging.
Mid lane, they're going to jump here. Moose making his rotations like he likes to do, and they're going to get crit.
Okay. I mean, this is a much better hero for Lumpy in terms of ability to catch back up finding kills, right? Obviously, you're still going to want runes, and might be able to get it. It looks like it's going to be an Arcane spawning up top. Lumpy can't really afford to use his mana pool to go there, but maybe they could find something on the Snake King here? No, can't do it.
Just total shutdown here. I mean, Skeeter's here.
Yeah.
There's a Luna. Are they coming for the stacks? Are they going to make a little play for this here? What are we doing? He just wants to eclipse somebody.
I'm not sure. It's not the biggest stacks in the world, but taking them away is nice.
Yeah, I mean, they're just straight up just stealing gold from your opponents by doing this.
Likewise, Beast Coast, fine. Anything you can do, we can do better.
Good choice. Nice moves.
I like that one a lot.
And not getting caught by an early Eclipse play here. Like we've seen so many people lately with these Lunas now suddenly having actual damage early in the game. Being able to invest points in the Lucent Beam.
Lamar comes in, says, hey, guys, they took away some stuff from us here. Pretty annoying.
They didn't block the Ancients, though, so Crit will get another stack on that.
Yeah.
More dragons to be farmed.
And that gold lead cut down now to just 2,000. As it looks like Monkey King wants to make the move down bottom, see if he can get something done against this Morphling.
Hard area to use the Rolling Thunder, unless they catch him back here at the camps. This part's not nearly as bad.
They're already through.
Oh, they're through the twin. Skeeter's been so active this game. It is hurting his net worth.
Yeah.
But he's here again.
And they find him immediately. Needs to be careful. Gets the push away, but they get the Doom off before the Rolling Thunder, and Morphling manages to live through it. Okay, things starting to feel a little bit better as they do run down. Lumpy full mana pool used.
He wants to be involved in this one.
Gets the kill at the end there. And in the meantime, Vitaly is in no man's land still. El Misho backs away with him. They going in a bit too far, snowball in, and no more mana means that Snapfire likely dead. Off to the side, Crit chasing down moves with Malrine. They split up, find 2 kills, not bad.
Turns into 3. Oh man, that is... Felt so good getting that Doom onto Amar, but it still ends up being a pretty good win here from Falcons. They continue the pressure immediately after with the help of the Seas of Serenity. They're not going anywhere.
That said, it was a nice catch-up being able to be involved in those kills. You take a look at like the top 5 cores, less than 1,000 gold separating the net worths. It's really just the Doom that's a little bit behind right now, in spite of being involved in that kill. And DD, thinking about going for Crit, Lumpy thinks the better of it.
Yeah, a little bit of space there, plus the TP from Malrine's gonna give him better ideas to go and do. But, you know, Crit not having the best back game. He hasn't been free to just farm it up or anything. Been a little bit busy trying to make these moves and rotations, doing the D-warding he's up to now. So at least be a slightly later Batrider blink than usual. But he's also stacking up his Ancients again right now.
In the meantime, looking down bottom, they would love to be able to take down Skitter here. Pyke in the area, and they're instead going to find a kill onto Crit. How can they take down this Morphling? Morphling playing aggressive, realizes I can make this move. Snowball already out. Shard's going to connect. The rest of the team converging on this area. Waveform through just finds the solo. Now Malrine and Skitter making their move. The Boundless strike forward needs to get out of there.
Oh!
And the Eclipse, it's just barely enough. Oh, well played.
What happened?
They were just a little bit slow.
Yeah, they
that
just,
move.
It's like he wanted to go on both of them, but then he gets a solo kill, so they all turn around again. And then he just left defenseless there. Another great move by Malrine, crushing these 2 games on the Monkey King. He's just always in the perfect spot, setting up for that Eclipse kill. Like, these guys are so close to getting these good moves, and then Malrine's just there to smack them back down.
Yeah, they need to find a way. I feel like you got to doom the Monkey King maybe even here, but he's not like a great hero to doom anyways. Snake King, off to the side, they bottle the Invis Amar. They get that roll off now, hunting in. What can he do? Vitaly drops the Doom down. Okay, now the chase is continuing, but they already have the Boundless out and about. That looks like that might be enough. He's living through it. Right at the end. Oh, don't die to neutrals. That'd be bad. But Boundless used, Rolling Thunder used, Doom used.
Morphling and Storm still farming. Take that as the win right now. But they are keeping a pretty solid lead here on the side of Falcons.
Based upon what we've seen so far, do you feel like Falcons are under pressure to make these aggressive plays? Do they need to be building up a gold lead right now, considering how scary Morphling gets later?
I think it's okay, because their cores are still farmed. Their Luna could be like 8 or 9K though, I feel like, this game.
Right.
Like if Skeeter, but they've been choosing to play aggressive and be involved on this Luna, not super AFK.
Right.
And he's getting those stacks now, so he is going to shoot right after the top of this chart, despite being the 3rd core a moment ago. Now he's at the top thanks to this big stack from Crit. That's going to slow down the blink again though.
And no tier 1 tower to TP to means that no chance for Vitaly to get in and help out his buddy. Yeah, that is a good point. The sort of slowdown of this Batrider has meant that there's a window where you can actually make some stuff happen around Storm.
Yeah, he'll get it now, though. They're giving him the mid lane. He got all the assist gold from the stacks anyway.
Right.
So it's all good. Didn't get to farm up too many of them themselves, but they all add up in the end.
Getting towards that Manta on the Luna as Lumpy clears through these Ancients, or at least some of them.
And what's really good about the Tusk is that it's a support that has a lot of just like single target damage that you can pair up with the Batrider. So he's a melee hero, so he gives you that little bit of like sustain and body in the engagement, but he's also got like Finger of Death, like a lion or something like that, right? So you can come and help with these lassos and everything. And that's probably what they're going to look for. Just smoke up together with the help of Malrine. You just do like Boundless into Blink, Lasso, Walrus Punch, boom, dead. Good ward here. Oh, unfortunately, he doesn't have the trees cut anymore, though, so I can't actually spot where Snaking's moving. But yeah, this is a freebie. They're even going to Wukongs just because Snaking was a little far away, but he gets there in time anyway.
Smoke up with the other 3, trying to get active here with the level 6, and the jump on the Skitter.
And the kisses.
Pulls him in, tries to bring him down, and easy peasy. Now Pyke in the area. Malrine, they turn onto him, needs to wait for him away. Walrus Punch comes out, still strength form switch over. Can they keep him alive? doing what they can, pushes to the far side of the shards. That keeps him alive.
Big save from Amar coming in with the help there. He really did not want to have to morph there, but had to use it for the Luna, I guess, anyway, before she died.
Yeah. All right, Tally, he's got his Midas done, though. So, yeah, you're taking out this Doom, but he is going to start to catch back up eventually. It's going to take a while. You know what's the other thing I just realized?
What's that?
He has taken the death throw power. So if he dies, he's giving over all of that extra base attack damage on the Doom. 60%. It's actually pretty hype with the morph.
That is pretty crazy, actually.
I mean, he's been dying a lot, too, so...
It's genius. That is... Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best heroes in the game to give it to.
Now, find one. Already dead, and the turn onto Monkey King. Do they have enough damage? Snowball save. Lumpy waiting for him to come out of it. And will they be able to bring him down with that Doom? Lasso already used. Vitaly's starting to die. And in the end, it is going to be Monkey King getting away. Moose could not run him down. Maureen, so slippery and hard to kill on this Monkey King.
2-0 and 8. Definitely the assister more so in this one than actually getting the kills himself. She's happy to do. Just tons of setup here. As again, Skeeter farming ancient stacks, but they're not even his own. I guess they were stacked by Snaking to be technical, so kind of are.
Maureen giving the other temp to Lumpy yet again. I mean, Maureen has definitely been the MVP so far in terms of his movements on this Monkey King. He's been making this hero look very, very good.
It's actually crazy that Lumpy's almost caught up to him in terms of net worth. You have to give some credit to Lumpy, I think, because he got trashed, man.
Absolutely.
Like, he's crawling back out of the dumpster to get back into this game. Still smells a little bit, but he's in there.
Right. Well, and I mean, it's a 6K gold lead. Like, it's starting to feel like they're getting this momentum going on the side of Falcons. That last movement mid where they weren't able to get the kill. I mean, you know, you imagine how different this looks if Maureen dies there, but was able to survive through it.
Kisses are up and ready to go here again from El Micho, so Zip into Kisses is back on the table, but they don't have anyone who's making themselves vulnerable. Amar was down here on the wave, but he's got this pipe, wand. It's hard to bring down.
Oh, yeah.
They are a lot of magic damage right now.
A smoke play coming with Crit and Maureen together. They want to make a move for 20 minutes, I guess, or somebody that's going to farm this.
Yeah, just looking for him farming the Ancients, coming through again, stealing those. Like, they're just playing really active on this side of the map. It's nighttime, so you can do this with Luna team.
Oh my god, and look at this, how defensive he's playing. Is he just within range, though, of that ward? They see him now. Oh, they know he's back there. Crit would love to go. The Monkey King, the tree is moving. Do they see him? They jump forward, find him. He gets the strength form off. Will it be enough to keep him alive, though? No! As they brought numbers, what a sick play. Oh my god.
Yeah, the map moves are just too good.
And trying to tilt him, too. The incessant tipping. Stuns come out now. They find Amar. Somebody else that occasionally teams have tried to tilt. As he drops also. Can they find anything after the fact to try and punish the lack of abilities on cooldown?
He did not get out. He stuck around on the high ground here.
Zip Zip tries to escape, does not have a ton of mana. Gotta run, gotta run. El Micho, is he gonna be there? They can't quite get him run down.
Yeah, there was still Cookie left too, so if he tries to like jump in after, might not have any help.
So they're still getting trades, but it feels like every time Falcons is just getting that little bit more out of these engagements.
And Maureen already setting up so much this game, and now purchasing into the Gleipnir once he finishes up that Vitality booster. So just be more and more control. There is the Manta on the Morphling, but Storm, no defensive options versus that right now. Just gonna have to help for a Cookie or the Blink War Stomp there from Vitaly.
Where else will they go? They find another ward here. Moo's doing a really good job of dewarding.
Yeah, the wards have been great from East Coast. I mean, that was what really carried them in Game 1. The aggressive warding to generate their pickoffs. Now you need a little bit more to the defensive warding. There's a lot of these spots versus Monkey King where you can often catch them, where like you kind of know the spots where Monkey Kings are always trying to cross over.
Right.
Like by the bridges up top and everything. Of course, not as effective as it probably used to be thanks to Tree Dance, because you don't have to do the same angles.
Yeah.
With a simian stride, right? Now you can just go over the hell you want because there's no cooldown.
In the meantime, Falcon's going to make that move, and yeah, you can see the warding battles that have been going on here. The wards destroyed 7 so far, just on moves. Slumpy, not want to get caught here, going to go for the zip TP. Very, very safe play as they dodge and try and wait for their lineup to get fully online. You can see Crimson Guard in the works for the Doom, while Beast Coast, at 20-minute mark last game, they think they had lost the Aegis and just lost their Tormentor. So it's a better game, but Falcons still on top.
I'm going to hop through the Twin Gate here as Courier is coming down to deliver the Gleipnir. That'll get spotted by a Radiant Observer Ward. Great ward. These are the kind of wards I love, right? Like, way down by the Twin Gate, spotting these global map movements that they're going for here. Trying to keep this Morphling safe when he's farming.
Has been able to dodge away from most of the action coming in. But there were a couple of those clutch pickoffs that did happen.
Snakey's going to find him and just pretend like he's got help.
Right. Yeah, there's no way. Dota Plus putting it at
a nice lead here.
Yeah,
for Falcons.
Definitely. Well, they try and close out one of these towers. There is a mass TP move. Scans come out. Crit looking, finding El Misho. That is a kill that they
Lumpy's like, cool.
Yeah.
Big thumbs up on that one.
And snaking. Snowball. The rest of the team showing up here. Are they going to be able to find anything? There it is. Gleipnir out, but then the turnaround boundless.
And Pake's gonna leap away.
Ooh, thought about the stun. In pretty far moves, he's going to be left behind. And Lumpy, he's actually out of mana. Oh, no. And the chase, it's coming.
He's high-fiving from so far away.
Oh, there's no way to get out of that. That is a pretty devastating loss as the storm finally goes down. And Falcons starting to assert some dominance here.
Slow and steady, this lead has been growing.
Oh, yeah.
Morphling getting closer to the BKB. Maybe that can be something to try and turn around with a Luna copy.
Well, and the Crimson's done. Really great item against Monkey King, against Luna, against the Pango. Like, all the cores get kind of wrecked by it to some extent.
Oh, well, the mobility is just been upped as well for Malrine. Gonna pick up the Shard now, so gonna have these Boundless Strike leaps into the Gleipnir. Didn't go for that Orchid build the panel had discussed, because he just doesn't need it right now. Look at that, he just sets up one kill and looks for more.
Yeah, they're going for the other one, and this is the much bigger one.
There's the Doom.
Boundless Strike. Oh, moving. Big stun, the waveform through. Holy moly. They tore up Malrine. Tally goes down. Lumpy now trying to get out of there as they're TPing away on the Morph. Moose throws out a stun, just wants to ensure that his Storm does not die this time. A triple kill for Skitter. So they managed to find one kill onto Malrine, but it comes at a big cost. You can see you're still gaining gold from that on Beast Coast, which is crazy.
Yeah, thanks to the Morphling, I guess. And the fact you're not losing any of these other heroes.
Yeah.
But overall, still a win, of course, XP and gold-wise there for Falcons. And most importantly, they go straight into the Roche Pit. It does get the BKB finish for the Morphling, so Pyke feeling a lot better about that, but now contending into an actual engagement is going to be so damn difficult for them.
Oh yeah, no, it's going to be tough. And this is the type of move, too, that you're going to see from Falcons to really close out the rest of this map. You know, you got 3 Tier 2 towers that are available for the pickings. They're closing that lead on the side of Beast Coast.
They are, yep. Yeah,
but
it's getting better.
I mean, I sort of wonder what is the timing that they're looking for on Beast Coast. And maybe it's the BKB on Lumpy. You know, he's getting closer to it.
I think in terms of timing is important, but I think what's most important is just like the way the fight breaks down and how the Doom interacts. Like,
yeah,
the Blink War Stomp Doom. Like, who can you grab? I think if you get the Pango before he's like, you know, obviously like casting all the spells, that'd be great. But he also has a mech and then a Crimson, and so of course he'll still be, and a Pipe, sorry. So he's gonna be popping all of that.
Right.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit problematic.
Waveform used. Obviously, if you can find the Morphling now, pretty huge, but Omisho is gonna run into all these heroes, and that signals Pyke to get the heck out. So they will lose the Snapfire while Lumpy is cutting waves, killing creep camps underneath a ward to keep him a little safe, although now Malrine shows up. He's going to zip TP.
Again, another great ward, just kind of unsuspecting that it would be so deep here on the map.
I think this moment right here is going to be very telling for how Falcons feel about this game. Shield Rune, Luna, there's an opportunity here to really like push the tempo if they wanted to all group together and go high ground. If they're feeling stressed, you could do that. Otherwise, just play it safe. We'll see how they decide to handle this.
I think you just clear the tier 2s.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like, clear the tier 2s, get good wards down. Again, it's nighttime, so Luna can just move without fear. You have this bonus vision, you have this Monkey King on your side who's just going a little ape all over the place.
Yeah. Skitter stepping over here. And it looks like they are going to just secure this triangle
That
area.
scan found Pike up here.
Oh, wow. Okay,
He just jumps next to him. Hello.
Okay.
Yeah, he has to. It's the only way he lives.
Jump, jump, jump. Oh, no! Oh, no BKB used. That's crazy.
That's crazy that he stopped so early, like with the tree dance. Okay.
And then finally getting a tip back the other way. So yeah, they do go for the tier 2 clean out.
Oh man, it's so frustrating though when it's level 1 on the morph.
Yeah.
It's a massive cooldown. It's 2.5 minutes almost.
Was able to save his BKB.
That's true.
And the high ground defense. Will it even be a defense, or are Falcons going to just make the move that we so often see of farming together out on the map and denying areas? It looks like Beast Coast want to make a move themselves, and in fact, Amar, completely alone over there, just gets eviscerated.
That's really well done. No use to the Doom either, so now they can smoke out and go for someone else. Probably smoke out, take wards with you, try and get something down. Their lanes are a bit of a problem, but I would love to see them try and fight during this. Although it's this issue of the morph still being on cooldown.
Right. 70 seconds.
So then you don't really have the full power of your carry either. You still have Kisses though, and Doom, so feels pretty good. I think you kind of have to. Yeah, they're gonna start it off.
Morph gets the shard, coming out to him.
What happened to the Storm Smoke? Why isn't he getting oh, okay, wow. He really had to get in there. I swear he walked next to Almisha like 4 times. It didn't get smoked, but finally got it, so off they go.
Trying to push out the waves. And Falcons, will they get caught unawares by this? I mean, it's kind of a weird move, I guess. Moose is not in it.
they're smoking to like defensively guard their Wisdom Runes. Like,
yeah.
Maybe the monkey will jump in here, guys.
I mean, Falcons showing some respect and not wanting to go for that play, which it makes sense. It's like a crazy move to make with 1 dead. But now Amar back up again. You can feel the tension, though. Game 1, Game 2. By the wayside, if they're close, it tends to turn into a crazy one if they're stomps one way or the other.
They scanned the Wisdom Rune just to make sure someone was there collecting it, and that gives them the confidence to go high ground and force the glyph now. Now, they're thinking if they glyph, he's going to back away, but Skitter doesn't agree.
Moose is ready. Off to the side with the stun to open up if they want to use it. The stun to slow. They have Crimson. Can pop it still. Lumpy dealing with the creeps that are there, drinking buddies. They're giving up the tower, and of course, as soon as the tower's dead, this is what Luna does best. Skitter gonna go back in. It's really close on that edge. There's gonna be the lasso pullback on his Sven. The great timing on that stun! Finds BKB. Lumpy right away, forced to use the BKB.
No BKB, I mean, he can just go right back high ground.
Oh yeah. The problem is that Aegis, it's wearing lower and lower. Do you commit yourself to a bad fight? Obviously, no BKB on Storm is huge. Amar ready to roll. There's the zip in, zip out. Trying to put a little bit of pressure onto him, but that's a full set of racks gone.
As the Aegis fades, they're able to get that and just slip away into the night here. Very hard to chase. And again, no BKB on Storm. Like, you just can't feel confident going out after that.
Oh, yeah. Not what they wanted to see on Beast Coast.
That was good risk management, I think, from Falcons. That was well worth it.
No, they played it quite well.
And right on that 20-minute, 8-minute timing too, so like not, no one holding back for their own Wisdom Rune. They scan, make sure that they're not full force up on the high ground. They don't have that great setup. And then you can also say like lassoing moves can be maybe seen as a little bit risky, right? Because like that's not a target you're thinking about.
Right.
But it's worth it, because again, it just crashes their numbers. Makes it hard for them to defend. Moose doesn't want to buy back.
I still do kind of wonder what the damage is going to look like from this morph when he manages to switch into the Luna form, if that's what he does. He's been going into the Monkey King more often than not. But it's going to be something to watch for, because I feel like in many ways we just have not seen Beast Coast take the fight that they want altogether. It's like trying to dodge away from things constantly. See if maybe those nerves are starting to get to him a bit. I think that's also going to be a shard done for Storm.
I mean, Amar's like the poster of this like couple of patches right now too, right? Like he's on Pango, who has defensive barrier creating spells. His Greaves are almost done to go with his Pipe and his Crimson, so it's just, and then if you blink Doom him or whatever, like he still pops his items.
Of course,
you know?
yeah.
So, like you're finally, you know, we're talking about how they haven't got that one team fight that they're looking for as Skitter takes down his Courier. That hurts for Pyke. No more Demon Edge. You just need so much damage in these fights just to chew through what Pango's going to help his teammates with.
Right. Well, yeah, that, I mean, and finding a done Daedalus for Pyke would be huge.
Yeah, that would be a good way to get some damage.
2.5 minutes without it. That sucks.
Yeah, and like now he has no buyback because he bought out for that.
El Misho likely going to die as he sees, well, maybe not. Okay, he's in some trouble. Run away, El
Big in
Misho.
space.
Well, the Flame Break pushes him forward, actually, but yeah, it's not going to be a good time. Falcons. 12,000 gold lead now. And as Beast Coast have to dodge away, it feels like every second that goes by is pulling further and further into their lead. But at the same time, you can't fight yet. On the side of Beast Coast, you need those items. If they manage to win one really good fight for Beast Coast, they have really good tower taking potential, but it's a question of will that actually happen? Can you even get it?
At least they can clean this up.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Oh,
Shard?
that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a really nice one.
They need all the little bits of defense they can get right now. And it's a short-ish Roche. 30 more seconds here, so that's going to spawn.
They're so afraid.
They should be. And that's when Falcons are just going to go for the finish here.
Yeah, you can see the line continuing to trend down. And it's going to be a Linken's for Luna, so she'll actually be able to defend against the Morph as well.
Yep, good choice.
Oh, that would be painful.
I mean, there's
Opsin on her.
the Doom too, so.
Oh, yeah.
Very good Lincoln's game here. And then Bat's going to have the Aghanims by then, so Crit is only 1,000 gold away, so they can probably just get, like, Aegis picked up here. Get themselves the banner, of course.
Oh, yeah.
You can see there. Grab that on the second Roche.
I feel like as Beast Coast, you gotta, like, this is where the fight has to kind of happen. Can't afford to give up this Aegis now. They'll see the Luna. Don't know if it's illusion or not. Now they'll see a second one. And 10 seconds until Daedalus. Gotta clear out this wave and then get themselves over that direction. As Roche has respawned.
This Courier better hurry. I don't know. They're smoking up. This is it, Gabe.
You gotta make something happen. Win or lose right now. Upper bracket, lower bracket for Beast Coast or Falcons.
Where's the lasso? Where's the Doom?
Lumpy gonna try and get a bunch of vision to start this. Daedalus assembled.
It's a daytime fight. That's good news for Beast Coast.
Okay. Vision out. Lumpy using some mana. We'll be able to bottle up through it. Snake King off to the side. Of course, the snowball save is going to be really key to how this goes as well. They drop down a ward immediately. Moose takes down the Vision. Falcons. Who is presenting as a target? It's Snake King first. Buyback statuses are the other things to watch for. They only have buyback on the Bat and the Tusk.
Snake King's flexing big right now.
Oh yeah, the smoke wears out, and now
it's like a puffer fish when they blow up. It's like, you want some?
Falcons see that Luna, or rather that Roche is up. Right, Manta, send them out. Lumpy gonna catch that wave. Wave's not really that much of a concern right now. And oh, they're thinking about going for the tier 1 tower.
I mean,
or are they? I was wondering if they want to take it so that way there's not a quick reinforcement, but it's way too healthy.
Yeah, it's too spooky. Don't go that far away from the team.
The other thing, it's about to switch to nighttime. They're going to need to go through the gate. Beast Coast, they think they missed it. Oh,
Okay.
no.
Not only that, but now it's the...
Oh, no.
That would have been so good, actually, if they caught someone.
Oh, God. Stun Roche. Don't let him go
Roche,
through.
don't go.
Don't go.
All right, so now they need to smoke and run the whole way
It's
across.
not gonna happen,
If they
dude.
ever...
It's done.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
That is the saddest thing. You have this big moment, this big fight that you want to take, and you don't even get an opportunity to take it. Devastating. Devastating moment for Beast Coast.
They'll take the tower. It's a bit of compensation here. And perhaps the Wisdom Rune if they're feeling bold.
Oof.
Crit is definitely getting theirs.
Jeez, man.
This guy has just got a little timer going. Every Wisdom Rune, Crit is there. It's guaranteed.
That is painful. So TPing away, they don't get the Wisdom. Now they have to defend against 4.5 minutes of Skitter Luna.
And he is not afraid.
No.
And he's going to get another tower. He's going to open up these racks once more to the bouncing glaives.
Snake King jumps forward, finds Moose. Got him caught. Where's the save? There's nothing doing.
Wait.
Okay. Got there in time. No BKB in inventory right now for Skitter.
Okay, that's a comeback item.
Acting
That
himself
is.
done.
That's good.
No buyback.
I like it. Going for the big play here.
Get no buyback on everybody.
The blue hole.
Who cares? Just make it happen. Gotta find a way to defend against this.
Oh, it's coming in. The bounces.
They're looking.
Oh,
They're
tower help!
He's taking so much damage. They can't quite get it. Now they get it. Tries to walk away. El Micho, cookies out. Banner down. Can they find more? Pulls in. Drinking buddies. Gets Skitter alive safely.
Oh, he's not even taking damage.
Dude, I mean, you gotta make a big move, and it's just not presented as an opportunity.
They're just hiding behind him. They have the vision advantage.
This is gonna be Megas unless they can find some type of huge play from Vitaly. He's looking.
Yeah, Snake King's got a sneaky ward down here, too, up on the high ground.
El
Looking for a
Micho,
lasso.
Malrine, they're right onto him, but the jump forward, and now the Storm, they get it, though! The Link gets passed over! Are you kidding me? They keep him alive! And now Amar rolling every which way. What a freaking play from Skitter. As Tally tries to get out of there, but it is all too late. There is no way they're going to be able to take this fight now. Malrine drops the Wukong's command. This is going to be Megas in just a moment. Pyke throws it off to the side. The Boundless Strike is there. Stun now connects, but another Lincoln's is out. And now the Stomp. Where's the follow-up? There is not enough in the world. They try and bring him down, but that's still into the Aegis. Lumpy turns, wants to hit, wants to get some extra damage. But the Greaves, the pipe, it's all too much.
He's not scared. He's coming right back up.
They are fighting into a boulder right here in Skeeter. But are they actually going to back now? Okay. There's enough whittling damage that they call off the additional move. Oh, it was Malrine's Link, excuse me. It might have been a passover. I think they broke it once, and then it still hit on it. Crazy.
Yeah. No, I think it was just his, yeah. It's so hard to go in. Like... the double Lincolns is just perfect, right? Because there's Morphlings trying to deal with that as well, trying to get these good copies, and then on top of that, trying to get these Dooms. So the itemization is perfect here from Falcons. And now even Vlad's now picked up a little GG item here from Snake King.
Oh, yeah. All the auras. Every single one.
Yeah, it's truly disgusting here.
2 minutes left. Cookie, Stomp, out, tries to bring him in. Lasso, huge! Wait a minute, do they have enough? Can they bring him down in time? Pyke trying to stay alive. The snowball hits onto him, and already Vitaly, El Micho, they're dead. Skitter sets his eyes on the prize.
All right, last chance here. There's one more morph.
And they do it. They need it desperately. There's just not enough damage in the world, and they're taking so much as well. Lumpy goes back in with the Vortex. They try and take down the supports. Snaking still manages to survive through that. They just do not have the deeps. And Lumpy backs away. Pyke still looking for a target. Has to jump away. The Force Staff removes, keeping him alive for the moment. Getting into the base. Another big Vortex. Controlling. Managed to get some extra damage onto these heroes as Skitter is hit. A minute still left on the Aegis as the Doomman is out onto Malrine. They need a little bit more damage to find the kill, and it's not quite going to be there. Lumpy, Vortex backs away.
Okay.
Zip, zap, zoop, manages to find the kill, and that gave him buyback. Okay, an opportunity now. Pyke is fully over to strength form, but with Lumpy having a full mana pool, they can maybe whittle these down heroes a little bit more. But Skeeter godlike, and still with more time on this Aegis, it's just becoming a bit too much. 4 dead, buy back, but it's only the 2, and all 5 from Falcons are alive. Turning onto Amar, they're not doing quite enough. He manages to roll out of there just in time. Lumpy looking to take him down, but Skinner, the Indomitable on this Luna, is just way too much to deal with. And with that, the throne is going to
give some
fall. They pull them all in for a big ol' hug, but it's Falcons moving on in the upper bracket.
Just absolutely ridiculous game there from Skeeter. 13-1 and 14 he finishes on this Luna. Looking more like what we were kind of expecting coming into this series here in the last 2 games from Falcons.
Man, just like that, Falcons, maybe it's not the way we anticipated, but they're moving on the upper bracket.
Definitely not in the fashion we expected at all, Lyrical, but it is finally a win for Falcons there. 2-1. Did have to go that extra distance for them. And the other thing that we have to bring up is another Doom loss. I mean, this series in itself, that's 3 games we've seen Doom, a loss every single time, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 games, the Doom kind of had a tough time in the laning phase. That's why we keep going back to you have to understand what position for to pick. You can overall first pick the Doom, but you need to kind of cover the holes that are going to appear later by the enemy counter picking your lane by having a good position for in the lane, which they kind of have this game with the Snapfire. But ultimately, I feel like the lane shouldn't have gone that badly, just in terms of individual execution. They could have played the lane better, and that kind of made the game really, really difficult for them. Because even the Morphling also didn't have a good lane, so across the board, all 3 cores didn't have a good start in the game.
Yeah. I wonder if their communication wasn't like that last clip we saw where it's 14 minutes in the game. Luna obviously doesn't have any items or levels yet, just walks up and starts hitting a tier 1, instantly gets bursted. Probably knows she's going to die there, but I wonder if they're talking about like, yeah, you may or may not die here, but it's going to bait a good fight into us. So Skeeter does die, but they get a bunch of cleanup kills afterwards.
Yeah.
And it's just like having that sense of like, I guess we talked about it before, like not being greedy as like a carry is like really good right now, and being willing to like sacrifice yourself to make your team have these windows where you can actually win team fights.
Honestly, Skeeter's been, for me, a stand-up player for this team in this tournament so far. He has been so incredibly active. On this Luna, we saw him, stealing Ancients, trying to use his ult. We saw him going to the mid lane and taking the tower on Razor. He also did that in this game, as we saw in the clip, a couple of times. In fact, right after he died in that clip, he respawned and he didn't like TP to his jungle to go farm. He TP'd back to mid.
Yeah.
It's like, well, okay, they used all of their stuff. Let's just do the same thing and take the mid tower. And it's so instrumental in Falcons being able to close out the map that their carry is so willing to always, at the very least, if he's farming very near his team. They did a 4-man rotation to the Wisdom Rune. Like last game, we saw Malrine go to the Wisdom Rune, and Falcons, whatever the comms were, whatever the calculations were, they were like, okay, maybe with the 3, it's not enough this time. We need to bring 4. We bring the carry as well. And I think making a call like that is difficult because you can waste the carry's time. You also risk if like you die there, if you make that 4-man rotation and you die, the game is over. But it's just a really good read on the game to bring him there. Like both games, they got both Wisdom Runes at 7 minutes. And as a support player, that's one of the most miserable things that can happen to you.
Yeah, I mean, he had 1 death, by the way, and that was that 1 death where he just walked mid. It looked really silly, to be honest with you. It's like this Luna's just hitting this tier 1 tower, just instantly gets blown up. And like, but they have a really good understanding of the game where he does die there, but he doesn't do that again, right? He's like, that's my 1 death I can afford to help my team. After that, I'm going to play for myself. But yeah, I wanted to highlight Malrine here at 7 minutes into the game here. He just has like an Orb Corrosion, a Wraith Band. He's just ready to go. And then this is the 7-minute play that you talked about, Jenkins, here, where he just makes his way all the way to the 7-minute Wisdom Rune here. He's like, whatever mid, I don't really care. We're going to prioritize this Wisdom Rune. Just hops all the way over the same in stride. Ends up killing the position 4 there, secures his team the Wisdom Rune, and this is like goes back to like even we talked about Skitter doing it, Malrine's doing it. They're all sacrificing a little bit of their game for the team to make sure that these supports get their levels, and then it all just turns into like a snowball effect. And this is what these good teams do. They do all these small things for the team to make sure that they're getting a good position in the game.
There's going to be some more questions I'll get to ask you guys in a little bit. But right now, we've got someone who is very good at asking questions. That's Nomad, joined by Snaking.
Well, thank you very much, Nat. And yes, indeed, I am here with Snaking. I mean, Snaking, you know, convincing game 1, convincing game 2. You got there in the end of game 3. You know, you guys never really let the lead go. But how did you feel? Did you enjoy the series?
I mean, I think the series was definitely a bit stressful. We didn't have the best start. I think in terms of strategy and gameplay, we very faltered pretty hard on the first one. And then I think we adjusted nicely for the second and third game. Coach had a pretty good speech after the game 1, you know, rallied the troops, reset mentally for the second and third game.
All right, and what specifically about game 1 do you feel like didn't really go your way?
I mean, I think the obvious ones were we spent a lot of resources on rotating to the DOTA. Those rotations didn't pay off. In fact, we even die. So, like, it ends up being really bad for us. And then it also relieves a lot of pressure off of Centaur. You know, he just gets to free farm versus the Troll. So, all in all, I think the early game didn't go so well. And then the mid game just kind of is a product of having a bad early start.
Yeah, very insightful there. And, you know, how do you guys reset then coming into game 2? So obviously, you know, you came back really, really strong in that second one. You know, what was said in that coach kind of motivation?
I mean, I think we've been watching Ted Lasso, so, you know, after game 1, we were like, go fist memory, you know, it's got to be Ted Lasso. And you just kind of have to forget about what happened, identify what went wrong, and then just reset for the next game, and don't let it bother you too much.
Absolutely. And Crit on Twitter, he's talking about the coin flip, you know. So why do you decide to do a coin flip rather than actually choosing your opponent?
I mean, this is something Crit already said on social media. I didn't know he was superstitious, man, but apparently he is. So because of TI-11, you know, they were on top of group, I think it was Group A, and as evil geniuses, and then they met the super underdogs of South America, and then somehow, as the favorites, they managed to 0-2, 0-2 into just leaving the tournament, you know, as one of the favorites coming in.
Yeah, and did you look across into Crit's eyes and see any flashbacks after that?
I mean, after game 1, the PTSD was for sure coming in, you know? He's definitely sweating a little bit, but it's okay. I think we did a good job of not letting that happen and resetting.
All right, thank you very much, Snaking, and best of luck in the rest of the tournament. And back to Nat and the gang.
It's nice to know at least one curse was broken there for Falcons, at least on the side of Crit there. And nice to know that in the back end, it's Ted Lasso is the TV show that's been bringing the team together a little bit more, Jenkins.
He gave away his secrets.
I know, he gave it all. On his first day of playoffs as well.
I mean, after that first game, it looked like they needed a coach intervention. I don't think when the whole team kind of has the mistakes that they're making and it's not just one player. I mean, sometimes it's one player that's so bad that they need the motivational speech, and that does happen where like the nerves are just getting to them. But that it looked like the fundamentals were off on game 1. And we've seen that a few times with Falcons, and they've even said it in interviews where they think they're a team where their fundamentals are just extremely good. They go to all the runes, they send the right number of heroes for each rotation, things like that. And so they just had to reset that, and now he was able to do it.
Yeah, sometimes it tends to happen when you're winning a lot, you're getting a lot of confidence, and you feel like anything can work and you can get away with anything. That's when you need to get a couple of losses, and then everything has to be reviewed and changed, you know.
Yeah. Something else that happened in game 2 and game 3 that was for Falcons is that they got their hands on a Monkey King last pick. And Fetcher's going to break it down a little bit more, just what this Monkey King can do and why he is such a good mid or carry right now.
That you can flex the hero, but so far we've been seeing him a lot in the mid lane, dominating lane. So let's take a little journey into what Lumpy had to do in game 2 and game 3. He had to lane against this thing. Now, the important thing that Mallory is doing mostly is he's trying to keep the creep wave right here on his side of the river, and then every time Lumpy comes forward, he's going to attack him at least once to zone him from the lane. And if he does get 4 Jingu hits, that's basically 4 free denies or last hits. So in these early starts of the laning stage, that's what starts compounding his advantage. And then because Lumpy has a hard time coming forward because he is getting hit a little bit and denied often, what he ends up doing is he relies more on spells. He uses Avalanche here to kill that range creep. And then when these two are low, he's going to go for a toss, but Malrine glyphs the creep wave to make sure that now Lumpy has wasted his spells, can't get close, and he gets both denies. This is something that happened consistently. Right here, 15 denies on Malrine, 12 last hits on Tiny. And now when we go into the last game that we just saw, similar principle. Creep waves on the high ground near him. Every time Lumpy comes forward, he gets attacked and has to run away here. And then he starts using Remnant. And what Remnant does is allows him to move and go for a far last hit. This Remnant moves out a little bit and explodes. But what Malrine does is he walks into it, he tanks the damage because he uses his shift to dodge the damage, and then the Remnant doesn't even get to its true destination, which was the range creep back there. So he's basically not only making it hard for him, but he's also, again, shutting down the spells. Just something that he was consistently doing here in this laning stage against Lumpy over and over and over again. And then he uses all this early advantage to get kills. This is actually right before the 7-minute clip. 6:30, this is how ready they were to actually go for the rune. And look at this, this is like a terrifying monkey jumping around on the trees, hunting you. He ends up killing moves and then goes for the Wisdom Rune. So both games, just absolute lane dominance into lane pressure and winning other lanes for his team. It is really impressive, and Falcons is one of the best with it.
Yeah, we're going to have to be aware of the Falcons Monkey King in the future matchups, whoever is to face them. But thank you, Purge, for breaking it down. The mid Monkey King, how it's able to help any side lanes that might not be as strong there for themselves too. Biggest issue we find for a lot of carries or people in core roles is, despite the meta wanting to lean into having active heroes, people get worried that they're going to get out-farmed. And I was worried that we were going to see that. The Morphling was really getting up there in net worth. And I was wondering if all of these connections by the Luna, her leaving the jungle and trying to find these kills, might have resulted, Winter, in that Morphling coming online just a little bit quicker or getting to a point where he was hard to deal with.
It's definitely a very good thing for you to do as Luna, because Morphling is not as strong as Luna in the early game. So the more you can do it in the early game to slow him down, or at least to pressure the Morphling's teammates, I think the better, you know. Because it's not just about, oh, my matchup against you, Luna versus Morphling. It's all about the teammates as well. Like, if you can pressure the Morphling's teammates, they are poor. Even if the Morphling ends up about the same net worth with you, that would be also a significant advantage for you as a Luna.
Anything you want to add on, Theo?
Not really. I think we covered most everything there. I think the Morphling, what they're really good on Falcons is, yeah, you leave alone the Morph for a while, but they'll come back and kill them later. Like, it's like, we're going to put our resources here, then we're going to shift it over here, and like, but we left Morph alone for a long time. Let's find a way to shut him down now, and they did that really well. So they just like, very much so like focus areas that they need to minute by minute, and they seem to always hit their mark.
Yeah, they do. And let's get a little bit more information, because we have a listen in from that ending of game number 3 there on the side of Falcons.
First for you, keep running. Target storm. Pango warrior. Okay, cover. And another one.
And another one.
Another one. That was the only thing they said in that clip.
Sometimes you don't have to, make all the comms messy by any means.
Non-verbal communication.
Thank you. So you knew what I was saying without me even saying it.
Right.
Yeah.
I've heard something called effective communication.
Yeah.
You don't want maybe too many words, in the same.
I mean, to be fair, when you're at the end of a game, there's not much to say.
That's true. When you've
already won. You're just kind of enjoying the spoils of war at that point, if you will.
Ahmad definitely was. I mean, that man was literally living just by the slide, shield crash helping him as well. But look, another one is what Falcon said. Another one is what you're going to get. We're going to get another series, 2 more teams coming up here soon. But before we do, let's catch up with Topson, because he had a lot to say before the road to TI started.
I am here with Topson from Tundra. Topson, how are you doing?
Doing great.
I've watched you for years, obviously. And I often see, if I could describe the way that you play mid, if I may, you tend to take risks that I didn't see other people thinking of taking. You'll dive to a point where I think no one else would have thought of that. When you're playing solo, I feel like you're just kind of experimenting. But when you're on a team, do you have to, do they ever yell at you to like get back, be careful, or do they just trust you and follow you to the end?
I think I've changed. I think probably at the start of my career I was more reckless, and I didn't really think of professional Dota different than pubs. Like, I thought it was just the same thing. I mean, I think I'm pretty. I would say I'm pretty consistent nowadays.
Very, yeah.
So I think no, I'm not really that crazy. I would say I'm not that crazy.
But you're certainly someone that other people look to for how to play mid, what to build, what heroes to pick. Is this something that you're thinking about between games, or do you just have these ideas while you're playing. Like I can imagine you sitting there just staring at the hero screen in Dota and just picking over all the details. How do you arrive at these builds and these mids that you play?
I mean, it's just a lot of practice, a lot of repetition, and then of course when there's new patch, there's always a lot of inspiration to figure out what's the best build again on these heroes. And obviously we have our coach also with us helping, like if there's something that I have missed, for example, so then he helps out, like because there's the website, the Dota 2 Pro Tracker, everybody can just like look some hero and then see the top builds and like see what every pro is building on them. So it's very easy to just kind of figure out the best builds now. Yeah.
I like to play mid occasionally, okay, but obviously not at the same level. Let's put that straight out there. But I like to play kind of unusual heroes mid as well. I would like you to tell me which of my favorite mid heroes are viable and which are not.
All right.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So bear in mind that I'm Archon, so these are not good. Venomancer.
Unplayable.
Unplayable. Lion.
It can work. Yeah.
It can work. Yeah. Good enough. Shadow Shaman.
That's a rough one. Yeah.
That's a rough one. Yeah. Is that going under unplayable?
I think it's probably better than Veno, but still pretty rough. Yeah.
Okay. What about Witch Doctor? That's one of my favorites.
Before the nerfs to the healing, like the damage facet, yeah, you could have played it, but now I don't
Not
see it.
now.
Yeah.
What about Lich? No? Okay, well, fair enough. Without going into too much detail then, if you could just describe what you think the current meta is like in Dota compared to all the years gone past.
So I think it's very fast-paced right now, and like these, at least the last patch, and I don't feel like this patch changed that much. I think the meta will be pretty similar, and these fast teams like Gladiators and Liquid will be pretty strong. Liquid has been looking very strong. GG always has a bit of a rough scrims and stuff like that, but they always end up figuring it out, you know. So I think those two teams are probably gonna be the hardest opponents. But of course there's Falcons and Spirit who this kind of meta, I don't think it suits them as well, but they are very, very good, so they will figure it out how to play against it or play with it. But obviously I'm just guessing like what it's gonna be like, but I'm guessing that's kind of the meta for this TI. So yeah, it's just gonna be some auras and ending the game 20 minutes in kind of thing, you know, like that's what I'm guessing.
Okay. All right, well, Topson, I wish you all the best in the tournament, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Well, with that sort of insight, I really wonder what more can my analyst add on to that about the belief about the meta. He said he was just guessing as well, but there's a lot of strength to what he's saying. He really favors Gaming Gladiators, Liquid, the fast-paced teams, but, you know, there's other teams out there that can figure it out, maybe have a solution to it. And Tundra is another one of those teams that springs to mind for me of being able to deal with this fast-paced here winter.
Yeah, the thing with the fast-paced Dota is like I feel like if you don't match it and you don't do you don't copy them, it's kind of difficult to do some other different thing. You know, the other department I would maybe try to focus on slowing the game down is maybe pick strong lanes. You know, to like BBT, you try to draft some late game, and you have good lanes. So you are hoping that your victory in the lanes is going to allow your carry to reach the angle.
I mean, that's what I like as well. Like that's why I like the Luna a lot. The more that we see it, the more I'm convinced by this hero. It seems like it's a strong laner. It's a hero that can run around and be active early with the ulti. It's like a big team fight ult. Deals damage. It farms stacks. You can use the fact that she has this early game prowess to invade stacks. And it's not one of those situations where, okay, you have a hero that can invade stacks. Now we need to draft another hero who can take them. She can take them too. So I really like these like hybrid carries, especially for a player like Pure.
Yeah, and my instincts are rarely wrong when it comes to like knowing if a hero is going to be really good. And I was playing Luna like right when the new new innate changed, right? And I was like, this is really good. And I was like keeping an eye, like waiting for it to blow up in like the EU scene. didn't see the hero very much. And then now we're getting to deeper into this tournament. Luna's popping up more and more, and this hero is looking really good. I'm definitely gonna keep an eye on it. I don't think it's like completely busted, but it does everything you need it to do right now in a game of Dota. It feels like these Wind Ranger, Lina heroes are kind of getting figured out a little bit.
Yeah, we saw the lineup of Tundra there before, as well as them sitting at their desks. The biggest change up, maybe if you guys follow competitive Dota a lot this year, you'd be wondering where 9 Class is. Unfortunately, not able to make it. Sucks though, big stand-in for Tundra, so he's coming back to the org for himself after taking a bit of a break. Definitely going to be question marks about how he's slotting in to the team, and then Heroic there on our screens as well. One of the SA teams that people might not be following close to, a region that can go overlooked quite a lot for you.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic, this is by far has proven themselves as the best team in South America right now. On the international stage, they've been to most of the lands because they have qualified. At the beginning of the year, they lost the open qualifier, or well, the first round to Boom, and that wasn't a great start. Then they lost to Nouns because there was for BB Dodge, it was like NASA mixed qualifier. But after those 2 losses, they never lost again. They qualified for every single LAN. Beast Coast, Boom, they were losing all the time. These teams couldn't get over the hurdle. That is Heroic. And then just covering the qualifiers as well in SA. Like, Heroic is just the team in SA right now to beat for the other SA teams. So they're going to be the representative for the region as a whole here. And I feel like out of the 4 games we do have today, I figured this one to be the closest. Heroic versus Tundra here. I mean, Beast Coast already proved me wrong in the last one. They are by going 3 games here, but Heroic, they got a chance against Tundra here if they're going to bring their A game.
Yeah, part of the reason why I felt like they improve a lot is like Hector's gameplay. I felt like he was always referred to as a carry where he's going to just farm and he's all about efficiency. But in all his recent games, like he's been really more active at keeping to fight, like something like what Skeeter does, joining his team a lot more. And I think that has a lot to do with their recent success.
Yeah, it's really been consistency in the grind for Heroic. I had a chance to talk to Devi Lam. I was like, why are you guys so much better than everyone else? It's because you're getting more LAN experience? He's like, no, we're just trying really hard, and we have much more discipline than a lot of the other teams in the region here. Like, we're watching the replays, we're not messing around, and we're taking this very, very seriously, which is very nice to see.
I mean, I would say this is a pretty superstar team in my eyes. Like, this is one of the highest average MMR teams of all of the teams here. Analog recently, I mean, he proved himself on Hikori originally, but at around that time he was like hitting the MMR of the, you know, top world-class mids, and since then he has looked like a world-class mid. This guy started out as a YouTube content creator. I remember talking to him about like making YouTube videos and thumbnails and stuff, and he just got so good at making these videos and guides that he's actually getting to like 12k, 13k, 14k MMR. He's like, all right, I guess I'll go pro. You know, and then you have Schofield. Like, this is one of the most unique 4-position players on the entire planet. He's my favorite player to watch, period. Because in NASA, we have this rule. I always bring it up. It's called the Schofield rule. And that is, if Schofield is, of course you know it. If Schofield, can you just say what the rule is, just to verify that we all know the rule?
I mean, when Schofield is deep on your side of the map, you don't chase him.
Yep, that's
let
the rule.
him be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
let
guy,
him do it.
if you chase him, he will waste your time and more.
He's the greatest time waster on the entire planet in this video game.
Yeah.
He's so good at it. And everybody in NASA, like, you just repeat the Schofield rule, guys. Like, don't chase him. Like, go do something else because he's going to waste your time.
And micro your couriers.
Tundra
I call it
Yeah,
couriers.
Michael-
Great, perfect. Well, that does sound like quite an annoyance to come up against, and some of the heroes as well being banned out or picked up for the side of Tundra and Heroic could be quite a nuisance too. We know Tundra have favored Marana a lot for themselves, so first pick, that's what they're going to get for themselves. Big change up from our last series. Doom being completely untouched. They're not even looking towards it. Something these two teams aren't, I feel, willing to put in the wheelhouse or fit into their drafts right now. But Marana, Ench, 2 really big favorites across the board going in the hands of Tundra.
I mean, it's a little bit funny because, like, when you are in a situation where you're playing the next day, you do all your prep the night before. So they didn't, like, see last series and be like, oh, Doom doesn't look good, let's just not pick it. They were going to pick whatever they're going to pick regardless. It's probably already predetermined from their prep. But it's, yeah, they're not putting as much value on the hero here, which is cool to see. And maybe they might be right after watching the last series. The Doom might be a bit of a debate.
I think it was good prep to not worry about the Doom.
I guess so.
Tundra Esports. Heroics. Turn.
Okay, they go for the
classic.
The Ramses.
This is
Mars.
like speed drafting.
Yeah,
They're going so fast.
They are getting everything that they want. Invoker's actually Thompson's second most played hero at this tournament, which is a little interesting because other teams are not really valuing it that much. He is going for the Witchblade, Dragonlance, like right-clicking build, and I think with the other heroes that they're drafting, it does make a lot of sense. Mars has great setup for Sunstrikes and all of Invoker's, ground-targeted spells. They have a Enchantress and Mirana who can both deal damage and like supplement ganks, but they need other heroes that are like getting in there and starting it. Invoker can run around and start stuff. Mars, obviously, one of the best heroes at starting stuff. Tundra looks like a completely different team when Ramses is on Mars. This guy absolutely carries team fights. We've seen them like lose Pure in a fight. He dies, then Ramses just carries the fight on Mars with like the supports afterwards.
Yeah, they definitely need to stick to that. I feel like the games that where I've seen the team not do so well is when they give Ramses a more greedy hero. The Alchemist game, like I remember that game the most. When he needs to farm and when he needs to farm, and it creates an imbalance in the team. Whereas when they always put him on this like steady offlaners like Mars, Centaur, like everything is very set in stone for him. Like he can't really be too greedy. I feel like that's when the team shines the most. Draft is going to be around either Thompson or Pure.
I mean, there is a new hero that Ramses has played outside of the Mars that's trending. It's the Conka. So if that's in his wheelhouse, that's going to be very nice to have, as we see as that hero is very popular, because you can't win a tournament just by playing one hero throughout the entire tournament. It will get banned, and you're going to have to find a replacement. And you have some good options on the Sand King and the Conka right now, I think, that can do similar things for the teamfight department.
Tundra Esports turn.
Yep, so they go for the TA, which is like a Invoker counter in the lane.
Yeah, that's going to be analog TA, I think.
And in the game as well, you have the Shard with the Silence, which is always going to be very, very annoying for Invoker.
It is a bit strange on this patch, just because a lot of the mid heroes that are
Did the laning
popular
phase matchup change, like for TA with the new Invoker? Between like TA against Invoker?
I think so. I think it's not as bad for Invoker as it used to be. He's a lot more able to sustain through the side blades and damage her through the refraction.
Doesn't the Agnostic now like apply a debuff?
Yeah, it does.
Attack? Okay. Might make a difference for TA. I mean, refraction is different now. It's not just like every instance is a block. It does have like HP barrier now, so
I mean, TA from mid also, the way that you play it changed. Like people are going Dragonlance Blink rather than like the Desert Rush. So
yeah, of course.
It's maybe TA can also, because usually you would like if Invoker is going to struggle in this matchup, Invoker would rotate and then win the lane in a way that way. But TA might be able to match those rotations once she gets to her items.
Yeah, I wonder if you need to even kick it up a notch right now when it comes to the TA, because unfortunately I feel like the mid lane has to be very active right now.
Yeah,
and I feel like Invoker can do that and will do that, but TA doesn't really like to rotate till she has her items, right? So often within that around 6 to like 12 minute mark, typically she's just hitting Ancients and doing stacks like that. And that's where I feel like Thompson can make some moves on the map and make things happen. And it's very hard to tell your team, just don't die, because like you have to kind of go AFK while your TA is farming. So I think they should put a high priority on maybe getting some runes for the TA, or potentially even the TA just like trying to get a bit active even earlier within that time frame, because I'm really worried, and there's a reason we don't see a lot of TA right now in the mid lane, is because around that 6 to 12 minute mark, you just don't have a mid, right? And that's a lot of things can go on the map where you need your mid to be active.
You basically have 2 carry heroes in a game.
Pretty much.
And you kind of have to really leverage on your offlaner to do all the heavy work, And if your offlaner doesn't really have a good start, or even not good enough of a start, he might struggle doing so many things in the game.
How do you guys feel about Luna for Tundra? Do you think like, because Devi has been playing Marcy off lane, and I wonder is it too rough in lane? Is it too risky in lane against an off lane Marcy where you can maybe get killed on the Luna?
Luna Inch?
Yeah.
I mean, that's just a strong lane.
It seems like a really strong lane to me.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's no other obvious choice, because, like, if you pick, like, a Weaver or something that's more maneuverable, I mean, you could always go for Morphling too. Is that banned out? No.
Morphling's out.
Morph is out, yeah. So, I mean, it's fine, right? It's just the nature of a lot of these heroes. You just gotta be able to apply the pressure, and whenever you play against heroes like Marcy, for example, that can just, like, 100 to 0 you, you have to really focus on harassing, right? Making sure that they're low, so if they do go on you, you at least make a trade.
Is there anything that punishes a Marcy way more, like Monkey King? Is that still in the pool? Something like that?
Oh, well, outside of that, what are you expecting to be Heroic's last pick then if you think this Marcy is a core? TA, Dragonite also being core.
Marcy's not a core, though.
That's what I'm wondering, like, are they looking to pick up a 5 or a 4 as their last pick?
I feel like they'll pick like an offlane. I think
it is a core.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's a carry DK mid TA on analog, and then Devi on
Marcy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most frequent roles that they play on these heroes.
Interesting. I haven't seen a lot of the off-lane Marcy because this hero is the build the same as normal Marcy. Are we going auras or are we just going BKB? I'm a carry too.
He's the carry.
That's kind of greedy when you got a TA mid.
It's a bit greedy.
I mean, a bit greedy is like an understatement.
It really
is.
And they have a chance to counterpick.
There.
I honestly, like, I am still feeling the Luna just because I feel like they can abuse the greed and group up and push with that hero, while also not like lacking an early game carry.
I mean, there is a chance that Pure just places Mirana, right? And that would actually be really good for them because the Marcy can't really kill a Mirana.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Yeah, and then you could just.
Why do you believe the Marcy can't kill the Mirana? Because of the leaps?
Yeah, I mean, usually how Marcy kills you is she just rebounds you in a spot you don't want to be in between two heroes, and you just slowly die.
What about our Ags? If you rush, I mean, that just sounds like such a grief build.
I mean, I'm more worried about the laning stage than like the mid.
You think that's just way too advantageous?
Yeah, this is a very,
but that's just like
very good picks.
Another Mirana, honestly, just a hero that has a lot of mobility, and even if you get rebounded, you just skitter away.
It's gonna be very hard. It's gonna be very hard for them to catch like a hero like Weaver. Their best stun is like the DK stun, which Weaver can easily dodge away. Yeah. And your other heroes don't really have very reliable. I mean, Ice Path is a lot better nowadays, but it's still gonna be difficult for them to catch a hero like Weaver. And if you look at the laning phase, you've been talking about the laning phase. They have Enchantress and Mirana, very very strong support in the lanes. I mean, Jakiro and Snapfire, not like the weakest support duo, but because of the nature of their draft, they're being so greedy. If they don't get enough from the lanes, I feel like the game is just going to be over very soon.
Plus one to that, pretty much. Like, I feel like when you have a lineup like that, this is like beyond greedy. You need time. And the way you give yourself time, as Winter said, you have to just win your lanes, all three of them.
I really like Weaver with Enchantress, just because Ench wants to go through the portal, Ench wants to gank, Ench does not want to sit in a lane. You can rotate mid with the 5-minute catapult, although people are not doing that as much these days because more portal rotations. But a Weaver is like, I can't think of another carry that's better to leave alone in a lane. Maybe like a DK, something like that.
Leave alone?
Yeah, just leave alone.
No, maybe Life Stealers of old and stuff.
Yeah, like when it was a good hero, right? But Weaver right now seems solid for that. And then he can also go through the portal himself.
Yeah, we see that a lot from other carries that like to pick up the Weaver. Do you want to say, though, that you think it's definitely going to be going in the way of Tundra, not just outside the draft, but you think execution-wise as well, it leans that way?
I think this is a very Tundra-style draft. They got everything they wanted, and they're playing into something that's very greedy. I'm going to go Tundra.
Okay, very quickly, teams.
Yeah, based on meta, Tundra.
Okay, all right, we're all Tundra here, and that's lucky for you, because Nomad has our coach on standby for the side of Tundra. It's Moon and Nomad.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yeah, I'm here with Moon and Meander. How are you feeling? I mean, those first 4 picks were really quick from you guys. Does that kind of represent your kind of confidence and maybe predictability from Heroic?
Yeah, we knew what they were gonna do, pretty much, and we chose what heroes we want to give them, and yeah, so it was pretty fast.
All right, so they've kind of done everything you're expecting to. Does that mean you've got like a ton of confidence coming into this game? You feel like this one's kind of in the bag?
No, confidence, yes, in on the bag. I don't think that I think that way about Dota. I just, see what it is. Sometimes opponents, they surprise you with some strategy. Like this game, they bust out the Templar Assassin. So we'll see how it goes from here.
All right. So is there anything you think could go wrong for you guys in this game?
Yeah, if the Llama pops off, then we have issues. But that's why we wanted the last pick versus guy.
Fair enough. All right, thank you very much, Meander, which means that we can get into the cast for game number 1 with Cap and SVG.
Moon Meander shouldn't say it's in the bag because he's been here before against one specific man on the roster of Heroic. Isn't that right, Avery?
Talking about Hector?
I am talking about Hector.
There's been a lot of Dota players at TI that have played against Hector, and they underestimated Hector, and then Hector knocked them into the lower bracket, or he eliminated them from the lower bracket. I do not underestimate Hector.
No, you do not. You have been adamant. You said this man finds a way to make top 8 at TI. And you would be absolutely right about that. At TI 9, Infamous, they made top 8 by beating the North American squad of Newbie. TI 10, well, we'll not talk about TI 10, but TI 11 on Beast Coast, they managed to make it top 8 by beating Evil Geniuses. And then last year, they actually made top 8 through the upper bracket by beating none other than Tundra. They beat Tundra last year in this exact same format. Managed to take down Tundra in order to get upper bracket, and then they went down to the lower bracket, and they made top 8 there by beating... Do you remember?
No, actually, no.
He was playing on Nouns. It was the North American Derby where it was Shopify had to play up against TSM. TSM beat Shopify. Then they had to play up against Nouns, which had Moon Meander and Whitemon on it. So there is a lot of history here with Hector and this squad of Tundra, both the organization and individual players.
I think this is where he shines. There's something about these clutch, like, first 2 rounds of TI matches that this man, his playstyle just excels. And I think it is the consistency, right? If you look at Hector, he always finds farm. It's something that Heroic play around, and their other cores are going to come to expect. As Davai Lama already putting in work with this Marcy. We'll talk about that in a minute, but to me, it's a big piece of the puzzle you have to crack with this team. I would never assume Heroic are underdogs in these types of matches, even if on paper Tundra has been the far stronger team in recent tournaments.
Yep.
You don't want to let this team get away with their playstyle. Cause the chaos around the map, Schofield's making space, Davai Lama's diving you under towers, KJ's getting deep wards, and all of a sudden Hector comes out of the jungle with 2 items on your enemy carry. Like, that is how they're going to win a game. Tundra need to control the pace, control the map, and just play their style of Dota where they get farm on all 3 cores and eventually just steamroll you in the 5-on-5.
Absolutely should not underestimate a South American squad at TI. They have caused many an upset in the history of this tournament, and we saw probably the worst looking of the South American squads in Beast Coast already managed to do a little something there against one of the best teams in the world, and Falcons taking him down in that game once. So definitely Tundra. I mean, you got some veteran players on here. Maybe Soxa didn't play with Tundra last year, but I'm sure he watched what happened there, and I'm sure he has told his team not to underestimate these guys and not to underestimate the Davai Lama Marcy. You said you wanted to talk about that a little bit later. I mean, we've seen this combination before, too. Snapfire plus Marcy.
It is deadly. We saw how much burst damage comes out with the extra hits coming in on top of the bodyguard. This lane combination is ferocious. Kind of reminds me of, like, the Timbersaw Lion lane that we've seen a bit. The amount of spells you can just throw out consistently over 5 minutes and the amount of burst damage that can come out with the synchronization is extremely high. So you can't just, be up on the side trading and find yourself caught in no man's land. You're going to get bursted down. And we have seen Davai Lama just go ham with this hero. He has dominated lanes with Marcy. And the biggest factor to me is he has found a huge amount of net worth on this hero that I think people just don't expect. There's been games he's leading the net worth chart at 15, 20 minutes on a hero, in theory, that has no real farming tool. So you cannot give him a good start on this hero. He does a lot of work with it, and you can't underestimate it. Like you said, Tundra, to me, they do have a lot of veterans on this squad, and I go back to Thompson here. You're starting kind of your upper bracket run, in theory. This, to me, is a player where, I mean, you play against this man, flip a coin. Like, you're either going to get him on, some mid-Shadow Shaman and he's 0-8, or, like, he's playing Dawnbreaker and he goes 20-0 versus you. He's Invoker, he's styling on you.
Will it be Dogson or will it be Godson?
Yeah, it really is a coin flip in some ways, and it feels like it's out of your control. Like, it's in his control, right? How much he shows up on any given day, what he's playing, what new way he's going to play it that you might not understand, and in some ways your best strat is to just pray that he doesn't do what he's done to a lot of other teams in this tournament to you on any given day.
Yeah. There is something about this matchup mechanically, the Snapfire Marcy. What's really interesting is this bodyguard facet. If you actually link up with the Snapfire.
Yeah, this is the combination.
This is the combination. You use the little shredder. She does these multiple attacks. They count as attacks, so bodyguard will trigger if you're standing next to each other within that bodyguard AoE. So this combination is very dangerous. We've seen Davai Lama put it to use, and it's been something that has been largely unsuccessful for Heroic. They actually have terrible win rate with this Marcy, but it's something that maybe they figured out just in the nick of time because they brought it here at this tournament. They've only played it one game so far. Prior to this, they did take down Gaming Gladiators in the group stage with it. So it's definitely something that maybe that didn't go the best early on in the season, but they figured out in the nick of time.
I mean, I don't know how much stock I put in that. I feel like at this point, every team in the world has taken down Gaimin in the group stage. That doesn't necessarily mean that much. So far, though, lane's going Tundra's way. They have the top 3 net worth cores, top 3 CS pretty much, and they're getting the Enchantress roam to mid with the Weaver, who's pretty independent. This is a kind of explosive support duo between this Mirana and Enchantress in terms of the roam potential mid, and it's not something that often you want the Templar Assassin to play into. This is the big impediment for Analog in terms of getting his hero up and going, converting into ancient stacks on the triangle later. Enchantress is just the king of early roams to runes and invading the triangle, getting deep wards up, snowballing off some support kills. Heroic really need to keep checks on these supports and make sure this TA has a good game. Already, though, he's just getting dominated on that CS chart. Thompson is putting in the work one-on-one. There's been a little roam action a bit, but honestly, this Invoker, 17 denies. With the extra deny XP you get off the innate.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. That's a good point. Shot down, Whitemon does die here, so Heroic are still picking up kills, but you can see from the net worth, it is not changing the fact that CS-wise, Tundra is walking a pretty big lead ahead. And now they've got this big push coming in, but they're so afraid of their Wisdom Rune getting stolen, they're actually going to back away and 3-man bodyguard this one. Pure's going to go for it because the Weaver is one of the best carries to try and contest this exact situation. They're going to try and pull him away from this Wisdom Rune, see if they can get it. Manage to hit the stun, and Divine Llama gets it, but now he's low. Hit by the tornado, he's going to come back down to Earth and have a hard landing. So does KJ. King Jungles goes down, and Schofield, the 3rd man down in this fight. Yeah, they got their Wisdom Rune. They protected it, but losing 3 heroes in the process, it was not worth it.
And Analog can do nothing but watch his team go down. This is just not the early skirmish hero that you want in these fights, unless you can just run people down. It just doesn't have spells. Tundra bring the numbers, outmaneuver Heroic in this early laning stage, and are building a significant lead. And I was talking about the experience differential. I mean, it's starting to add up. Thompson's like a whole level ahead of this TA just in the one-on-one. He's already pushing towards 8. This is a hero that can just get out of control because you get the extra levels, you start building up these extra quas points early. Your spells are stronger, your lifesteal's stronger, you're insanely tanky with the early Wraithband treads. This is not the Invoker of old that you can just start right-clicking to death in this early part of the game. Like, Thompson's gonna fight you back here. Yeah. He might be the strongest hero on the map right now in terms of just a straight-up duel.
Do you think this is a situation where Heroic, they went very greedy with their cores? The panel was talking about it. If they're doing Core Marcy, that's going to be one hell of a greedy lineup. Well, it ends up being Core Marcy. And we saw Divine Llama, he goes like kind of just his carry Marcy build. He doesn't go like auras or anything else. He's going to go BKB. He's going to punch you in the face. Like, are they going to be able to fight Tundra if they lose the lanes and Tundra starts snowballing into this 15-20 minute window?
In theory, it could get pretty bad. Like, if you really start to close out this map with the Invoker running around, the Enchantress Mirana can connect to any of these plays. You get arena'd, you're worried about an arrow coming through, potential Sunstrike on top of that. Yeah, it could get nasty around the map, but the onus is on Tundra to snowball, right? If the map gets shut down a bit, if Heroic can stall out this early game, they can recover.
Divine Llama, I think he spotted the Ghost Walk or something, knew that the Invoker was here, but ultimately his retreat was into a dead end. No support was going to TP in to help him out. Snapfire is now there to pick up the experience and gold of the creep wave pushing in. Ramsey's pushing in the creep wave on the other side of the map. Tundra seem to have full control of this game.
They are getting the tower pressure they want, which is this mid and bottom. The last piece of this early game for Tundra is going to be, can you invade and take away the stacks from this DKTA lineup? Because you're talking about how can you stabilize and recover with the greedy cores here. Yeah, I mean, it's your stacks. It's your ancient stacks in particular for these 2 cores.
Yeah.
If you lose enough of the map here that you can't secure those, you are going to start bleeding a lot more than just supports around the map. But Divine Llama, he TPs down here, finds nothing off this play. Hector, not happy about the early game. This man does not like when his teammates start feeding around the map.
And Pure, he goes through the gate with Divine Llama, follows him everywhere he goes, kills him, and gives him a tip too while he goes down to his grave. Now the Templar Assassin is going to start clearing through those stacks, yeah, but if your other two cores are struggling, like there's only one set of stacks. There's only one core that's going to be able to farm them. What about the other two?
I mean, that might have been what Hector was yelling about. He's like, you take my stacks. Someone's getting off this team. And it's usually not me.
Usually.
Thompson's just so strong right now. He went this early Witchblade as well. He is going to do some serious damage. Just run into anybody across the map, hit him with this Witchblade, just force him down. You're going to have either support that can connect to you. And then this Weaver is just going to be able to play solo. Like, you don't have the best ways to set up on him and actually all in him. You can harass him, but your stuns are pretty limited unless you're bringing like multiple supports or the DK, or you get this TA shard later. I think that's a big piece of the puzzle here for Heroic. How fast can you get this TA silence up off the traps? Yeah. To kind of deal with the Invoker, deal with the Weaver. But his game has just been so slow. You are starting to lose some towers.
Oh, great! Ice Path on 2. They needed some serious setup to be able to make these kisses land, and it's still not enough. And now with Ramses coming in with the arena, he hits KJ with a spear once again. He is making no qualms about just dropping this arena whenever he wants to pick up more kills, pick up more farm off of an already successful laning phase. They do manage to push Tundra away from their tower for now. But they are going to start bleeding out more and more objectives with this kind of net worth lead. Tundra rocking a 5k net worth lead at 12 minutes.
You have the Midas on Hector. Interesting choice. Maybe feels like this early game's so rough, you got to recover and just push this ultra late. I mean, I guarantee you he will be highest net worth at some point in this game. It will happen. Will it translate into anything productive? I don't know. The game might be in too bad a state, but he will find his farm. And for Tundra right now, the biggest objective is this tier 1 mid. They want to force this down, open up the ancient area, get rid of this tower and this zone that the TA can fight around, because if Analog loses his tower, he's going to be stuck in no man's land. Right now, you can still fight around this, set up your traps, and get a good engagement. No snap ult, though. It's going to be hard to repel. These ranged heroes are just going to start putting in the work here.
They've got great supports to defend towers, but there's only so much you could do against a like 3 or 4 man squad of Tundra that's bullying you and has a net worth lead. So eventually those towers are going to drop. That's the second one that Heroic have lost. And if they lose that offlane tower, then you lose full control over your ancient area, and that's going to be free for Tundra to invade at will.
I think a big part of this meta has been the rise of ranged cores in general.
Yeah.
But also just this concept of a ranged hero with long-range nukes. Because you can start to force people out of areas. And I think it's one of the things Heroic are going to feel in this game. Like, they have a Jakiro who's pretty low range. You have to be fairly
Is that enough? Oh, so close. 20 HP.
Like, this dual breath compared to things like an arrow setup or something, you know, it's a bit clunkier to execute here.
No doubt.
And the Marcy has to get in there. The DK kind of has to get in there. This TA needs to get in there. Meanwhile, Tundra just running around with Invoker, Mirana, Ench. Like, they can start to poke you down, see what's happening. Plays like this, you're scouting out, getting information at fairly low risk.
Yeah, speaking of getting in there, Mirana and Enchantress can play in your jungle, and Heroic really do not have the heroes to go for the punish. You saw how easily Saksa was able to evade Davai Lama's attempts.
Need the TA Blink and Shard to really close the gap on these heroes and convert.
Play for your 15-minute timing, I guess. Well, Hector's trying to build up what net worth he can, but he's struggling to catch back up to the Tundra cores, who are all sitting at the same net worth, 7,300. Never seen such parity before.
And all these stacks have gone to Analog. I don't think Hector has seen a single one. And I do not think he's too happy about it, but I mean, that's where the Midas comes in, I guess. Maybe part of that decision. Like, if I'm not going to get stacks, I got to get the extra experience somewhere.
Strategically speaking, like, why do you think Heroic opted for such a slow-paced lineup? Because I do not think of Tundra, they're maybe not the fastest of the European teams, but they are a European team. Like, you know they're going to be able to pick up the pace. I just question whether or not the greed, this was the team you wanted to go greedy against.
I mean, there's not a lot in this tournament you're going to do much better against. So, right? Like, there's a lot of European teams left in this event. There's a lot of teams that are going to play strong laning phases. If part of your strategy is to get a little greedy and try and outscale your opponent, I mean, it's not like there's a lot of good matchups for you in the event in general. You're going to have to just plow through some of these teams that are going to take advantage of it and have a lead and just make the recovery at some point.
So if you have a play style, you kind of have to just rock it and find a way to make it work.
Committing. I mean, if that's how they want to play, then you just have to go with it, right?
Yeah.
Will it work? I don't know. It doesn't seem super favorable in the meta right now, but if there's a team that can maybe make it work, it is Heroic in terms of the comeback potential. However, right now, this game has all been Tundra. They are just continuing to swarm the map, and nothing has shut this Invoker down. Thompson is just running around absolutely free. No sentry trap set up. Limited detection. He's getting what he wants right now.
Yep, and what he wants right now is Hector's mana and a forced rotation. Divine Llama TP's in. The rest of Heroic are making a mass move over here, but are they going to be able to grab anything? This time they do manage to get the stun. The Ice Path lands onto Thompson. That is a better target than any support, and they will manage to bring him down. The Kiss is looking for more heroes. You saw the long lobs there of fire, trying to look for additional heroes. They do not get anything else out of it, though. So Heroic, okay, 5-man rotation to be able to kill Thompson. It's maybe worth it, but I would say barely.
It's worth it. You need to get this hero off the map. Like, he is the biggest prize right now. Slow down the momentum, relieve some of the pressure on your board.
Sox is still around, but so is Ramses. They managed to hit him with the arrow here. Sox has got to be careful. The Ice Path that's coming out hits him, does not hit him, but Analog hiding away in the melt. They don't have detection right now. They are going to be able to blink away before the Gleipnir.
Making some space.
The bug, it reveals the Snapfire, and it is so much minus armor that Schofield dies in an instant. As good as Schofield is at drawing attention and wasting time, that didn't waste any time for Tundra.
I think it'll be interesting to see how Tundra itemizes from this point out. Like, how many BKBs do they want to commit into here? Because on one level, the BKBs help you ignore the supports on the side of Heroic and just power through the fight. But these are some cores on Heroic. Yeah, they're greedy, but they are almost all physical damage oriented. Yeah. So the BKBs don't necessarily help you just man up and trade versus these heroes. You kind of want armor, scaling damage, maybe, you know, Solar Crest's Vlads, these type of utility items that are going to help your Weaver and your Invoker man up at some point in this game. Or you can maybe itemize to just kite fights out. Like, bait the Divine Llama jump, bait the TA into jumping into you, and then use the Gleipnir and the bug to kite out the fight. Analog barely dodging another play here.
They're going to need to keep making fast moves like that, though. Schofield, not sure where he was wandering to. He jumps, he just kind of casually leapfrogs over Analog, who was retreating, and takes the brunt of Tundra's attention instead. A smoke up and a fast move by Tundra. Sweeping over to the other side of the map. Are they going to catch Analog in mid? Or are they going to head up to the top jungle area where they know Heroic members are currently existing? Ramses once again goes fishing, tries to catch Analog. Analog too fast on the blink. Hector is underneath the tower right now. And he commits for it.
Job done. Is he going to pay the price?
They'll find Divine Llama, who does not have a BKB, so no way out of this one. Tornado Sunstrike lands perfectly.
That arrow almost scouted him. I actually don't know how Hector got out of there. That was a long TP out of a tier 1 that he just killed in melee form. But I did tell you he'd be highest net worth.
Yeah, he's getting there.
He's closing in on it.
True to Hector's nature. Almost gets caught, almost gets ganked, almost gets scouted by an arrow. I mean, and his TP is not back to base, it's to another area of farm.
Yes, this is his old play style. He developed it a long time ago. TP to farm.
This is a man who would TP to points on the map just to speed up his farm by like 20 seconds.
Yeah, downside is you can't join a fight if it breaks out. Yeah. He has no interest in doing that, so it doesn't really matter. And this will recover the game. Heroic have stalled this early momentum out a little bit and stabilized their top 2 cores, but this Marcy is going to continue to suffer unless you can win a fight, and it's looking bleak. I mean, you just have to get the BKB here on Divine Llama, make some kind of play. If you're Tundra, you are definitely looking to steal Roshan at some point. Take it away from the TA here. You are super happy whatever happens after that because the fight looks great for you. The TA is going to lose that kind of power spike, or at least getting the Roshan clock to start ticking down in this game, and the second life on the Weaver would be nice.
Tundra have so much control of the game. I'm surprised that they have not done Roshan already. Like, they have Weaver. They have a pretty good hero for being able to
I think it's coming up. I think they're going to consider it during this daytime interval. They're probably waiting for the BKB, at least on Ramses here. We'll see if he goes his like patented Deso build that he's really favored over the last few months. Ramses does not like to not be a carry, despite him having to play offlane.
True. KJ, he'll get the shard. Probably not what you wanted, but a little bit of percentage-based damage. Smoke up here from Tundra, and a 3-man gank squad is looking for somebody on Heroic. But Heroic have vacated any of the areas on their own side of the map. Hector continues to do Hector things and will also be employing a Nightfall impression here pretty soon. As undoubtedly, when he runs down these lanes, he knows it's going to be a BKB TP away.
Just trying to stall as much time as possible and set up for a play on Ramses.
Yeah, Ramses. He throws out the arena with the BKB, turns around. Is he going to try and commit for the kill on Jakiro? No, he knows the damage is too much from Analog. He's just got to get out of here. Cannot afford any pickoffs right now. Schofield's going to try and slow down this push forward from Tundra Heroes, but Ramses, he pounces once again. Schofield hits him with a cookie just to buy 2 more seconds of time before he goes down. While Pure, he already caught Divine Llama, and now he's looking to get more off the Gleipnir. Might be able to get this Templar Assassin. Saxa not able to get an arrow out, but the damage is still enough. They get him on the high ground, and Ramses isn't done yet. Pins KJ for a 3rd kill on this Jakiro. He just will not stop hunting down this support.
Dive the base, get away with it here. Heroic lose 3 heroes. They lose that Hector BKB on the TP back. He can't connect on anything. And Divine Llama's still sitting here wondering what he's supposed to do in this game. This Marcy pick has not worked out at all. Tundra just running circles around it. Still doesn't have an item. And the Hurricane Pikes are coming out. You're going to have Hurricane Pike, Invoker here for tops, and Hurricane Pike, Weaver here for Pure, and that BKB on Ramses. All 3 pretty strong defensive items in this game. It's just a lot of HP to get through here. You don't have the tools for it anymore. You're running out of time to recover this game if you're Heroic right now. And this gold lead isn't massive, but again, like, your chances to take a fight and get this Marcy back in this game are dwindling right now. And Tundra know it.
Do you think, I mean, you obviously think that the Marcy needs to be a force in this game for Heroic to have a chance? Why can't they just, trust in Hector, let him farm up? He can carry Dragon Knight, just carry this game?
Not against 3 farm cores.
Okay.
I think the way Tundra itemized, like, all of their cores like to scale into the late game, they're all going to be a problem. They're all going to have a lot of control between the Weaver Gleipnir bug, what the Mars is going to bring to the table, the Invoker with unlimited kiting, right? Like, at a certain point in that fight, you were just going to get kited as this Dragon Knight. And this is going to be another BKB down?
Yeah, they were hoping to be able to catch him off the spear. Man, they really almost got him there. That damage was amping up. But
this is an important BKB. Like, you have very limited windows in the fight as this Dragon Knight to get stuff done before the Invoker starts to control your damage output. And every time this BKB goes down, it hurts you a little bit more.
Hector does. I mean, he's just running down lanes constantly whenever his BKB is off cooldown. So
somebody's got to open up the map, and he's doing a decent job. He will get ganked on the other side of the map, though.
And the arrow. Hector, he knows that aggro is coming his way, and he quickly retreats back to the high ground. Tundra are not going to catch him sleeping. And that gives Analog some room to push out top, just like Hector was doing 45 seconds ago.
I mean, honestly, I think Hector has played this game about as good as you can play it from his position. But at some point, you have to fight. And Tundra are done messing around. They're just going to force the Roshan, get an Aegis onto Pure, open up the high ground potential on top of the Weaver BKB, opted for that over the Hurricane Pike earlier. I think is totally fine here. Don't want to be too susceptible to this TA trap silence plus chain stunning.
Fair, yeah.
And just go for damage. It's going to skip the Pike, in fact, yeah. Use the Aegis to propel yourself to a better power spike here. And, I mean, the name of the game is just going to be smoke across the map, get a big core pickoff, you go high ground off that. Gem for Ramses now, help reward the vision that's letting Heroic split push the lanes, and
yeah, deal with TA traps as well.
It's been some time since we've seen Heroic try and make a play in this game. Just do not see the openings.
Macropyre missed Ice Path though. Soxa easily eludes that one, and just like his cores, he kind of just runs down lane and accepts his fate. He doesn't have a BKB to get away.
He's also just going damage on this Mirana. Like, it's Dragon Lance for the Mirana into the Pike with the Solar Flare on top of everything that we didn't mention, but it's very good for this tri-core lineup and good for the 2 supports. This is another reason I just don't think you're winning ultra late here if you're heroic, even if you get to it. Like, you're looking at 5 right clickers that are all going to be buffed up by Solar Flare.
Yeah.
That sounds extremely difficult to overcome.
Get the spear back. Even if it doesn't come with a stun, the reposition is good enough. Divine Llama jumps in after him, pops a BKB, and finds that 5 right clickers is indeed a problem for him. As chasing in, Pure, it's some trouble. Chain stun, he's gonna lose that Aegis. Though, Ramses does manage to hit a beautiful pin onto Schofield with the arena locking down 3. All he needs is the heroes to follow him up. He'll die inside of his arena. The heroes couldn't get there in time from the side of Tundra, though they will grab that gem. See if Pure is able to get out with it though. He's away, out from underneath the tower, no problem there. And away they go. So, a trade-off of Ramses and the Aegis for 2 kills, a gem, not too bad.
I mean, honestly, that there were a lot of little things that went pretty well for Heroic in that exchange. That could have been a game-ending push if I think Tundra played a little more disciplined, slow, and you know, Ramses went in very deep, gets caught by the rebound under the tower. It's a great arena, but ends up just going down as a consequence. Kind of an awkward fight. Hector gets to connect with some big damage for once, get to use a BKB to not have to TP out. Though I guess when you're in your base, there's not far to TP to anyway.
True. Watch that one again. As they start off with a poke, beautiful spear back. They just blow up the Templar Assassin so quickly.
Did force the Mars BKB out early, which I think eventually is what cost Ramses on the second go, but of course you're going to take this every time. TA down, open up the 5 or the 6 on 4. Nice chain stunning here to take down the Weaver. This is a great arena. The rest of the team is just nowhere near. And Divine Llama does get to put in some work here.
Yeah, he's like one God's Rebuke from killing 3 different heroes.
If you had that Deso on
It's true.
This is where he's probably like, I told you guys, the Deso build's broken. Why am I building this Hex? But Hex is the very disciplined choice here. It will absolutely ruin these heroes off the initiation. Like, you can go for the Hex, guaranteed spear back, throw down the arena, and then that fight is very difficult to take.
Yeah, it gives them better opportunity to shut down this split pushing that Hector and Analog keep on doing, relying on their BKBs to get away.
And this is not a game you needed extra damage on Mars. Mirana and Ench will pick up the damage.
Well, you got it. You got it. You got the Wisdom Rune. He's smiling about it.
I mean, honestly, it's probably worth space for Hector.
That's true. More Hector space. I love how Thompson knows that, like, Hector is up here. He didn't show on a wave or anything. But he's like, this guy's up here somewhere. Farming the same jungle that he's been doing nonstop.
All right, I'll pose a question to you. If you're Thompson, and it was like the 3rd time this has happened, do you buy Basher here?
Does he buy Basher? No. No,
I mean, it's Thompson, man. Give this guy a chance to buy a weird item. He'd probably take it.
He buys the second scythe. They can have 2 scythes.
You can't scythe BKB.
Yeah, but he can
bash him.
He can be
ruin his day.
Well, you know, now you say it. He's getting to some of those later talents. Alacrity Basher.
Look, I'm not going to say it's good this game, but I don't think it's that bad. Like, you got the Solar Flare attack speed, you know? If you bash the Marcy and her BKB in a random fight, that sounds pretty good. He's already got the Manta.
I mean, ultimately you said the game plan was get Aegis, get a pick off, go high ground, try and end the game, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, they are looking for that pick-off of Heroic heroes, because Heroic know they can't just sit in their base the entire time. That is the whole entire reason they have managed to keep this network from spiraling out of control, despite the fact the score is 5-21. I think Tundra has never been up more than they are right now, which is just 10K.
Yeah, I think they're very comfortable with their position, but this isn't a complete route. I mean, Heroic don't go away. This is not a team that is just going to fold completely. You have to close it out against them. Next Roshan, I think, is the most pivotal here. Tundra are going to push ahead of that timer.
Hit it with the sight. Follow up, chain stun, spear, and they've got the damage.
That's a huge grab from Ramses. Putting the Hex instantly to use, finds the biggest target. Can't BKB TP out of that, my friend.
Well, there's the pickoff to let them take at least one lane of barracks, unless Divine Llama can do something about it, but his jump has already failed, and his BKB is wasted. Tundra have still another 50 seconds to take these buildings.
Life of Marcy versus so many long-ranged heroes.
Yeah.
It is a nightmare to get that gap close in. It should be a lane of racks for Tundra. See how much more they can get off this. Still 40 seconds on that Dragon Knight respawn. The Midas levels just pushed him up too far, too fast.
That's true. His death timer is too long. And leads to Tundra going for a second lane of barracks. Forces out the glyph. And resume their assault on the tier 3 tower.
You're going to have another jump potentially from Ramses here if you really want to just stay around. Arena's back up at 25.
Got to jump on a pure, chain stun it, and they managed to bring him down. Wow, didn't lose anybody for it either. Now Tundra's going to start backing away. Mortimer's Kiss is going to be used to try and chase these heroes, slowing them down as best they can. Ramses does manage to get a spear back onto Analog. That'll create some space. Whitemon gets his TP canceled though. Divine Llama fights the second kill. The Ice Path lands onto Ramses as well. They'll get a third kill out of that. K1 Hector, who? They didn't need him apparently. Managed to make a 4 versus 5 work for them. Got 3 kills for nothing out of it.
And the gem off Ramses, and that Roche is potentially respawning soon. So if you can get some map control here, get the lanes in, you got a chance to contest. Huge misstep here from Tundra. It's just an unnecessary push as well, if you think about it, right? Like,
sure.
This second lane does not change the game. This next Roshan does. They just overextend, and I mean, Pure just got caught sleeping. There's no way around it. He gets rebounded into Cookie Stun for the death. Just not something that should have happened with how much displacement and force stabs and disruption they have in this lineup. And I was mentioning that arena was coming up in 20 seconds. Like, you could have just, you know, waited, push when the arena's back up and let Ramses get another jump. Now this AC on Hector is done. He has the shell as well. So much extra armor on this Dragon Knight.
Look at the network just tumbling down as off of that great team fight, but then also the towers that they got. They got 2 tier 1 towers off of it, pushed a bunch of lanes, obviously got a bunch of creeps, neutrals. All of this adding up, they're going to take a second Tormentor as well, which Analog still does not have his shard. I don't know if he's in contention for this one here.
I mean, he's hoping he gets it off one of these Tormentors.
And he does.
That is value right there. Wow. That is really value. The fact he didn't have to invest in this, gets it at a later point. I mean, you could argue, like, ideally you kind of want this item in earlier in a game where you can snowball with kills on the map, but obviously that was never going to be a position they were in. So you will take it at a later point. It could pay off at the second half of a fight.
Yeah, it's not going to pay off in this exact situation, though, because doing that Tormentor signaled to Tundra that Heroic was nowhere near the pit, and they will take that. So Heroic have not managed to use, don't forget, they have the Templar Assassin passive, too, where they know exactly when Roshan is going to be, and have not managed to take it for themselves either time. Tundra go through the gate, smoke, and push to the other side of the map.
Courier.
A courier is about all they'll get as Heroic have...
Hector knows, man. This guy knows.
Yeah.
I don't know if he knows how much extra items are about to come in for Tundra in the next few minutes here. But
yeah, what are all the items they're getting?
I mean, there's just so much right-click on the horizon. Like, you're looking at more damage for Pure. You're looking at a Daedalus for this Mirana, if Soxa gets to it. Dragonlance into another Pike for Whitemon. And Thompson, creative as ever, eyeing up a Butterfly here for the right-click Invoker.
Right, for the Basher.
Exactly. He will go Butterfly into Abyssal here, and that'll just completely shut down the map. I mean, it's pretty tempting when you have the Elven Tunic as well.
I'm just imagining Ghost walking into melee range and abyssaling somebody out of
That sounds ham, dude.
That sounds sick.
This Invoker is going to be pretty nasty in the fight. You're not really thinking about MKBs here if you are Analog or Hector in this game. You put the Butterfly on top of the Tunic here, you're almost at the 50% evasion.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot to just power through here.
Yeah, we've seen some of these Invokers turn to this right-click build. Laurel from Team Spirit did it in the past.
It's strong.
It's strong.
It's very strong in the late game.
Is Heroic strong enough to step up to that? Still a 6,000 net worth lead for Tundra, and they have an Aegis to work with. They've taken the mid lane to Barracks, and they're looking to take this final tier 2. But Heroic, oh, the tornado right as he blinked in for the kill. And now the Manta, oh, he managed to dodge both of the stuns that were coming out from Heroic. Their initiation falls flat, and Pure's going to be able to get off the ultimate, so they are clean here. They're going to be able to chase down Heroic heroes, no problem. Can they get anybody else? A beautiful Ice Path, Macro Fire, not too bad. Thompson's dying. Oh, what a trap laid out from King Jungles on the high ground. It's just the perfect ice path to stop what could have been Tundra breaking open the game once again.
That was just a beautiful setup. Maintains his position on the high ground, finds the angle. Didn't even have to use the Dragon Knight BKB, I think. And they recovered the gem, I believe. Yeah, so honestly, not the worst trade here for Heroic. Because, I mean, you're going to trade Divine Llama for anybody in this game every time.
Dude, that's such a Thompson, like, tornado right as K1 Hector. Then he mantas the attempt, jumped it from Divine Llama.
That was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful.
So clutch, and then
he ran into an ice pass.
Walks into an ice pass.
I mean, what can you do? That is life sometimes. But I mean, I don't think any of them expected this. So like 2-man ice path into 4-man macro.
No.
And you're just stuck on those trap shards. And the Manta had already been used, and he piked aggressively. Just no way out of that. I mean, Divine Llama's woes continue in this game. This has been a very frustrating game for him.
Oh, yeah.
He is 1-9. He has 1 item. But he has to just keep going in. There's no way around it. Has to believe that they can make the comeback in these fights off the late game physical damage powerhouse that this TA Dragon Knight can propose.
You has to believe in Hector and Analog to carry the game.
Really do.
Certainly will not be him. He's going to be jumping in, maybe stunning one hero.
I will say Marcy's a hero where if you get to that BKB basher, like, you can make things happen, right?
Yeah.
If you find that magical bash on a core hero at the right time, at the right place in the fight, that can be worth a lot of net worth difference.
I mean, we've all seen these support Marcy's, you know, like the game goes a little late, they get BKB basher, and somehow this support with, you know, 10,000 net worth of items is all of a sudden killing core heroes. Yeah. So... Analog, he's going to be spotted once again, able to blink ahead of Ramses. Blink for blink every single time.
Just latch him.
And using the Marcy passive and the couriers, the extra HP on the courier, they've been using these couriers really aggressively. And you see in that situation, scouting out a bit of the triangle area. Ice Path into an attempted stun. Hector not all in on killing Pure. The team not ready to jump on that situation. After all, the Aegis is going to be expiring quite soon. They just want to stall this out.
A little difficult to go high ground if you're not willing to commit with the Aegis, which, you know, expiring here, you don't want to just let that expire and be stuck.
Yep.
Did also get the Ags on the Jakiro. Not an insignificant amount of damage if these fights can go long or you're in a high ground defense situation with buybacks. And Hex for Schofield, this is the big one I was going to mention. He was keeping a large bank total here with over 4,000 gold. He will just finish that up.
Mech,
that's a
drums, scythe. That's quite the inventory.
Downside is your positioning in the fight can be a little awkward to use this, but it gives them a lot more chain stun potential. Like now you can DK stun into Cookie and to run up Hex somebody and they're probably gone. Thompson did go back for the BKB over that butterfly. Felt like, all right, if I can die to Ice Path TA Trap, that's probably a little too much here.
Yeah, maybe the butterfly is a little too next level.
And a refresher for Ramses is going to be a huge item for Tundra. I mean, just double up your arena, double up the BKB site here, get the job done. This is where the Mars becomes a huge late game team fight problem.
Templar Assassin and Dragon Knight in the dragon form anywhere, both ranged cores. Those arena walls, they negate a lot of the damage that, you know, you're trying to throw around in these fights. 10,000 net worth lead for Tundra, 23-9. They've been here before, and they found that one bad fight cut down a significant amount of that lead that they have grown.
And they're going to smoke out, try and find somebody lingering, but Tundra are not going to give them any sort of opening here, and you're kind of running out of slots on this Dragon Knight. Like, you already sold the Midas, you finished the Lincolns here, which is a nice defensive item versus the Hex and these sorts of initiation tools, but it's another slot that isn't damage. You have to wonder if you're going to run out of it at some point.
I feel like sometimes in these kind of games, where you're just kind of holding on for dear life, it's hard to recognize that, like, okay, at some point in time, you got to be the aggressors, and I feel like that time is now for Heroic.
They're poking.
Divine Llama, he's going to jump for it with his BKB. Managed to get the bash onto Ramses, hits a stun onto Saksa. Both are able to retreat a bit here. Divine Llama's going to run out of his BKB with the arena, keeping back the rest of Heroic. He is isolated, caught and killed. An arrow goes out, trying to search for more heroes, but Heroic will retreat back to the safety of their high ground walls.
Maybe hoping for some more follow-up bashes there, just didn't get him. Was doing a decent amount of damage to Ramses. It's not a matchup Ramses enjoys, honestly. Even with the difference in their net worth, like, his kit doesn't do anything to Divine Llama if you get on top of him in BKB. So there is a window there, like we saw, where he can make his impact felt in the fight.
Yeah.
But it is such a small window. And the second your BKB is out, you're absolutely gone versus all these ranged heroes that are going to kite you. There are so many Hurricane Pikes.
So many Hurricane
that Tundra can use. Like, so many Mind Breakers, just Daedalus out on the Mirana. This is a nightmare lineup to get caught without the BKB up. Ramses.
Oh, they could catch the initiator of Ramses, but the smoke is going to break on an invisibility.
This is so unfortunate for them. There's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, they can't push too hard on it because they don't even have all their heroes with them. This was just a three-man excursion. Butterfly done for the Weaver. MKB may start become a very value item for Heroic, but will they be able to get any with double butterflies on the horizon for Tundra?
There's a lot of evasion now. Not a lot to get through it, and Tundra are going to take the aggressive option here. Smoke. Again, that Roshan is coming up in the next few minutes. It's a little awkward of a time if this goes wrong, but maybe the smoke is almost a defensive smoke. Like, if Heroic are going to try and contest this, we'll take the fight, but otherwise we just play for Roshan here. And it was the Strength Blink for Hector, which again, pretty tanky here, but not the highest damage output item if it comes down to it. You want to jump him.
Oh, the Manta gets off the BKB, turns around, stuns up Ramses. Now Ramses gets psyched on top of that one, attempt to hit him with the cookie. Pure's going to jump forward, go for Schofield. Schofield, he'll be diced up by that damage. BKB has to go up from Divine Llama as Ramses attempts to catch him inside of the arena with a spear to go.
Pure gets the kill he wants. Fall back, control the Roshan here. Just keep playing around Ramses' initiations. Lincoln's pays off for Hector. Able to Manta dodge the second round of the control. But nobody else was there to help him turn around. Could have been a dangerous situation for Ramses, honestly. Yeah. Did not BKB on that jump.
Tundra, unlike Heroic, do not know exactly when the Roshan's going to spawn, but they know it's going to be sometime soon. Question is whether or not Heroic is going to be able to contest the third Roshan of the game, as it's going to spawn right as Schofield's coming back up. The lanes are being pushed in pretty aggressively. Mostly this bottom lane is the problem. They willing, yeah, they're going to have to give up. So it's going to be Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard, a banner.
Their best chance to win this game is a high ground defense fight. That Tundra just gets stuck into buybacks, like going deep into the Ags macro, things like this. That really work towards Heroic's advantage. But they also have abilities to just cleanly jump, and they have a lot of damage outputters at this point. The two supports have found a lot. You have a lot of threats in the fight. A lot of things you're going to have to worry about, especially with Solar Flare backing all of it up here and multiple butterflies. You're looking for the MKB on the Templar Assassin here, trying to race towards it if you're Analog. There is no MKB on the horizon for Hector. He has to just tank up more, he feels. Ancient Guardian will give him some damage in the base defense fight. There's another thing going for you.
Third Tormentor, and that gets Hector the Fireball. Not that it's probably going to do too much for you here. Pure, who TP'd to mid to get some extra experience to put him over the line. He is now level 25, so that extra Geminate attack, when he pushes forward and comes out of that Chikuchi to hit somebody, that person could just get kind of one-shot, as 3 different hits all come out at the same time with the potential for crits.
I think Heroic are just going to jump a core if they show that is not Pure with the Aegis. They might jump Pure as well. They have to be decisive here because this siege can technically just go on forever. Thompson up very far. Feels secure with Butterfly BKB here.
Gleipnir leading into Tornado. The kisses gets canceled. Now Ramsey tries to jump in, but he gets counter-hexed. Can they blow him up in time? They're trying for it. They throw out all their stuns, but he managed to get off his BKB arena. Now they're turning around. Pure gets a little bit low here off of this one, but got off his ultimate. A second arena being used, surrounded by walls after walls. Hector's not getting out of this one, as all those BKB usages early on means that his BKB does not last long anymore. A second lane of barracks taken by Tundra, and 3 minutes ago on the Aegis.
I mean, these Hurricane Pikes, just such a nightmare for Heroic to fight into. It just bails Ramses out at the very end there. And double arena, like, nobody can engage the fight to follow up and help Hector at that point. Forces his buyback here, buyback out of the Llama. You're missing the BKBs, you're missing the Marcy ult. This is just Mega's uncontested. Yeah, Tundra continuing to squeeze this game out.
And they're going to keep the pressure up. They're going to go for the tier 4s while Analog is still dead for 45 seconds. Heroic going to have to go for another miracle hold here like they did in the bottom lane earlier. Another 4 versus 5. Now it's going to be a 3 versus 5. They do manage to jump Pure, but again, he's got the Aegis. So as much as they can commit to try and finish him off, what does it matter if he's still got a second life right around the corner? And that is going to be it. Heroic are going to call GG on this game 1.
They just got, I don't want to say they got run over, but it did not feel like they had any plays in that game that were working to their advantage. Like, they had very little opportunities to make aggressive moves or control parts of the map. It was pretty much just Hector split pushing. You're getting some Ancient farm on the TA, but that's about it. I would expect them to come into this game 2 trying to rectify that biggest thing. And if you're Tundra, I mean, you're pretty content with how this game 1 went. According to your plan, you knew what Heroic were going to pick, and like Moon said, they were confident.
Yeah, anticipating a different draft for Heroic, because after all, what good is greed if you can't win the late game?
That is a really good question. They were, doing okay to push it towards that late game. They were able to hold the high ground in that bottom lane, forced Tundra a little bit, at least to try and wait for that second Roshan for themselves. But at the end of the day, it was not enough for Heroic. Lanes just kind of fell apart a little too quickly, a little too fast for them. And I think that really started in the mid lane, Winter, in terms of looking great for Tundra. And that was able to transition again into making the side lanes even better.
Yeah, there was also the lane that I felt like they thought with the TA they will be able to gain some advantage out of their lane. And,
right.
And I'm not really sure about the matchup, but it seems like Invoker doesn't really lose to TA. And if that's the case right now, then why are you doing like the TA into the Invoker? I mean, sure, you can have the shard into the Invoker later, but overall, because of the nature of the lineup again, the greed, you need more than that, Like, it's just not enough, their early game. It doesn't really catapult them into the middle game and give them time to get to the late game where they are DK, Marcy, and TA shines.
I can make excuses for Analog here, because I do think this is something that happens in a game that has such frequent and impactful patches, especially with the fastest patch coming out, completely changing the game. The issue is that he has all these instincts that are telling him, like, as a TA player, like, historically, he's always beaten Invokers mid. It's been a hard counter. This patch comes out, I'm sure he's played it in some pubs, but he's a tier 1 mid. He's playing at the International. He's beating people in pubs because he beats people in pubs. He's just better than them, right? So you go against Thompson, a player who is exceptional, and honestly, he played this game almost flawlessly. Like, he played so well. And all of a sudden you realize the matchup isn't what it once was. And I'm sure he'll adjust that in his mentality. This happens a lot when you have the patches come out. And sometimes it just takes a game like this to happen for you to realize, like, this is not what the matchup is anymore.
A big question mark as well is not many teams are able to get away with showing double cores in the opening of their draft. Heroic picked up the Dragon Knight and then the Marcy as well. Divide really struggled on this Marcy. I know it's not like one of those things of, oh, bad hero, you shouldn't pick it. There were a lot of rotations to his lane early, and then on top of that, where he went to somewhere that he thought he could get free farm, before you know it, there's the Weaver and the Invoker showing up again for you, and this Marcy was really falling off in the net worth.
Yeah, there's a lot to say about that. I think in the draft itself, I'm just like, Marcy's not a core, and Jenkins like, yeah, she is. He plays it, and I didn't believe it. Now I see this game, and they
you
tried.
Still don't believe it. It was a core.
I mean,
I don't know if I believe
the network didn't show that it was a core, but let's just start with why they picked it. They're cheesing, right? They're going for this bodyguard fasted with Snapfire, and theoretically what this does is you put the bodyguard on your Snapfire, and then whenever your ally attacks, you attack. So you start the little shredder up, and then it's like some cheese effect. It's just outstanding damage that normally will get kills. But unfortunately, you're playing versus like a Weaver who's just going to run away from that damage, disengage. They end up losing that, and there's a reason why these heroes like Doom, for example, are super popular in the offlane. These Mars, these heroes can farm if they get behind. They have abilities and spells that can farm, and this is why Marcy in the offlane typically is not picked, because if you do go like 1 in 12, well, maybe not 1 in 12, but that's what he ended up. If you do have like 1 or 2 deaths in the laning stage, there is no comeback mechanic. This hero does not farm. It needs items to farm. It does not farm with spells. So if he gets shut down, and it looked really bad for him, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like if you don't win your lane with Marcy, inevitably this will happen because there's no comeback mechanic.
Okay, here's a question. How much Divai Llama have you guys watched over the last couple of years?
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot. Would you agree with the sentiment that maybe this is not just a Marcy thing, and that he is just the type of player that he is either 12-1 or 1-12? Like, we saw it on the camera. He's an emotional player, and I think it goes both ways. Like, he can 1v5 take over a game, especially if he's playing like one of his Siggies like Timbersaw, but it can also go completely the other direction where he just snowballs out of control feeding.
I agree with that, yes. And I feel like if you... Well, so here's the question. Do you want to put him in a position that's really feast or famine to match his personality? Or do you want to try to neutralize it a little bit by picking something more stable?
I mean, don't you feel like being on the off lane and being feast or famine playstyle is just such a liability to your team? Like, off laners used to be described as the backbone of the team. You know, you're always going to be delivering the amount of work to your team, regardless. It's not like too much or not too little. It has to be something linear, you know, every game. But with his type of playstyle, I feel like it might not be so good if he continues this trajectory of being so feast or famine.
Yeah, I think it also really leans into Tundra here. They did not alleviate any pressure at all. They were consistently, once they were able to take that tier 1 in the mid, just in the side of Heroic's map here. And so, I mean, look, Thompson coming up on our screens, he was the biggest contributor, being able to transition that win in mid lane for himself into those side lanes and everything. But that's an added effect as to why no one could even really get anywhere. Even the TA, who still had a considerable amount of net worth, there's no impact. Nothing was really coming from it at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to talk about Tundra just because they just played well, you know? They played good Dota, a very standard Dota, where it's easy to just kind of like focus on Heroic and what went wrong there. They lost all 3 lanes. They picked a very greedy draft. Hector's going Midas instead of Armlet on DK, so the one comeback you do have potentially as Divai Llama is maybe your carry joins a fight here or there and you get a couple kills and get a return there, but he's AFK farming. He doesn't have an armlet. He can't join these fights. Mid lane, also known, very greedy. TA just farms. Yeah, she lost her lane too. She's just farming. So you're in a situation where you just can't play Dota anymore. I said before the game started, they had to win all 3 lanes to really make this strategy work. They lost all 3 lanes, and it was just pretty straightforward win for Tundra in my eyes after that happened.
Yeah, I agree. I really like the kind of hybrid play style that we see coming out from some of these players. Like Soxa in this game went for 3 bracers on Mirana into Hurricane Pike. It's like it does seem like it's earlier and earlier, but I think that's just because of the nature of they were doing so well in this game, and he had such high net worth. We saw
not every position 4, despite it being a scaling hero, can do that.
No, not every position. It requires the right game, but to identify that. We are so far ahead that he has a damn Daedalus at the end. But in my eyes, this makes the game impossible to come back in, because you're going to have to use all of your resources to kill the enemy carry, like to kill the Weaver. But then because Soxa has built like this, all of a sudden you have no resources, and then you have to deal with a second carry. And you look at Thompson, the guy has Hurricane Pike Butterfly on mid Invoker. He's also building to scale. So it's like the items are scaling items, and there's the adequate amount of group up items that are being picked so that you can like choke out the map and be active. But once they're able to choke out the map, they build scaling items on all of the heroes that they can get away with. So it's just about finding that golden ratio of, okay, we can group up with this, and then at this point, let's all scale.
I mean, this is why you can't play alone. Like, you need to help everybody get rich, you know? Like, as a carry player, you can't just like, oh, I'm gonna buy Midas. those idiots, they can't farm, I'm going to have to do everything on my own. I feel like that's a pretty bad mindset. Instead, you should be thinking, okay, everyone's having a hard time. I have to come out. I have to, get my hands dirty. I have to help my offlaner. He's already crying, I need to get him back into the game. My mid laner is struggling in a matchup where he's supposed to win. So mentally, he's done. So if I don't come out, if I don't do something, the game is over, But instead, he chooses, I'm going to get Midas and screw these guys,
Yeah, it's rough. I was a little unsure about Heroic, where their mentor would be after this, because looking at Devi, I mean, that's the highs and lows of watching a Devi game, is you're going to get his player cam no matter what. Is it going to be enjoyable to look at? Well, that's, a little up to interpretation there, but it's nice to see the team all gathered around there, having a bit of a pep talk with each other, but I think they should also be talking about what needs to be changed up for the draft. Their opening phase bans were that Shadow Demon, the Omni, and the Viper. Really, really standard things, but now's the question of, are standard bans going to give you the advantage over Tundra? They like to pick a lot that's in the meta, favored by a lot of different teams. So is it more changing what you want, or making sure that they aren't getting what they want?
I mean, there's a lot, I think, of their draft that I wasn't really feeling. First pick DK was one of them. This is a hero that is seen a lot of play, the most played hero. It's not doing super hot. So that's definitely one thing, but I think what they should really focus on more than anything is having a good draft, a cohesive draft that makes sense with each other. They tried to cheese it with the Marcy, I get it. TA mid, there's a reason we haven't seen a lot of it. Maybe pick something where Analog can make some rotations, is going to do well in the mid lane. Something, I feel like they tried to cheese that game, the best way I can put it. You got offlane Marcy and TA. These are heroes that aren't in the meta right now. Maybe dial it down a little bit. Pick some more standard stuff.
I will say about Devi Lama and his mentality, he is very emotional in the game, but he's also known for being very quick to reset. I've seen this exact scenario where game 1 is this very goofy looking thing where he's dying a lot, and then game 2 he is completely carrying the team on his back. So it's not like he's not been in this position before. It is his first TI, so there is that question of, will that trend continue when he's got all of this pressure on his shoulders? But I'm fairly confident. I think he's just a really emotional guy. You see the frustration, but it's frustration more with himself and with the state of the game. It's not like he's flaming his team.
Of course, I didn't expect him to be in this voice chat being like, I can't believe you're doing this. This is the worst game we've ever had. We're a terrible team.
I've just heard the rumblings that people don't mind. It's like people almost like that because on the flip side, he really hypes up his team if they're winning and if they're doing well, and you see that in the way that they snowball.
I mean, to build on top of that, I feel like in the draft, if you have to choose someone to draft around, I think based on what I've seen, how they play as a team, I feel like he's the person, Dalai Lama, you should be trying to draft around, because I feel like he has a very, very positive effect on the gamer and in the team, raising their morale. So if you try to draft around that, even if you have to pick his hero early, try to just make everything around it. If he's being on a carry off lane, then you kind of have to try to scale down on the mid laner, or probably not the carry because it's Hector, so you have to scale down from the mid laner and try to make him play, for the off lane. You play a Monkey King, whatever rotating hero, go to the off laner, open up the game and help him get into the game.
Luckily, we have this graphic there, because I was going to ask you guys, what are some more of those quote-unquote standard offlaners that Devi likes to pick up for himself? But we're having this graphic here of showing us what has been played between the two offlaners so far in the road to the International. 4 different heroes for Devi, 6 different ones for Ramses.
I think this top right one is a big consideration for bans. Nat, you asked about what going forward should Heroic look to ban. I think Ramses, it looks like the most exceptional Mars player right now. Every single time he picks it, seems like his team is able to rally around him. He's able to start every single fight. When they're pushing high ground, he's the one that's getting the right initiation. He'll go in, bait BKBs, and then back. It's like a lot of the good calls in the game are based on him being the first point of contact. And Mars just by far looks like the best hero for that for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think his Mars is really good, and I kind of shows that his experience as a player and his ability to read the map really shines while playing a hero like Mars, who buys Blink BKB, as compared to like the Zoo heroes that just walk around and farm. Sometimes it feels like when he played the Alchemist, to just go back to that, he can get into mode carry, start doing the farming patterns. But when he starts like playing this Mars, he gets his dagger, he starts having his killer instinct. He's good at both, right? But I think this team needs him to be moving across the map and making plays.
Yeah, I mean, they just have the right balance. Like, it's just going back to what I said about Heroic, where they don't really have the right balance. They're trying to draft around too many people, and I feel like that oftentimes create a problem where you have a draft that has like some economical imbalances where too many people need too much out of the map, and it's very difficult to get it to work, against the battle teams. Maybe in their own region, in South America, people don't punish it as hard, so they feel confident with those type of strategies. But when you're here, everyone's a lot better in the laning phase. They do small little things slightly better, and it makes it really difficult to be greedy and get away with it. So the balance in the draft is very, very important.
The Mars wasn't banned, even though we thought maybe that could have been where they wanted to go Heroic, but the Mirana was taken out. They didn't like dealing with that one. Thought it was a little too good for the side of Tundra, and that was their opener last time. So what are they now comfortable in picking up straight away for themselves? They've left Omni and Viper in the pool that were previously banned.
That's a good question. We'll have to see. I mean, probably response to Enchantress. Everyone has their own response. We've seen Nyx be pretty popular. Usually if you can deal with the creep, it's typically addressing the Enchantress or having some way to deal with it. And Tundra, they're going to go for the DK. This is a hero that I'm starting to like less and less the more I see it, if I'm going to be honest with you.
I mean, what about on Tundra, though? I feel
they love, I mean, there's always
the first guy doing
right?
this.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to see. There is always the exceptions where a hero does emerge from the meta because of one player, right? And that one player still believes in it and it's still good. So I will save my judgments for after this game. If Pure still loses with it, then I give up on this.
He played it once already and he lost with it.
Uh-oh.
Just so you know.
Well,
but Ramses has...
ruining it already. I pre-give up on this hero.
Okay, there's two times in which Tundra have picked it. And it's gone on Pure once, they lost with it. But it also went on Ramses, and they won with it. So a little bit of flex. Maybe Pure wants to try and rectify his win rate with the Dragon Knight.
Maybe they just mirror the Enchantress. Because I do feel like DK, at the very least in the first few levels, does not really care about an Enchantress too much. You need some extra damage there from maybe the carry and position 4 rotating to kill a DK.
Yeah, but it can get ugly though. Like the carry, like the Ench can pretty much make any carry that's good versus DK even easier to play.
That's right. You need a kill lane.
I mean, you're talking about when you're talking about mirroring, you're saying so wherever the Ench go, you're gonna go send your DK to that lane.
Yeah, maybe, because they played on both the side lanes.
I'm not really a big fan, even though they won with the offlane DK. I feel like offlane DK is really not my...
It is Ramses on another farming hero.
Yeah, I don't really like that, I mean, he has that farming mode, but I feel like it upsets the balance in the team. And I think every time I see this team play, I feel like the two polarizing players that you should draft around and play around is either Thompson or Pure, not the offlaner. So in the length of the first half of the year, they've been swapping out offlaners. I think a lot of that has to do with the balance within the cores. They are trying to strike a healthy amount of farm across the board and trying to not overly draft around someone.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talk a lot about Ramses because you have to keep in mind that Thompson, he's just like a free spirit, Like, you can't put limitations on this guy. You just have to let Thompson do what Thompson wants to do. So that being
somebody has to die for it, right?
Yeah, I mean, even back when he was on OG and they won, it's just we just give Thompson what he wants and we'll play around him. And even on this team, it feels it has to be the same because I feel like Thompson isn't that type of player. He says he's mellowing down, he's getting more stable with it, but
delusion. That's delusional. He's not.
That's PR. That's PR training. He's told to say that,
Anytime he streams, there's 15 more YouTube videos about the builds that he's doing. He has not mellowed down at all.
Yeah, you have to let Thompson just, cook whatever he wants to cook. So, and you can't have too many cooks in the kitchen. Someone's gonna have to be stable, and just do the work nobody wants to do.
I mean, this is something that has always been brought up, in teams when the coach is drafting. Do you actually draft for the player, or you make the player adapt to the draft? And oftentimes, it's a very fine line. If you don't get it right, then the team is not going to work.
You've got to have like your pawns, you know, the grunts in there that are willing to do whatever it takes to win. And they don't need that space.
Calling them the sacrificial lambs. Monkey King. Well, actually, let's talk about Snapfire. Snapfire Dragon Knight could potentially be the lane combo that they want to go for on the side of Tundra. Might not happen as well, but let's talk about it as if they were going to be
10
together.
seconds remaining.
Where would you want to put the Monkey King? Is this something that you're looking at fine to be in the safe lane with an
5
Ench against that
seconds
combo, or it's more looking towards to be a mid?
I think the default is mid right now, but so basically the reason why Monkey King mid I think is almost always okay unless you're playing versus like some dazzles and stuff where we've seen that and it got completely destroyed. At least you have a backup option of running across the map and getting kills. The one problem you have with Monkey King in the side lanes is that there's 2 heroes on the side lane, not one. So it's very difficult sometimes to get that Jingu stacks off and win those trades because you're pretty weak in level 1 to 2. Even if you do get the Jingu stacks, it has been nerfed, so you can't really trade anyway. Where Monkey King, he gets up to his level 2, level 3 very quickly and can just kind of like play. So basically the more heroes Monkey's playing against, the worse it is for him. That's why the mid lane's best for him.
And it's easy for you to cross left and right if you're in the middle. And you have the level advantage. Sometimes it's a bad matchup, but you're still getting levels. And that alone is enough for you to have contribution in the game.
If it's a DK side lane though, let's say it's a DK off lane, and it's like really obvious in the draft, then do you pivot the Monkey to be a carry?
I think DK Snap will win versus Monkey.
Okay, I was gonna say, I do think that's a part of the reason they picked the Snap is because it makes it really hard for Monkey in a side lane to get Jingu stacks.
Yeah.
You just scatterblast him and
you scatterblast him, stun him, right click him, then walk away. He's half HP and like just rinse and repeat, right?
Okay, now this is interesting. One of these 3 heroes that were just picked as a core.
Sniper is like I feel like I remember them running it on carry and mid.
It's 90% likely to be the Sniper. 8% likely to be the Snapfire, and 2% likely to be the hero with the Gleipnir.
2's a little high. I'd maybe give it a 0.5%.
I mean,
think it's a 0.5%.
Thompson loves Sniper and Snapfire, right? I haven't seen his Jakiro, but I'm sure he's tried it. It was funny, we were listening to the interview with Ted, right, saying the heroes that he wanted to play mid on Ted, and he shut down Venomancer.
I was surprised.
But I literally saw Thompson play that in a pub.
I mean, they nerfed it right away. After he actually abused it, it got nerfed right away.
Alright.
They're like, no more of that. That's not happening.
I think the Jakiro is kind of good here against the Clockwork and killing off the trees to catch the Monkey.
Monkey King, yeah. Even just throwing down the Macro Pyre in the Monkey King ult is a lot of the time enough to kill him. Very annoying. Kills the Enchantress.
So you just like can't be where you want to be.
Yeah.
You know what would have been kind of a fun facet, I'm totally derailing this conversation for Jakiro, is if you could turn his ult from a line into like a circle instead. It's like the Disruptor kinetic field, but the inverse. Anyway, Earthspirit.
Anyway,
I don't know, but it's funny.
One of these 4 heroes is Divine Llama, right?
Wait.
No.
So it's analog mid Earth Spirit.
Carry Monkey
King carry.
Okay.
Yep.
And he's heroes last.
And then Enchantress Clockwork, and he's getting last picked on Divine.
Yeah, that's good. I think that's a good
I don't know if I like the Monkey carry, but
after you talked about it for 5 minutes, how it's better mid, we're not going to run it mid.
And then also, like, whether it's Sniper or Snap mid, I feel like Earth Spirit doesn't enjoy either of those matchups.
No, he doesn't. That's true.
I mean,
Which does he lose?
You can kill the Sniper later, but early you're gonna suffer.
I mean, probably Snap is worse, right? Because at least you have the merit of your Earth Spirit versus.
Yeah, but how good is
Snap
mid now? Like,
it's really good. It beats it destroys.
Why Snap mid? It's just to win the lane, or what's the other reason?
I mean,
maybe. I mean, I think. In terms of in a side lane against a Monkey King, who's better, Snap or Sniper? Because I feel like Sniper with the Shrapnel, the new Shrapnel, that's pretty strong. I don't know how you're ever going to get Jingu off without killing yourself.
Yeah, I'd rather have Sniper be. I mean, let's just look at their heroes, right?
I'm looking.
And don't Dire's heroes just look incredibly ugly together?
Yes.
Yeah,
I
but
agree.
What about how good are they?
Like, maybe that's just like we know because we've been like pro players for and we played high level, but you look at these heroes, it's just a single target.
Yeah,
like,
sometimes you just get the feeling, oh my god, this is never gonna work.
And then you look at like the massive AoE potential, all the items these heroes buy on Tundra. It's like, so basically Heroic's draft, the reason I don't like it is very similar to game number 1, and this is like a playstyle preference. It's very much so playing all eggs in one basket, and it's like skirmishing. Like, we need to skirmish. We need to make these small
Snowball the
fights.
game.
We have absolutely no team fight, pretty much. We're going to snowball the game, and if it doesn't work well, then you get in situations that, like Devi was in last game, where when it goes bad, it goes real bad.
I felt like they really wanted Darkseer though. Darkseer maybe could have been the thing that pieced
Yeah, they needed like
They're banning big
giga-fighter.
AoE team fighters because they realize that's what they need.
They needed something, yeah. So it's Devi Llama, last pick hero, gonna win the lane, solve all the team fight problems, or completely entirely pivot on we're never fighting.
This last pick has to be absolutely massive.
It's
I'm
gonna be
curious
Centaur.
Okay, I mean, the Dazzle ban, not really that curious about it, but because that's like a protection ban there. But this Dragon Knight also still has flex between being carry or off lane. It's
That is
very
true.
open for Tundra. They have overall last pick. Heroic have to reveal everything, and they're not even sure they're going to get the better lane matchups. They're still not 100% on that. It limits your options a lot of what this last pick is going to be for Heroic, and you're already like picking apart
I feel
flaws
like it
in the
needs to
draft.
be like some hero that's very hard to kick out from the lane, you know, some DP, some Timber, so because all the other heroes like to rotate and move around, so they need to have a point that they need to move to, you know. So he needs to be that type of hero.
I was going to say Centaur, but I don't know.
Centaur's okay too.
I feel like
I can't think of a single hero that salvages this.
What is...
Okay.
Alright, so Devi
Off
Llama is
slunk?
going to play Earth Spirit or Monkey King. Offlane Inch, is that still a thing? Is that playable?
Yes.
Is that a meme?
Yeah, it's not bad, but I don't know.
I mean, who's your support if
I think
Edge is off?
It'd be Clock Slark and
I
it'd
think
be
against-
Monkey King's support with Inch.
Is it just Devi's being a Mar right now, and he's just gonna play offlane Slark into like a DK carry? That way, either their side lane is. I mean, this is honestly not bad for laning because on both the side lanes they have Slark versus a Monkey King, or Slark
Yeah,
versus a
he's doing
DK
it.
or a Mars, or a Monkey King versus a DK or a Mars. Both of those side laners beat the side laners of Tundra.
Yeah, but this is a
It's all on the supports.
This is literally a clockwork Slark lane.
You're correct.
This isn't like some hoodwink Slark lane. This isn't a Snapfire Slark.
I mean, what are they gonna
a
do?
Clockwork.
What are they
This is
gonna do in a team fight against like?
Schofield Clockwork too. He's not even gonna be in the lane.
I mean, the team fight wise, there's Mars, Jack Hero, Snapfire. You have Earth Spirit ulti. That's it. You know, like how are you ever gonna win those team fights?
I mean, it's interesting. I think Heroic, if they win this game, it's going to be off some individual like crazy plays or some ideas we haven't seen before. And it has to be Devi Llama. He's going all in again on the laning stage. So he has to find a way to win his lane here. But unfortunately, I think Tundra has just got all the heroes they would ever want. And it just looks very straightforward for Tundra on this one.
Yeah, I mean, you guys already hyped up Ramsey's on Mars. He gets it again for game number 2. So it feels like a lot of things are going their way right now, Jenkins.
If this were a different team, I might. If this were like Falcons that last picked the Slark, then I would trust the ability to win the side lane so hard and execute and snowball. Because I do
Crit would play a
think-
lane winner, right?
Yeah, he would probably play a lane winner. But Schofield is not. I mean, Schofield likes the melee heroes, so that's why I think this does not look like that much of a heroic draft to me. Is the problem that I have. I think they're an excellent team, but I feel like this is not an easy draft to execute and also not in their comfort zone, and Tundra got what they wanted.
Okay, thanks for talking so much, Winter. I do want to quickly hear from you, though.
Yep, easy game.
Okay, easy game. That's all you really need to know here. Let's get some more information, though, before game number 2. Nomad standing by with our other coach.
Thank you very much. And yeah, sometimes I got to struggle to come up with questions, and sometimes it's really easy. Offlane Slark, what are you guys doing?
Well, DK is a hard hero to counter, right? So you gotta be creative. I felt like we had some good options there, but both teams ran out of time, and I think the Slark would surprise them more. And like we were just choosing between the classic ones, is Viper, Timber, or the Slark. We ended up going for the Slark. Llama is really good on those kind of heroes. He just needs to pop off. That's what I have to say.
Alrighty, well, it looked like you had a lot to say before the game because there was a big, long huddle. Can you just give me a bit of insight as to what you guys were talking about during the pregame?
Well, we're talking about how we think that we played well the first game. It's just that lanes didn't go the way we played, and then they had a really good tempo lineup, and we weren't ready for it. So we're just talking about that, trying to like go back to our best our best way of like trying to get them ready for the next game, like the way they were for the first game. That's what I meant. And
we don't have action in the game, so we are going to jump straight into it with Cap and SPG for Game 2. Thank you very much.
That's right. Welcome to Game 2 of Heroic versus Tundra. We already had a first blood on our hands. As you guys saw, Snapfire did go down. But Avery, I was really interested. We were listening to Cap Furtado there, and he was talking about, the drafts, being a drafter yourself, being a coach yourself. Do you agree with that philosophy that they chose with, right? They needed an answer to the Dragonite. They think it's a hard hero to be able to counter. They had some options that were way more traditional, but they went for the off-lane Slark, something they've only played once before in an official, because they thought it would surprise Tundra, and they didn't have much time left in the draft.
There's some validity to that. I mean, there is some truth. Like, you pick something the enemy doesn't expect, they're not used to. It's a little difficult to formulate a game plan against it super fast when you have 20 seconds left or whatever, right? Yep. So maybe your items against it are going to be a little more off than something like Timbersaw you were expecting. But I do think the Timber might have sounded juicy. The one upside here for Heroic as this draft, it's definitely wonky, right? I don't think anyone's going to argue this draft isn't wonky, but they have a lot of gap close. If there's one thing this lineup excels at, it's gap close. You have 3 cores with innate gap close abilities. They are 3 melee cores, but they can all just jump on top of you, and it's repeating gap close. Like, you have multiple leaps off of Sarkags, you have multiple rolls in with the Earth Spirit. The Monkey King can leap, Boundless Strike you, leap again. Like, in theory, the chase down potential is super big. Clockwork's another hero that can just give you innate gap close from level 6 onwards. So if you can just start to snowball this game and pick Tundra off across the map and just start running them down, create the chaotic South American Dota that this squad is capable of, that is where this lineup can shine. If you get stuck in more of a disciplined, slow, methodical game like we saw last time, where Tundra are running around with Thompson, killing a hero there, controlling the map, setting up for Oshans, you might have a difficult time just taking the straight-up engagements in a 5v5, 4-on-4 situation.
Yeah, the panel was already talking about how they were doing something a little bit different before the Slark even came up, right? With the Earth Spirit pickup, they were talking about, is that going to be Divine Llama's hero, or is that going to be running mid for Analog? And this is something that they have done before. Unfortunately, I'm referencing the same exact game that we referenced for the offlane Marcy's success that Heroic had in that game against Gaming Gladiators. So it didn't work for... that reference didn't work in Game 1. I'm not sure if it'll work in Game 2, but we'll see. Maybe the Slark will end up working for them. This is something that they have done once in an official. That was just a month ago. They did it in an online tournament. Obviously, very different situation here on LAN and against a very tough opponent in Tundra that they're already down at 1 game against. It does seem like they are very much all in on the laning phase, something that didn't work for them in Game 1. Do you think the laning phase is going to go better in this second game?
I actually don't think it's that all in. Like, every game at TI is going to be pretty dependent on the laning phase. Divine Llama should get another kill here.
Blocked up, and wait. Okay, Schofield commits for it and does manage to get the kill, and he will not die to that tower hit. Gets a bit low, but he has a healing sound, so he is going to be back into it. This double melee offlanes were actually working quite well.
I mean, the biggest factor, Divine Llama got first blood off that exchange we saw, so he just came to lane with an extra bracer, basically. He is raking in the gold right now. He is very farmed net worth-wise just off the extra kills. Get a couple extra agi stacks here, you're cruising. This Slark is in a very solid position, already level 4. I don't think this lineup is as dependent on the lanes, just because I think the skirmish power is something people are underestimating a little bit. Like, Earth Spirit Slark, if they get to like the first and a half items, they're pretty annoying in the fight. Tundra don't have a super early pipe buyer, for example, right? We're not going to see Ramses buy first item pipe on Mars here, I think.
Okay.
This Magnetize could be annoying. If you can gap close the sniper, you remove a lot of the damage from Tundra's lineup. I see the potential. There's a lot that has to be executed there, but I do kind of see the idea, and you should not underestimate how much the Slark can do in some of these early fights if he starts building up early stacks. Like, he can be annoying. And there's not a lot of control for him. You have Arena, but that's it.
Nice use of the cookie there from Soxa, but being in the 5 position lane has not gone so well here for Soxa.
No.
As the roll hit from Analog, he thought he survived, and all of a sudden, Analog from downtown rolls in and gives him a good kick.
He's going to stay around here, too. They're going to dive. This Dragon Knight potentially have the wave coming in. I mean, Pure offers nothing here in terms of trying to turn it around.
They're going to have Whitemon TP in as the Jakiro to try and help this situation. The dive is still going to continue, though.
They just bailed. Good luck, team.
Okay, goodbye. Oh, the Shrapnel is going to be able to reveal Dubai. Lami's trying to get away, but the Shrapnel and now the dual breast slowing him down. He doesn't have a pounce to be able to jump out, so he's going to be relying entirely on juking through the trees, and that's just not going to work for you against 3 different heroes all looking for you.
You get a lot of TPs down here, both supports again, and the Sniper TP and triple Shrapnel drop from Thompson. It's a big committal from Tundra to try and turn this aggression around. You do get a big kill out of it in that Slark, slow down his momentum. But it does cost you some resources on the map. I was going to say the one lane I was maybe the most worried about was this Sniper versus melee hero mid, but honestly, Analog, he's gotten through it, and I mean, this would be a massive pickup if they can kill Thompson in the early game.
Thompson has made this rotation, but the supports have come with him. They hit him with a blood grenade, still might be able to make commit as the Magnetize is taking him down. Analog has got the kill, no problem, and he's going to look for more. He's got Whitemon, now he's going to go for the support as well. Analog playing that beautifully. His Earth Spirit is top tier, and he understood in that situation, Magnetize is inevitable. They will be dying here. He's just got to make sure to play it slow and keep those ticks up.
This is the best spell for Heroic in this game and the most dangerous one for Tundra. You get stuck in these early fights versus Magnetize, it's going to decimate you. They don't have early dispels. They don't have a lot of early healing or sustain to kind of power through it. Traditionally, you'd want heroes like Omni Knight, Abaddon, Undying versus this Earth Spirit to just clog up his team fight, but there's none of that in this early game. It's just all spell casting. Analog can really put some pressure on in this game, and he's top net worth, just got triple earn charge on top of it. Early Vessel's going to put some more pressure on these big melee cores that Tundra have. Heroic starting to cook a little bit in this game too.
Absolutely. I love the fact
lineup, but making it work.
Analog created that opening himself through the pressure that he created in the bottom lane, forcing the Sniper to TP, right? Sniper's not able to get back to that mid lane as easily. They catch him in the middle of the jungle as a result. And now, with the supports rotating back with Thompson and then dying, it left the Slark in a 1v1. So the Slark was one who died in that rotation, but it still worked out for him in the end because he gets some 1v1 time against Dragonite, just what he wants.
Taking advantage of the resources on the map. Heroic playing a little chaotic too, saying going back to the roots. I mean, that is a big part of it. Got to kind of make the game unorthodox for Tundra here, so they aren't sure exactly what's happening, getting dragged around, and then caught in these fights that are disadvantageous, trying to weather the storm right now. Ideally, you play around Thompson here because, like, this mid sniper is very strong in these early fights if you can put him in a good position. But his tower is just dead to this Enchantress. We saw this hero first pick for a reason. It did some work game one in terms of the objective taking, and KJ putting it to work here. Nice two-man stop.
That's right, true to his name, King Jungles comes out with the Enchantress, trying to use the jungle to his advantage to take that mid tower. Does force a lot of rotations to protect that mid tower because it's a sniper, but that leaves Dragonite all alone.
This is one of those games where if you're pure, just like, what the hell's happening? Why is there a Slark Earth Spirit clock on me at like 8 minutes, you know?
Yep.
It's like one of those bad pubs where you can't tell if the enemy team gave up or not. It's like a Sky buying Meteor Hammer, like what's happening? I just want to farm, guys. We'll see if he opts for the Midas in a maybe similar recovery position to what Hector was last game. But it's Hector going aggression this time. No Midas for him. He's just going the Gleipnir. This is not a bad position for Heroic. I feel like
not at all.
Tundra wanted more out of the Sniper in the early game. And if you don't get Thompson to a position where he's a bit tankier, you reverse so much gap close. I do wonder if this Sniper is just going to get bamboozled every fight. Like, you have 6 heroes rolling on him in an Ench creep, and his tower's gone, and there's night vision on the Slark to contest with to match you, and it's a spooky game for Thompson right now. He does not have a lot of frontline either outside of the Mars to...
They know. They see him, but Analog, a roll after a sniper, but he had an invisibility, so not going to be able to kill him here. Still going to be able to go for the ward. That gets denied by Soxa. They are getting herded into this offlane tower area, and with the Enchantress creep, they could tank the tower shots if they want to go for the dive. But they opt not to go for it, maybe for the best. That could have been a throwy situation there.
Absolutely could have been, and I mean, Tundra, they did play it well. Like, they maintained their formation, protect the tops, and just back up. Invis Rune does some work. Not giving an opening there is really important because this is where that Magnetize can absolutely shred them in the 5-on-5.
Yeah.
Still Schofield protecting their wards here. Does not want to let Tundra back into the high ground, and
they knew Whitemon could not stop himself from going up to that high ground and checking out this ancient stack that they have for themselves, but there will be the punish back. Ramses gets the arena onto Divide Llama. Nowhere he can go. He's going to be shot down by Thompson, and now they can maybe clear through that ancient stack, though. Gonna have to do it as a group if they really want to. Heroic is not going anywhere though. They still have this Magnetize to use, and they've got the vision to be able to blow up Soxa. Got a kick to slow down Thompson, allowing Schofield to catch up. Now he's inside the cogs, and now he is screwed. He is stuck inside the cogs with a battery assault and analog right there as well. Wait, a pushback for God's Rebuke. They're doing the damage. He's actually gonna be okay for now. It's King Jungles committing for the kill, trying to get him, and he does manage to. Ever so barely, he gets his level 6, and it's gonna be a slow death, if a death at all. He has a TP scroll, and he's got Hector bailing him out. No, the God's Rebuke stops him from being able to land, stops him from hitting that additional nuke. King Jungles will finally die, as it's going to be the supports limping over the finish line to be able to get these kills they're looking for.
I mean, this is South American Dota in a nutshell. You are getting dragged into skirmishes and fights you probably rather not take, but Tundra are meeting them head on, bringing the numbers. That's the most important part here. You do not want to get outnumbered. And a huge component of that fight, we saw amp damage. Earth Spirit, I think, would have decimated that entire exchange. But he magnetized the first target he rolled on in Soxa, and Soxa immediately died. So this magnetize just died with him.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
And it costs him a lot here, because I think that would have been a great fight with the amp damage rune just powering it all up. Tundra happy to get through that exchange, get some ancient camps for the Dragon Knight. They'll bleed out another support as Heroic continue to just pick up the pace and continue to swarm the ramparts here.
It really does feel like this is the exact same situation, just shoes on the other foot here, where Pure is just farming away as the Dragon Knight and his team is being decimated.
Yeah, this looks like a mirror image from last game. Yeah, but he didn't go the Midas, so.
That's true. Maybe you should rethink that. Schofield will be caught trying to play too much around this triangle area, and Heroic looks like they've finally been kicked out for good. Not that Hector minds. He's farming the exact opposite side of the map and pushing in that bottom lane deep.
Bet you he wishes he was Wraith King right now with all this space, man.
It always does kind of weird me out seeing Hector playing a non-strength hero.
He's caught here,
and he should be dying. Here's the trickery. Can only take him so far, but if he gets outside of vision, good thing the kisses were used, because he was getting away and might have been able to jump into the trees. Soxa, wise as he is, opts to use the kisses for a hero that definitely needed it. That being said, a lot of heroes do show in the bottom lane. Thompson's got to be careful in mid, as he's still trying to work towards his Maelstrom.
Man, Tundra really played this last few minutes well. Like, this game could have snowballed very fast off some of those magnetizes and power runes. Instead, they put all their cores in a decent position. Even Soxa found some solid net worth. And this Slark, who, if you remember, was the most farmed hero out of the lane phase, he's now the bottom of the chart. Divide Llama just not finding that like crazy momentum he was looking for off these fights. Does hurt this hero a little bit.
He is going to find the Diffusal Blade very soon, and they'll take this off-lane tower, which may mean, especially if he can get the Diffusal Blade in time, nobody takes the last hit, awkward, but they can maybe play for the 14-minute Wisdom Rune steal.
I think that's too much to ask for here.
Yeah, fighting into this Mars is particularly hard so early on.
And these support ults are powerful if Tundra can set up the front line here with the Mars, so this is a very risky maneuver, though Tundra are a little out of position.
Heroic. Is this going to be a situation where they have bitten off more than they can chew? As in the high ground, Pure is sitting here. Cookie goes out, hits on a couple there, and Slark actually gets a little bit low. But thanks to his ultimate, he's going to be able to heal up and get away. Schofield, Centaur stomp, but they're still going to be able to track him. Schofield goes down, and Heroic indeed. That push forward into the 14-minute Wisdom Rune area does not work for them.
Lost the Magnetize again, and that was the Blade Mail for the Earth Spirit. That's why Tundra just didn't want to commit on him there, but not the fight Analog's looking for in this early stages of the game. And once more, Tundra just bringing the numbers, maintaining close proximity, bailing each other out. There's just not a lot of openings there. It's a tough fight. I mean, you look at the map right now, in theory, you should not feel bad if you're Heroic, because you're continuing to push Tundra into this one part of the map. Like, bottom lane has been empty.
Oh, got him again! ever so barely, but catches K1 Hector on the edge of the arena. And this is going to be a constant problem for him until he can get the shard or a BKB on the Monkey King.
Ramsey's not afraid of the Monkey King here.
Apparently not.
Not a signature hero for Hector, I would tend to agree. I mean, these are two really bad deaths for Hector, right?
Yes.
Like, you're looking at the amount of space he has right now. He's had the entirety of this bottom half of the map to himself, and he is not the highest net worth. I think there are a lot of heroes he would be, like a Chaos Knight, a Wraith King, some of these heroes that could ghost shove the wave. These two deaths that Ramsey's caught him have really slowed down the Monkey King's gameplay and kind of made the space making that Heroic were doing with the 4 other heroes a bit of a moot point.
See that heat map all over the place.
But it is not translated to a free game.
No.
That's a big deal.
And in fact, Tundra have completely evened out the net worth in this game.
So you have your Diffusal on the Slark. You saw the Blade Mail on the Earthspear as well, pushing towards that vessel. This is kind of where these two heroes can shine in terms of the early skirmishing with the early power spike on these items. And you have your nighttime as well for the Slark vision. So this is kind of where you'd want to aggressively make a move, smoke. Again, you kind of know where Tundra are. They're only in one part of the map, so you just have to force it and break them. We're going to see Heroic smoke up, try and swarm, maybe try and get a good angle here. A lot of this fight comes down to Magnetize, how much it can do, how many heroes it sticks on. You have max stones up, 9 stones to play with here if you're Analog.
They spot Soxa. Go for him. Arena goes out and immediately locks down the Earth Spirit underneath the Macro Pyre. They go for the hook shot, though. They're trying to stick on top of Thompson. Thompson gets pulled away from Divide Llama, who sticks on a Pure instead. With the Magnetize on some of these heroes, though, they are ticking down, but the team fight, oh, nice kick through from Analog. Finishes off Thompson at least, and the Dragon Knight ticks out as well. The Magnetize is still going on. He's going to get a 3rd kill out of this situation, I think, as Whitemon thought about the TP away. K1 Hector finally shows up. King Jungles will be the one to claim the kill on Whitemon at the end. A 2-for-3 exchange that ultimately does go the favor of Heroic.
Earth Spirit, I mean, it is a 1v5 machine, right? Everybody there is just a meat shield for this guy to get the job done. And he gets it done. 8-0 and 5 start, by the way, for Analog here.
Crazy.
He has absolutely owned this game. The second he rolls in there, he got magnetized on everybody. That team fight is over for Tundra. It's just a matter of what you get out of it at that point. And since he got the Blade Mill off on the Spear for Ramses, you can't all-in commit on him. He has too much HP right now. So you got to get to these Dispels. Early BKBs for Tundra are going to be their answer. It's going to be second item BKB for the Mars and the Dragon Knight here. That's going to be a big deal if you can get to it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a very clear difference in these team fights. The two team fights where Magnetize hits multiple heroes, they demolish. Heroic wins that fight. But if it doesn't, then, you know, the team fight actually goes against them. What happens if you get BKBs on all these heroes? Like, what's carrying the team fight at that point?
You're going to go into the Valley, I think, with this lineup if you're Heroic. Like, that mid-game period where Tundra have Dispels or Sustains, like a Greaves on a support or something, it's going to be way harder for you to just force those skirmishes straight up. And you're going to have to maybe just farm and split the map a little bit. Maybe play for a Roshan fight, get your own BKB, something like this to trade out those durations for Tundra as this here.
Yeah, Analog managed to get the roll away, I think, from Ramses in time before the Spear hits him. And from what you're saying, it sounds like Heroic should try and keep forcing fights while they have this window before they hit the Valley of the BKBs. And with Arena on cooldown, that may be a great opportunity for just that.
Or at least out-farm Tundra. You can be okay with corralling them if you're getting more out of the map, which I think they have been in that position, but again, some of the bad deaths have cost them that lead. Analog is very farm, so if he gets his own BKB, you can just trade out BKBs. But again, you have to be careful of this Magnetize getting dispelled in that type of situation. Still, do not underestimate the scale here on this Earth Spirit. He is still an absolute beast in the late game with 5 or 6 slots. You're looking at like things like Shiva's Octarine, whatever it is. He's a monster.
Yeah. And he doesn't right-click for a totally insignificant amount with that facet.
But you will hit this mid-game Valley a bit, and Tundra are going to look to take advantage of it if they can with this BKB timing. Look for a smoke gank of their own. Try and get a pick off, maybe translate it into Roshan. You're still looking to recover your sniper in this game a bit. Thompson will finish up the Gleipnir. Adds a bit more control and damage to their team fight.
Gleipnir 1, Gleipnir 2.
And it will be the Deso for Ramses. He's eyeing it up this game. Does love this build. gives them a bit more physical to shred through these 3 melee cores.
Yeah, they, I mean, you were talking about how important a pipe could be for the lineup of Tundra. Instead, they opted for just triple BKBs.
Yeah.
Do you think this is do you like Ramses going for the damage approach this game?
If you're going the BKBs, yeah. Like, I don't think you're going 3 BKBs potentially and then getting a pipe. I don't think it makes too much sense to me.
Sure.
You're just going to try and outscale him here. Put your Dragon Knight in a position where he just out-man fights everybody.
Well, he is out man-fighting this tower.
Owned it.
Shory's at mid, gives them a power rune to work with. Heroic maybe are already falling back on that play to, you know, split the map as much as possible. I mean, look at them. They are on the borders of the map.
Yeah, it's time, right? You do not want to force this fight up into the BKB timing Tundra have. But your lineup is solid at splitting the map. Like, you have 3 melee cores, but again, they're all elusive. Kind of annoying. The Slark's going to give you some extra D wards that you can play around. The Enchantress can also split push some waves with creeps. So you're not too inefficient in playing this type of game, splitting the side lanes, splitting Tundra up. Their lineup, you look at Tundra's lineup, it's very limited on the catch. And their lineup thrives in the straight 5-on-5 and objective-oriented fight, but catching heroes on the map just comes down to Ramses finding heroes with this arena, that's it. It can be a bit clunky for them if the map gets split this hard. Then it comes down to a question of, well, I mean, who wins ultra late here between these 2 lineups going head-to-head? That is a tough question to answer, honestly, because both these lineups scale very hard between the 3 cores. It probably just comes down to itemization and execution in the late game.
Sure.
And I mean, Hector Monkey King. Question mark. What does that look like, right?
Yeah. He's going to work towards a BKB. They're going to take the Tormentor real quick, though. A little bit more efficient for Heroic than it was for Tundra. And they get a jetpack for Schofield. So more opportunity, as he's been hanging out in this bottom lane, more opportunity for them to be elusive.
Yeah, they're being really annoying right now. They are getting more out of the map. Their supports have found a bit of extra net worth. They don't have the Midas Earth Speed or something like that, but Analog is keeping up there at the top. Just had such a good early start. And that is something else to keep in mind. There is a big streak on this Earth Spirit as he finishes the BKB. So if Tundra can win a team fight and collect some of these bounties, there's a lot of hidden gold there.
Smoke gets them a very nice aggressive ward, though it is spotting out a Slark right now. We'll see if Divine Llama managed to make the read that ward just got placed there.
Tundra very split, but they want to go triangle here off a scan. That's what they're really looking for.
They find the monkey again.
So
Trickery
low.
dodges some of the damage, but yeah, he was farming up some Ancients, I think. Got super low off of it. A pounce lands on Ramses. He says, okay, no problem. Pops BKB, walks away.
Did he actually not heal off that Tormentor?
No, he
Is that what that was?
He was walking because K1 Hector plays for efficiency, farm efficiency if nothing else.
I actually just assumed he went to heal.
No. As mobile as Monkey King is, he did not want to take the 5 seconds it would get to take him back to Fountain.
Honestly, such a Hector. I mean, what a beast. It does not pay off here, though, as that is an easy kill for Ramses to collect.
Divine Llama trying to catch Soxa and get some extra attributes for himself. Doesn't find it, and Pure is still in this area. Hit him with the jetpack cogs. Lock him down and annoy him for half a second at best.
You got to remember, though, that is a play that Heroic are making without the Monkey King.
Yeah.
And Tundra are backing up there. Like, they did not want to take that fight. Kind of interesting. As we weigh the strength of these 2 teams in an actual 5-on-5, you do have that BKB complete for the Earth Spirit. So, in theory, you combine that with the Monkey King BKB, you could start to look at that head-on engagement. Tundra didn't really get what they wanted out of that BKB timing, I think, which it's not terrible here, because you wanted them in this game no matter what. You want to scale with them. They're mainly here for things like the Roshan fight and, you know, Pure being able to commit in to something like a Wukong if it gets dropped, but so we'll give time for Hector to meet them on that battlefield after a couple rough pickoffs. Still kind of feel like you'd want to get the fight going right now if you could, if you're Tundra, especially during this daytime. You got 50 seconds left. Or just force the Roche, like you have pretty decent single target physical burst here with the cores.
Yeah, you've got Chrysalis done for Pure. If you're willing to pop Dragon Form to be able to take that Roshan.
I think you are, for sure.
You could do it pretty easily.
They're eyeing it up. It's going to be close this nighttime.
Yeah, it's going to switch over. If they commit for this tower.
Heroic are grouping. They want to fight. Monkey King BKB is done. You're still looking for this Deso on Ramses, so he's missing some net worth, and it's a big flank coming through.
Yeah, once again, the wraparound, and they're going to find the supports immediately. The Jakiro is going to be the first one to be gone on here. He does manage to get off his Ice Path Macro Fire. Not too bad, but it's going to be a BKB, K1 Hector. Analog hits the back line. He found what he was looking for. That's going to be Sapphire, and the Sniper caught in his assault, and that means the other two cores going to just BKB, TP away, but Ramses didn't make it out.
Ticked out to the Magnetize, I think, right? What got him at the end there? That was a post-TP death. Yeah, I think it was a Magnetize. No, it was a Magnetize tick.
Oh.
Got reprocced on him even after the BKB and just runs out. A brutal fight for Tundra. A kind of daytime started fight. They did not win, and so much of that is the gap close. Analog finding the back line immediately onto tops, and this is the weakness of this lineup this game. If the Sniper gets gone on and these heroes just BKB start hitting him, you have nothing to bail him out. There's no BKB control in this lineup. There's nothing like an overgrowth or something to, recreate the gap so tops can go to work. He's just food in the middle of an exchange like that. That is a big win for Heroic in this game. And they get an Aegis on Hector. So now, my friend, you can go and get picked off if you want.
Tundra have made a lot of good reads of Heroic's movements, but that one seems that they completely caught Tundra off guard.
Yeah, they just didn't have the right angle. This Earth Spirit was immediately on them on the backside. And you get some good damage out of the Jakiro, but these cores can't take down the Monkey and BKB Wukong anyway, so it's kind of wasted here.
Yep.
And Analog just got the job done, man. I mean, this hero has been beastly this game. No way around it. In fact, what is he up to now? He's 9-0-7, level 18. He is enjoying life.
I mean, it just looks so much better than the last game where the lineup's still a little greedy, I think, but at least they have one playmaker in the cores.
It makes a big difference. They have easy initiation. They can find the angles. They can be creative with it, right? That's where this team thrives. It is nighttime, but Tundra looking to push in, have the high ground ward, trying to play around it, find a straggler. Won't find anything. It's been a struggle for them outside of a couple arenas. They haven't really been able to start the fights.
You can see Divine Llama. He's got the gem. He knows there's a ward there, and he wants to de-ward it, but he does not approach the ward once he sees it, and he doesn't do it either. Because he knows Tundra is going to play around the vision that they have.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
If he goes for the D-ward, he's potentially getting caught. Even if he dark packs, he could still be stuck inside an arena.
You can depth shroud for it, but
this team directly behind him, he takes this ward, and they smoke off of the vision going down on the side of Tundra. And it looks like Whitemond's going to get caught up in this one. Heroic, I think, they want more. They want something different. That's why the jetpack and why they didn't immediately jump, and they got him too! Oh, the hook shot from across the field catches Thompson. They wanted something better off that smoke, and by golly, they found it.
Ward saw him running up there, got the rocket flare to land, and I mean, easy lineup for Schofield. Made the correct play, which is go for more. Heroic, they can start to snowball this map right now. They have every ability to do so. And one of the big things in this game is, like, you have initiation sources between the cores here and the DK and the Mars, but if you jump in with a DK or Mars to try and latch somebody, and you drop a depth shroud on that hero.
Yep.
That team fight seems a little awkward, like, especially if you commit BKB.
Ooh, hit him with a Dragon Tail immediately. That damage, it adds up pretty quickly. Oh, he juked him. They thought he was going to roll upwards, but he actually rolled to the right, juking the attempted blocks.
I do not know if he should have gotten out of that one, but
no, I don't think so.
He will live to fight another day, and that's a big life.
He's going to roll after them anyway. Despite his BKB being down, they still want to take this team fight with K1 Hector's BKB, but it looks like it may cause him Depth Shroud. It's trying to help him out, but the cases are going to come in, and they'll do the AoE damage. In fact, Divine Llama, he's going to TP away underneath his own ultimate and Depth Shroud.
Heroic want to bail. Yeah. That was a risky fight to take. No BKB on the Earth Spirit. That just felt like you were asking for it. And again, that was the big streak to collect. Went to Soxa here, I think, so he gets the 1,000 gold for it. Happy about that one?
Well, I don't know if the rest of Tundra's happy about that one.
No,
like that gold could have been better on somebody else, but it is what it is.
I mean, Soxa takes what he wants.
That's true.
It's a TI winner.
He took 9 classes spot, you know?
All right, well, you don't have to phrase it like that. I think that was a little over the top. Also,
daytime is coming, Avery, and that means that Tundra are going to be happy to take fights, I assume, right?
They should be. You have to start thinking about this next Roshan. Like, you still have a minute left on stages if you're heroic, but if you're Tundra, the way you win this game is you get a Roshan in this game, and then you start to push with an Aegis Dragon Knight. So if you can wear through these periods where kind of nothing happens, and set up for that, in theory, you're not too sad.
Yeah.
But I get, of course, this is a long way away. And you still have 40 seconds here for Heroic. I don't think they're going to get another fight out of it. So you kind of waited through this Aegis period if you're Tundra. And you can start to think about the next one, what that looks like, what you're going to gear up for in terms of that head-on fight. BKB will finish for the Sark, and you're going to get an Octarine for the Earth Spirit here, plus one more item for Hector. It should be the Ags he was eyeing up. He's pretty much finished with it. This Monkey King's gonna scale, man. It's gonna be kind of a beast.
Yeah. I guess the question is whether or not they have the lockdown to keep heroes within the Wukong's command, within the Aghanim statues.
Yeah, Ramsey's flirting with danger here.
Yeah,
you know there's a gem.
He just figures that if the Slark is going to see him, he's going to be able to blink away faster. Analog would be a great pickoff, and he's going to hit him with the Spear Arena combo. His team, though, is not able to follow it up immediately, and Analog gets off the BKB, and he can walk away from the team fight if he wants to. Hector's right in the middle of all these heroes, but he just got burned out. Macropyre, Ice Path, and just raw physical damage from Pure is enough to put him down, and it's going to take Divine Llama out of the fight as well.
Analog trying to clean something up, but he finds nothing here as Ramsey's TP's out in time. A very disjointed fight for both teams as the cogs in the arena separated both sides there, but Pure, he is standing and delivering right now. This Mask of Madness Daedalus just ripped through Hector. Did not have the survivability.
No, I mean, he took so much damage before he gets off the Wukong's command. Right, like that Wukong's command gives him all that bonus armor, but if you die before it even goes off, basically.
But look at how much this Dragon Knight's doing right now. Paladin's sword on top of all of it. He's hitting for 450, basically 500 a hit. If you crit on any of those, it's a nightmare right now for anybody on the side of Heroic because you don't have the big armor items up yet. You don't have a Shiva's, you don't have an AC, you don't have a Butterfly, you don't have Satanic.
Whoa, Thompson! Okay, he has baited Analog. The hook shot comes across, though. Still threatening these heroes. Analog's going to roll away. Schofield may not have that same luxury, but he does have a Glimmer Cape. That protects him, and Tundra just trying to pull out before Analog can catch them. And they all do manage to get away, at least for now. Schofield's still hunting with the jetpack, but without a hook shot, it's not going to mean much.
I'll be honest, some of these exchanges, like, I don't know who is trying to bait who. Somebody's wrong in these baits.
What was Thompson's game plan there exactly?
I think he was trying to bait somebody to like overcommit in while they were still missing some heroes and weren't set up.
So you think he knew the sentry was there and they could see him?
I don't know, man. It's such a weird play, honestly.
Too hard to get into the mind of Thompson.
I've tried for years and I've given up, so
fair.
You just accept what you see. You trust it as reality. Nonetheless, he has recovered in this game. He's top 2.
He has. It's something that I was surprised. I mean, I thought it was good Ramsey's going the Deso build because I wasn't sure if Thompson was going to be much of a force in this game, considering all the gap close.
Just
and
looking for the
early
BKB.
start.
He has kind of everything else. The Invis with the Shadow Blade, the Grenade, the Hurricane Pike for some disjoint. Get that BKB, you can get rid of the Earth Spirit problem that's plagued him. Tundra hitting a very strong point in this game, and Mjolnir for Pure. Ooh, if they do not manage to stun him and wear through some of his HP at the start of the fight, I think he's the ultimate beast here.
What do you think of why the Mjolnir exactly?
It's just so much damage, man.
Okay.
And you have like monkey soldiers and random stuff that can proc it. You can also throw the charge on on the Mars or somebody else if you really want to. Okay. It's just so much damage. It's overwhelming. If he gets to stun Hector, for example, you might just die in a stun here. There's Depth Shroud that can bail out this monkey, but...
Yeah. There are some interesting saves, right? We got the Depth Shroud. We also just picked up the Shard for the Earth Spirits, and now he can pull allies away. Meanwhile, though, Tundra, they've got Cookie, they've got the concussive grenade. There's a lot of weird saves, I would say.
Yeah, both sides have some ways to bail out their cores. You're going to have to stand and deliver. Hector will look towards that butterfly. That'll be his kind of pseudo-defensive item of choice to deal with this Monkey King. Mjolnir does help you through that a bit. I don't think Pierre's going to go back for an MKB or anything in this game. You want to get as much done with this DK right now as you can, because nobody's contesting him. And again, this is that like next Aegis period I talked about a while ago. Tundra geared up for it. If they can put a second life on this Dragon Knight, it's absolutely untouchable. You're going to need a lot of Slark stacks to get through that.
That is a big if, though, because we are stuck in this cycle of nighttime Roshans.
We are. Favors Heroic. It's a dire side outpost Roshan during nighttime for the Slark, but the vision right now is being controlled by Tundra. They're set up and they have the position. So if they want to hold this high ground, you negate a lot of that advantage.
At the same time, there is vision thanks to the clockwork, and they also know with these other lanes pushed in that Tundra's up here.
By the way, very limited buybacks available for Heroic on this dire side. You only have Slark and Clock.
Okay, so Divine Llama, maybe he's got to be the one to start things off, but they managed to hit the hook shot, or excuse me, the arena on Schofield, who was looking for a hook shot opportunity. Well, there's going to be your first buyback, one of two. For Heroic, Divine Llama, he's going to put himself on the front lines here, start going on to Soxo, just managed to force himself, but Analog gets on top to Thompson with Hector there as well. It's easy for them to get the kill on the Sniper, who does have a buyback though, and he's going to use it now. Kiss is going out, Clockwork, a die back for him, a roll in to be able to stop those kisses though, and now Soxa's up next, but a spear bails him out for a second. They turn around, throw out some whatever damage they can down to Analog. Pure's taking a lot though, with 2 cores on top. He turns around, look at the damage though. Oh, it's adding up quick. He's taking down 1 core. The AoE has brought Hector low, and he'll finish him off with a triple kill, maybe an ultra, as he looks now towards the Enchantress to slowly get him down through that ultimate, and they will win that Roshan fight engagement. Now they're not going to go for Roshan immediately, it's still not up, so let's hit some high ground.
Just a beast of a team fight from Pure. Nobody was touching him there, and you have to think about the target prioritization here from Heroic. They were going for everybody but this Dragon Knight. It works if you can stay alive, but that's the big problem. You can't stay alive versus this guy right now. And Pierre talking to his teammates here saying, yeah, you like that fight? 1v5 there, bro.
I A-clicked them.
I sat in the middle, and I did what I had to do. I mean, they found Thompson at the start. Analog gets on top of him from a crazy angle. The Sniper can't bail himself out. You use Clockwork's buyback to get rid of the arena at the start. Hector's BKB is very early here, and it does cost him in the end. I don't think the ideas were off, but it's just nobody can deal with this Dragon Knight, man. The damage is overwhelming. Boundless Strike puts him in an awkward spot, but then right here is like,
oh
what
yeah,
are you doing?
Red Dragon Central. Look at that splash damage, man.
And Thompson's able to come back into this fight on the high ground through the gate.
Yeah,
it's a big deal. His buyback counted for a lot here. Tundra had all the others available as well, so too many lives to get through here.
So they do manage to get themselves a Roshan, and wait, did they? Yep, the Aegis. Oh, okay, it's just a small little icon. It's on Thompson instead of the extra life on the Dragon Knight to go high ground.
Reward him for his buyback usage, and Pure probably feels like with Satanic he cannot die anymore. I can't believe that. I feel like now the only point he dies is if you do kill everybody else and can bring him down 3 or 4 on 1. But you were having issues surviving that. Also, that buyback cost Thompson his BKB right now.
Sure.
So you got to give him something to play around with here. Hex for Ramses, more initiation power, and
makes life a lot harder for the Monkey King and Slark, and then even the Earth Spirit, these very mobile heroes.
Need the Shivas on the Earth Spirit too, so he can actually tank some of the Dragon Knight damage here.
Yeah.
Analog is having issues standing his ground, as is the rest of Heroic. I mean, Hector is not faring much better. I don't know if this butterfly is really going to do it anymore. Tundra pushing their advantage.
They're going to hit the high ground. Pure with 4,300 HP. One life is seemingly pretty good for him. Divine Llama, Scythe bunny out the Dark Pack going. Quickly pops the BKB for fear of his own life, but that's exactly what Tundra won out of that. They got a little bit of ability and item usage out of him while still pushing forward. Taking the tier 3, now the barracks to fall. The damage adds up though from the Enchantress, gets Pure a bit low.
You could put the DK in a position where you can all in him somehow. Could be interesting, but your lineup, it's kind of difficult to do that. Like maybe you can hook shot, cog him back or something. But
yeah, and use like Depth Shroud to make it so he can't target anybody with that Satanic.
It's a tough ask.
Yeah.
And right now he's pushing the advantage, got the tier 4 item advantage as well here.
It seems to me that Heroic have just called that they're not going to fight until they finish up what I assume is the butterfly that Hector's trying to farm up.
Really hates that shrine.
He does. He does.
Messing it up. Yeah, Hector is trying to finish this item. He will finish butterfly here on the monkey. This feels all in though. Like you got to win this fight, or you're going lower bracket here.
I'm not letting the D-ward happen. Thompson protects it. They go for the roll-in on the Dragonite, though. Silencing him up. Well, he doesn't have Dragon form for a couple more seconds, but he does get low, but not good low enough. Meanwhile, K1 Hector is trapped inside Arena and psyched up. He's dead. The butterfly didn't matter. He just got controlled and killed by everything else. Defiant Llama's trying to do what he can, but all he could out of this was an Aegis. That being said, a TP away, but Pure's not TPing back. He said, you can leave if you want, Ramses. That's fine. I'll carry this game, and I'll finish it off by myself.
I mean, TI winners are TI winners for a reason, and Soxa, he just caught him with a cookie. Sometimes that's all it takes for a game to end and for a team to end up in the lower bracket is a sick connection from Soxa on the bottom side of that fight. Takes Hector out. Nothing cast by this Monkey King in the last fight. And Heroic will go down with a bit of a whimper at the end of this game compared to how it started. Like, they had so much momentum in that game. I feel like they got everything they wanted. 8-0 start for this analog Earth Spirit, just destroying fights, but Heroic unable to capitalize on map control as a product and just kind of left wondering where this game went wrong. I did not get the sense that Hector was as comfortable on this Monkey King as he is on some of his signature heroes. No. He got picked off a couple of times when he had a lot of space to operate with, and it ends up costing him a decent chunk as Tundra looking very solid in this 2-0.
Yeah, and questions about Heroic. I mean, there were questions about Heroic coming into this tournament, I would say, just because of the fact that while, you know, I would say 3-4 months ago, you would look at Heroic and be like, oh, they're a team. They're obviously the best South American team, and they're really taking it some of the better teams. They have come into this tournament not looking their greatest, and now they're going to be starting off in the lower bracket. Not a great position for Heroic, and they're going to need some time to be able to think about what they need to do to change form and make a lower bracket run work if Hector wants to be able to reclaim yet another top 8. Meanwhile, though, Tundra's staying in the upper bracket, and we'll see what they can get accomplished there.
Thank you, Cap and SVG there. It is fantastic for Tundra, getting that 2-0 for them. Not an extremely clean game for game number 2. It was a little bit rough at the start, but it's also a true testament for them that they're able to make space, have that comeback potential in them, and find pickups, be able to still take team fights despite having that lower net worth, despite being at that deficit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the beginning there are a lot of problems with dealing with the Earth Spirit, right? He TP'd around. He had a good lane, and he was able to use it to pressure, especially the bot lane. He helped Dalai Lama, which we kind of didn't really think that he would get a good lane from the slug, but he did. He had a really good start. He was able to use it, you know, run around the map, pressure, try to fight around the Ancients here. Like, without a good start, this was actually not really possible for them, you know. They kind of got baited by the Jakiro. White Mo ran up, they went on him, and they kind of traded a slug for a Jakiro here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about this game. First was going to be like, I did not expect as well with Winter that the bot lane would go so well. It went really well for them. I also didn't expect for Analog to just like pop off as hard as he did on this Earth Spirit. I feel like this game may not have looked as close as it did if Analog didn't have the performance that he did on this Earth Spirit. He played a really good game. And then on the top lane, I wasn't sure about K1's Monkey King as well. I mean, he still doesn't look as good on Monkey King as he does on other heroes. And it begs the question to me for Heroic. It's like, this does not look like their usual drafting and their usual style of play. And I wonder like why they're choosing to go down this route and be so experimental this late into the tournament, because they're now landed in the lower bracket here. But, you know, they tried something out. It didn't really work out. Tundra, they're continuing to do what they do best. They're sticking to the script here, and even though they did have a rough early game, they still came back with superior team fight, good map play as well, and good baiting.
I agree with that. I share the same sentiment that this just does not look like a Heroic draft, and I don't necessarily think that they need to do this. I think they're a good enough team that they can play their own style. I do think that being able to experiment occasionally is good, but probably it could have happened in the, the group stage where there's no lower bracket if you lose the game.
Yeah.
I will say Devi impressed me on the Slark. Like, he did win the lane and he was doing a lot. This game seemed like one of those games where Heroic won the lanes, they snowballed, they did pretty decent, but then Tundra did something exceptional to come back. They played a fight really well. Ramses hit some really nice pick off with his amazing Mars performance. And then it would go the other way, and then back the other way, and then back the other way, very back and forth. But I feel like if Heroic is a team, if they were Falcons, if they were a team that actually played around the offlane Slark a lot more, then it would have just been like a straight up snowball. If this was a Heroic draft and they had this lead, it would be a straight up snowball.
I actually feel like the Monkey King just needed to play better. It's not even like the rest of them. I felt like they already did as much as they could. Maybe certain small little things could have been better, but K1 definitely felt like he just didn't really.
Like what if K1 is CK in the same game? I actually think Tundra loses. I think they lose this.
I feel like they are doing this because they think that going for their normal comfort hero is probably not enough for them to win the game, and they had to try something that would give them the maximum amount of chance to, have a snag at it. Try to do something to win this game. And they feel like Monkey King is probably the best bet. I mean, I get it. It's not his most comfort hero, but all I'm just trying to say is, it's not gonna be perfect every time you draft. You can't get all your players with their most comfort heroes every game and with a lineup that makes sense with each other. Sometimes you have to sacrifice something, and in this particular instance, they feel like they needed to go with something that Hector is probably not so comfortable with to try to bind the draft together to have an answer to the sniper. I mean, sure, it didn't work out, but I feel like it's a really good thing that they're willing to go out of their comfort zone to try to win the game.
Sure. And I think the sniper was dealt with. I do think Thompson had a rougher game than a lot of people would have believed. There were a lot of fights where they were able to get onto that backline, really take out that idea of a damage. Unfortunately, there were moments where he had a buyback or the team was able to still be able to turn it around for them. So Heroic, we saw that there were issues for them. But on the flip side, massive props to Tundra. Again, for me, it's actually Saxer. I think he really shone in this one on the snap. There were a lot of moments where he was able to escape on just the slightest amount of health fear, and then was able to use his ulti, was able to save another core. He was just there sitting on the outskirts of the fight so often after being right in the thick of it.
Yeah, I mean, Soxa played really well. I think Whitemon also played really well. The two supports are always just saving people, staying on the edge of the fights too. Faith is restored in DK for now as well. You're playing it, so it looked good.
It did look good. Tundra being our winners here. They're going on to the upper bracket with a 2-0. So let's head on down to Nomad and Whitemon.
Thank you very much, Nat. Yes, indeed, I'm here with Whitemon. I mean, firstly, how's the series? Was that one a fun one to play?
Yeah, it's very fun against like South American teams. They're playing so fast.
Yeah, it looked very enjoyable. And, obviously, big question mark over the Slark pick in that last game. What did you think about it?
I mean, I play it against it a lot when like Falcons playing against us when I pick Jakiro. So they always pick Slark often. So yeah, the lane may be kind of rough, but I think it's still fine. Yeah.
All right, so they thought that it was a bit of a gotcha pick, do you reckon? But you'd played against it plenty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This Slark pick is like kind of like greedy offlane, I think, but I think they just want to like snowball the lane and like snowball the early game and trying to play fast and trying to like end the game, something like that.
All right, and did you have any concerns in game 2, like when you were behind or, when the fights were looking a bit tough? Were you ever worried or were you always like confident and in control?
I think we're fine because we know we're gonna come back because they keep like throwing, they keep going, like they're not bringing enough numbers and they didn't respect our ultis. That's why they keep like kind of feeding a lot when we're behind. So I think we're like it's gonna be like comeback. So I think it's fine.
All right, and last question from me then. What kind of support do you like playing more? Do you like playing in the backlines or do you like getting involved and throwing some punches?
I think personally I like throwing the spells, something like that, like playing from behind. But I think it depends on my teams. If my team's like giving me like anything, I can just play. It's fine.
All right, awesome. Well, thank you very much, and best of luck in continuing in this tournament as we throw it back to the panel with Nat.
Thank you both. Whitemon giving that extra little insight there about this Jakiro, how it was able to be played in the game, and he's very familiar, in fact, coming up against the Slark in the offlane a number of times previously. The biggest one was about Heroic's rotations. It's not so much Tundra could read them and predict them that we've seen in a couple of matchups before of other teams. It's just that Heroic weren't committing the right number of heroes, the right number of spells. They weren't min-maxing correctly, maybe trying to utilize as little as possible to get the most. And unfortunately, Winter, that's where you don't find this success, when you're not willing to give it everything.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes not bringing the right amount of heroes, just being late, you know, like a couple of important fights. Monkey King just arrived late, or maybe he didn't tell his team he needed more time, or maybe his team went in early, we don't know, you know. But you need to have everybody in the same location at the same time. This is what Dota is all about right now. How can you get to a point, you push all the waves, the two side laners are connecting, and you're allowing your team to all initiate an attack and arrive at the same time. It's a very difficult thing to accomplish.
Yeah.
It's interesting to hear that that's like the topic of conversation among the pro players, because I know there's always like, how many auras do we need? How many people do we need at a fight? There's always like the buzz thing to talk about to win the game, and right now it really feels like the best and fastest teams are on that line of, they have not overwhelming where they're 5-manning everything, it's they're bringing just enough people to the thing. So it's cool to get confirmation on that, because that's kind of been our working theory for a while.
We always kind of have this conversation around auras, what exactly works, and we've seen a lot of heroes pop up and be reused in many series, but Earth Spirit is one that's got a bit of a question mark around it. So luckily we got Purge, going to give us some more information and explain this Earth Spirit mid more for us.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, the Earth Spirit was very, very well played last game by Analog, and what he did was basically create space for his team and be all over the place on the map. So if we take a look at some of the clips, he started things off. He's level 5, doesn't have his ulti yet, but he's still great at rotating. So he TPs to the side lane when there is a skirmish. This is part of them probably trying to get the Slark ahead. He just nukes the support, but then he lingers around. Now take a look at this ward. They had this one early, and this one's really important is because it gives you really good vision of this area here, basically. So that basically lets him know if any of the Radiant heroes are in this area and available to be grabbed. So when nobody TPs the lane, he gets ready to dive. They see the Whitemon TP, and the second that he sees the other one, he's like, okay, I'm out. This fight's not going to be good for me. I'm going back to my mid lane, and his teammates end up fighting the rest of it out. It's a lot of TPs and contributions just to kill the Slark. So ultimately, he gets back to the mid lane, he pushes it in. Schofield has moved over. Now they get to fight on Thompson instead. And Analog does pick up his 6 while pushing in that mid lane. So now this fight looks pretty good for them. He's now doing tons of damage. He's going to get earn charges when Thompson dies, and it helps ensure that they get all 3 heroes without any losses. So they just fought mid. Now this is probably the coolest move they made in the early game here. They're pushing up the mid lane with the Enchantress. And against really good teams, it's really hard to trick them in terms of what you're doing on the map. It looks like Earth Spirit's nearby, sitting in the trees, ready to jump in if needed. Mars is going to commit ulti, kill King Jungles, and now it's like, oh, he wasted his time. Not really. He crossed the whole map during this entire period. They feinted with that push with the Enchantress just to get him across the map to kill the enemy carry. And that unlocked the game in a huge way. It compounded their advantage. They took the tier 1 tower safe lane, they killed the tier 1 tower mid, and that allowed them to ultimately play in this area of the map. This is really what